这个我最讨厌的日子又到了，我宣布，2020年愚人节取消！
愚人必须过节！
哪里跑？人鱼你好，请问有看到愚人经过吗？
我到。 这个我最讨厌的日子又到了。我宣布，2020年愚人节取消！
愚人必须过节！
哪里跑？人鱼你好，请问有看到愚人经过吗？
我到。
这个我最讨厌的日子又到了。我宣布，2020年愚人节取消。
愚人必须过节。
哪里跑？人鱼你好，请问有看到愚人经过吗？
我到。
Legendary! Hello everybody and welcome to the Nbpl. My name is Hitbrain and I am joined by Moxie for today's Trios action. It has been a hot moment since I've been on Trios, Moxie, so I'm hoping you can guide me today. How are you doing? You alright?
I'm doing really good. Like you said, it's been a hot minute since you've been on Trios. I was casting it on Friday. So we had one day in between, which was the solos lower bracket round 2, and now we're headed into the trios lower bracket round 2. So what does that mean? Well, it means that we took the top 4 teams from Friday's bracket, and now we throw them at the teams who were ranked 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th overall for the amount of points picked up in both Stage 1 and Stage 2. That means that we're reintroducing teams like GG, OUG, and WBG. I say WBG because you have to keep an eye on them. They are curveballing around the meta and they're coming through with their own personality picks. That Tessa Wu Chen Temi comp, Hitbrain, we've seen it multiple times and it's actually got fairly good points recently. At least it used to. And then I think teams worked out that WBG were doing that, and they started being like, okay, yeah, this is how we beat the Wu Chen comp, this is how we beat a Tessa, and it sort of fell off a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see if WBG pick it back up again today.
Well, that's what I love about Trios, the personality picks, the fun stuff, and the meta breaking. But for you guys at home, make sure you do have your NARAKA account linked to your Twitch account, because you can grab yourself these goodies on screen. But yeah, it's one of the things I've missed about Trios in my foray, or whatever the word is, into solos. Solos is great fun right now at the moment. I think the meta is really cool. The characters getting played and the way the game's being played is really awesome. But I do miss the theory crafting and you know the finding answers to strong metas and the flexibility you get in that on Trios, where WBG playing this very bizarre comp and something that no one else is really picking up on at the moment. Because you know, at the beginning of the season, we saw that big Viper comp, which is still being played. Being kind of picked as like an answer to those monk comps and things. You could pin someone in place, blow them up with all the crowd control, and then it'd be a 2 versus 3 and you'd be able to take the fight from there. So I always love that about Trios, is where people find these fun and inventive ways to play out comps and, you know, find ways to play their favorite heroes back in the game. Sometimes I feel like the old Valda monk comp was just people being wanting to play Valda.
So I have good news for you, by the way, Jake. Valda's back.
Is it
okay,
tidal wave, or is it
so here's the thing. She's back, but it's for martial arts. You might see her, and it's with the V1.
I'll take
it. Teams in the martial arts, because like we have the new rule set coming on through this year. So before we play our battle royale matches, we go and we play our martial arts tournament in full. And there's been a sort of meta that's developed wholly into that style of fighting, to the point that we're seeing the Valda Viper Tianhai wombo combo composition, and you play Valda V1, and you basically just use that wave to be able to secure grabs for your Tianhai player. So not crossed into Battle Royale, but still potentially present in the versus matchup. We also have the return of Matari. We were sort of theory crafting. We saw Vipers coming back into the mix, like, is that going to signify Matari's return, since her ultimate acts as a direct counter to the Viper stun? And yes, the answer is we saw a little bit of Matari come through on Friday in the Battle Royale variant, where she was actually being played alongside Zenda Wu, who has now moved into Trios meta in full. Was there for a little bit on the martial arts tournament. Teams were like, wait a minute, she does so much damage. With the F2 as well, you can just scoop someone out of position and grab them away from their team to lock up an instant elimination before they can do much of anything about it. And now she's being played in both the phases and the verses. But we can have a look and see our teams taking part. No TE, no SR, no YZG, no Wolves. They were the highest scoring 4 teams in both Stage 1 and Stage 2, which means that they instantly qualified into our grand finals, which will be played out on the 17th of this month. Everyone else, though, they have to make it into the top 4 if they want to be able to join that lobby. And the biggest surprise, if you tuned in for Stage 1 but not Stage 2, was GG. Because GG in Stage 1 picked up a total of 40 points. And then we went to Stage 2, and they could not even scrape half that amount, Jake.
This is what I love about the new like double elimination bracket tournament that we're running at MB and the Nbpl. Wow, that was a really hard word to say. It's not even a word, it's letters. What I'm loving about it is that you do see these big upsets. You do see the risk that, you know, a top team might kind of biff it on one of the weeks and get nothing for it, get knocked out incredibly early. I mean, over in solos in the first rotation, we saw Mike have to battle and scrape his way through the lower bracket, and then in the second rotation around, Spider had to do the same thing. They both dropped down really early, and here in trios as well, you get to see teams who you actually would have higher expectations, teams who you think would do better, kind of just have a bad day, and that means they then have to play a whole extra round. They lose that safety net, they lose that second life in the tournament, and if every day could be their last day, it's super exciting. But speaking of exciting stuff, got this martial arts tournament, also a new addition to trios for this year. Well, I mean, the full version of it's a new addition to NARAKA in general, but having at least the martial arts in this form is still new for the trios. And like you're saying, some fun stuff. And what I like about the martial arts is people don't have to pick what's strictly meta in Battle Royale. They can pick whatever the hell they like. Well, not whatever the hell they like, but they can find stuff that is strictly good here for the martial arts. Stuff that will be playable both in, you know, maybe not in Battle Royale, but in martial arts. Wow, brain is just not firing on all cylinders yet. Don't worry, I'll wake up once the martial arts start.
Yeah, we've been seeing so many different things come through into the martial arts tournament, both in solos and trios, which, as you were saying, it's really fun to get to see, because for a lot of the time the phases get locked. We actually saw so many compositions get played with each of those phases being locked, with it just being like the 2 comps in each phase, as opposed to recently where some of the comps have been letting through Vipers or through Yushan compositions run a little bit wild and be top heavy in the lobby. It's also where we see the most amount of Tianhai as well, I will say, because teams have been trying to run Tianhai, Takeda, Temi with mixed levels of success, mostly in part thanks to the amount of Viper comps that are in the lobby. If you run into 3 Viper comps, you only can get out of that stun with just stopping your ultimate once, as opposed to being able to have it to activate and get away with that iframe multiple times in the third-party situations. But you don't have to worry about being third-partied in the martial arts tournament, because it's a direct free versus free. So you enter a different mind game instead, picking where you want your compositions to be, because we've seen the rise of the counter comp, that Viper Akos Syra comp. Previously, Viper designed to take down Tianhai, now being used to stall out the Hardy Zip, so that you can't just have your cube set up to give the Zip an actual combo breaker so that she can sustain all of the attention sent her way. So now you roll the dice. It's like, do you open up with the strongest comp that's always hard locked in phase 1 with the risk of running into the counter comp, or do you try and save it for the middle play? Used to be that you saved it for the middle play, but recently, Jake, everyone's been opening up with it instead.
That's the fun thing, is you don't know what the other team is playing, so you have to play a little bit of mind games yourself. You have to do a bit of research on the team you're playing into, see if you can figure out patterns in what they're doing, and you know, then find an answer to it off the back of that. It's so much fun. It's so much fun watching, you know, the teams kind of theory craft and decide when they're gonna play a comp or not. Alliance here, I always forget that they got Sharon Osbourne as their manager every time. I don't know if you've seen this, but because obviously she's also the manager for Paste for solos. She looks like Sharon Osbourne. It's like a much younger Sharon Osbourne, I might have to add. But she does. She's like the same hair. It's like they've just taken the hair off and put it on like a Lego figure. I love it.
You're showing your age a little there, Jake. Oh, looking at OUG, I think OUG is a team that a lot of people were surprised to see have to go through the lower bracket. Not lower bracket round 1, but present now lower bracket round 2. Honestly, the team to watch for me, though, has to be WBG. I really want to see if they continue sticking to this. We don't want to play what the rest of the league is playing. We think that the best comp that you can play is the one that has your strongest heroes in it, as opposed to just a blanket meta that everyone uses. Now, that's not to say that they've been moving fully away from the meta, because obviously they have, like, when they're in phase 1, still been playing the Hardy Eno Zip. But when it comes to phase 2, they're one of those teams who've been providing the ability for the triple Viper comp to slip through. It's been WBG, SS1 are like the two main proponents of that, and FPX as well. Now, 2 of those teams aren't present today, so it's just WBG who could probably try to grief in that aspect when we had to the Battle Royale parts of the day. They've done it before, they could well do it again.
Absolutely. It's one of those ones where the martial arts tournament is very exciting, because you see quite a lot of upsets here more than anywhere else. I think, like, a team you wouldn't expect to beat, like, you know, a top team, or a team who you think is just better at it. Occasionally you just see this game where they have like a read on the setup, they get the counter pickups, they just play something really well, like an engagement really well. And I just think there's so much room for upsets here. I think Battle Royale, a lot of the teams have kind of figured it out, and I think it's a lot easier to kind of make a call on what teams you expect to win a Battle Royale. But martial arts is always a spicy one. There's always a little bit of a change. Obviously, big upset, like you were saying earlier, GG on our screens right now. These guys not having the best second run of the tournament, and having to play through here is a real upset for them. Now, the advantage, I will say, and this is the same advantage we had in the normal double elim bracket, they get an extra game in, an extra day in of games. Obviously, you're fighting for a chance to make it to finals, but providing they make it to finals, they come in with that extra day of games under their belt. You know, they're a little bit more warmed up, they're a little bit more ready to go. And not to say that the teams at the top won't be ready to go, but it does sometimes help you to get an extra stage game in, because it's very different playing on stage versus playing in scrims. It's a totally different environment, especially with the crowd here cheering for you. Got the lights, you've got refs standing over your shoulders. You know, you're not in the comfort of your normal setup. So an extra game day, always nice. I mean, GG are a team who are very used to playing on the stage at this point. They've been around forever at this point, and these players have been playing on stage for a while. But you know, it's still valuable, even for those who have played for a bit. So we'll see. GG, I can't remember who they're playing actually in their 1v1. They're up first, and I didn't take a note of who they were playing, so we'll see when we get into game. But I'd be interested to see what is going to get picked up, because like you were saying, are we going to see comps that are typically getting played first second, or first second first, or even are you risking it and playing something third? Well, what is your third comp here? What have you got in case it goes the distance? There's a lot of things you got to think about.
Yeah, I mean, GG, I will say they have a sort of cushion of security since they were the team in 5th, which means that we actually have pre-post points, which also has changed how it's gone about. So previously you would play like a pre-final, right? Or you would take a set amount of points of percentage through. This year, it's actually changed in that the pre-post points that you have is off of your ranking position. So GG have the maximum pre-post points that you can have, 8. Then if they win the martial arts tournament, they'll get another 8 points. So they'll be able to come on through with 16 points, and that gives you a little bit of leeway if one of your games is inconsistent in the scoreline. Here's your answer, by the way. DRG is going to be GG's opponent before we move and see XKG versus RW, WFG versus Alliance, and WBG versus OUG. There's something that I also really want to see, because I'm guessing that at some point from all of these teams we are going to see that center composition come through, is if these teams are sticking with the V1, or after Friday, SS1 were actually the only team in the league who utilized the V2, the bind variant, as opposed to the firewall. So we'll have to see as we get a mirror matchup coming on through, both DRG and GG opening up with the strongest comp, and opening up with all of the ultimates Flashes, blinding lights, hardy ultimates, Enor ultimates, everything on the field trying to put pressure to force these Zips to pop their ultimate slightly earlier. DRG's already been forced into parting with Dongqing's, but CGS is going relatively low, gets the Zip F bubble so he can commit back into the fight, but Dongqing has been able to break away before the Zip can get taken down. CGS now out of his Thunderlord state, utilizes the Hardy Cube, repositions away into the Enor F, and turns to put the pressure fully on DRG's MY, who was still holding a very late Enor ultimate coming on through from his end. The team using this to fully put the pressure now onto GG. CJS gets kebabbed off of the execution stance, but 3-3-0 is the one to pick up the first blood. And with player advantage, GG just have to weather the storm of the Thunderlord ultimate before they can try to find some of these forced 2 versus 1 situations. There's the second, now it's just the cleanup, and this will be GG coming out on top for the first round.
Yeah, the first kill there for GG was onto the Zip as well. So the moment that sustain went, it was completely cooked for them. But we're going to see that Matari you were talking about, Matari Zender and Jianhan Li getting locked in here for DRG. On the other side, GG going to be running the Jianhan Li with the Justina and the Syra. So different versions of comps here, both using at least one shared character. There's CGS going nice and aerial here. Not actually going to find himself an opening immediately. Does get hit up there by the bow shot from the Zender, though, in response. Yes, gets himself caught again briefly here. DRG been able to strip away a bit of that armor from him, but going to throw down the Syra ultimate now and look for that big dazzle onto multiple members of DRG. If they can find that, that's going to be big, but the freeze is broken out here from CJS. On to Donkey 9, being able to catch him. Still has a couple of dashes available to him, just waiting it out. Catches another dash onto Donkey 9, and he is getting absolutely smoked here by GG. They still have one more dash to work. They catch it onto Kakaishi. Kakaishi loses all of his shields off the back of that one, and DRG, again on the back foot, down a player early. And then Batari Reed, I think they were praying that this was going to be a Viper comp so they could cancel that out. Not necessary. Caught by everything, and GG going to be able to take this one 2-0.
Ooh, it's very interesting. I want to see what GG's third phase comp will be, since they placed the Syra with the Justina Lee, as opposed to using it with the Viper Eiko, so potentially Viper Tianhai, maybe for GG's third phase. Speaking about Tianhai, RW running Tianhai Kurumi Takeda. This is something that we've seen more and more of in the martial arts tournament. So normally it is the Tianhai ultimate to just limbo state versus the Enor ultimate. These two should cancel each other out. Tutik putting up the pressure, gets stomped away from being able to follow on through. Kurumi Teva coming into play as well, in case you have to just teleport away from this Enor's position. So far, no grabs from the Tianhai 2, as we can literally just see the Vajra playing bodyguard for his support at the moment. Tutik trying to force out the Kurumi ultimate early. There's the Takeda ultimate. Furin shoves in place. Yuan's low enough. Forces out that Kurumi ultimate. Furin Chefs have been able to try and find the pressure onto one on the side of XKG, but Cube is there. They will be able to prevail. Youth with a big parry, though, sets up onto Tutik. The Furin Chef to be able to find the extension, but batted away by the Hardy. And RW still not able to find these eliminations now, having to go back into the neutral phase against their Zip sustainability. Getting to play onto ZXL, though. Another huge parry onto Tutik. Teva snaps for that damage reduction to come on through. And a big parry this time onto AB. But there's just no follow-through on the side of XKG. They're not close enough to be able to riposte.
No, they're not. And with the Zip down, the sustain gone, and all of their stall tools out, RW were able to finish that fight up nice and easy for them. Very, very stall heavy teams here, but now XKG, they're going to be on the Monk. But they do have the ACOS here and the Viper, so a lot of crowd control actually coming out of this one. On the other hand, it's going to be the Ainur Hardy Zip for RW. See if they can maybe pull off a little bit of an XKG can, or could, as ZXL opens with the transform. RW just hiding behind the pillar here, just waiting it out. Youth has transformed on the Ainur, just going to be looking, trying to get slammed down on to those members of XKG. But you can see bodyguarding coming in from ZXL. Can't really find a grab onto Youth, though. Youth just being a nuisance on the front line, where the rest of RW, they just stand behind the pillars. They're just waiting the monk out, and then they'll look to take the fight after that. But again, there is still a lot of crowd control that can come out here from this Viper. There goes the cage into the instant ult from Jianyan here, able to look for the lockdown. Is going to make the connection to two members of RW, and that should be a lot of health lost onto them, as that is just going to be AB going down, and RW now down a man. They've lost their Hardy. Can they find a little bit more? John Hunt able to get the knock up here, but Youth is still going to come in for the backup, and a bit of protection here for Yuan here. On the zip, is just going to eat that parry, and down goes the sustain for the side of RW, and this should be now just a round 3 going all the way. XKG able to find a beautiful turnaround there.
Yeah, it was a brilliant Akos cage, which actually grabbed the Hardy, so no cube available for the rest of the team to be able to escape. Hardy then gets stunned into the Viper V1 and goes down, and you just lose that survivability for your Zip, who, without the cube tech, is just too vulnerable on the front line. We've got Feria Zenda Lee now versus RW's Akos Syra Viper. Feria Mech Pillar already down, and Tutik actually already inside it. Syra V2 is going to be forced, trying to sustain through the sheer amount of pressure coming out of both the Zenda ultimate and the Feria cannon shots at the same time. RW seeking refuge behind the pillar, trying to block some of that fire. Out comes the Akos cage, combined with that Viper V1. The stun, is it going to be able to catch anyone? Tutik frames through with the drop of the mech. Unfortunately for RW, they're yet to be able to actually find a stun to lock down one of these players on the side of XKG. You've got to worry too about your Syra, who's now down her combo break. Big Viper F into the Akos F2, into the Dragon Slayer scoop follow through. What a cycle of CC coming on out off the side of RW. But for XKG, they've only lost 1 as opposed to RW's 2. It's a Viper clutch out situation potentially, but the parry means that XKG follow through, and they'll be able to win out the round 2-1.
As we move into round 3 now, Alliance versus WFG. Wow, got my letters the wrong way around there. Gonna see the Idol comp, but this time being answered by that crowd control comp, the Justina, the Syra, and the Viper, to try and look to lock down and waste this Idol's ultimate effectively. Yuma, hide behind this pillar, get himself into position nice and early. Doesn't go for an early transform yet. There it is. Throws it down now. As it looks like everyone else is just going to play away here. There's the freeze onto Yuma. Oh my word, half his health is gone. That was disgusting, and he did not really get much in response. Does finally get that slam down, but it's not a lot in response there, as we now see the Viper from Mist going for the lockdown in response. Everyone else is just going to ping away behind the pillar. They didn't really set that CC up for the Viper ultimate very well. Silence on a 6-second cooldown as well, so Mist not really going to be able to do much of anything right now. Have now burnt through Ainor's transform, as Mist lost a lot of that armor, but is still holding fast. They do find a parry into the staff. Big chunk out there, nothing too major. As here we go, Syra ultimate being thrown down as well, looking for a big dazzle onto the members of Alliance, but they just scatter immediately. There comes out the dazzle, doesn't make a connection onto any of the Alliance members, but Rushu has been caught here briefly, as WFG are going to try and use this as the opportunity, pin them all against the wall and try and secure the kills. The parries are coming out across the board. WFG looking for the turnaround onto Alliance. Down goes for the first player. The Ainur has fallen, as you can see. Roishi very low as well. Revenge getting himself completely misted here by WFG, and this is just going to be round 1 to WFG. Alliance fall.
Double spear flying knives. That is a lethal combo, especially when the spear players are the ones looking for the parry, so you get the Dragon Slayers into the gold frame focus, and there isn't a lot that anyone can do about it. The moment you get hit by that one, you're also getting hit by all of the focus connections from those knives. As we get, again, Zenda Matari Lee versus Zenda Temi to Tianhai. Alliance's Rushui going for a very early ultimate. Temi ultimate as well, being used to try and block some of this ranged pressure, as well as split the zone away, which means that Rushui's been able to grab one, holds him in place into the Temi wind wall to lose all of the stamina, so we can try to find the reverb grab, but no. Xiao Wen's able to dash away with one of the jumps coming on through from that Zenda V1. Firewall's down, trying to give WFG a sliver of space to be able to recover from, because they're just so low after that Tian Tianhai ultimate's done. Revenge still has their Zenda ultimate too. The V1 now comes on through, zoning away WFG's players from being able to peel their Zenda. Mist is about to go down. Xuan does come through with the shove off of the Flying Knife second charge state, but Mist has gone down regardless. And this is a 1 versus 3 situation, which will very quickly, off of that Semi-Wisp connection, turn into a win on the side of Alliance. Just too much incoming CC.
That was disgusting. That was absolutely disgusting. Well, moving round on to our final round, actually. One apiece. Akos Viper Syra from Alliance, WFG. Running the Iron Hardy and the Zip. They held it till the final round. That's very impressive, actually. Let's see Jonhan here. Not Jonhan. Juan here. Go for a transform. Immediately actually catches onto Rushi. Gets a nice chunk out of his armor immediately off the bat there. Tries to jump back down, but he himself is being heavily chunked out on this Ainur. It's going to make his life really rough. Constantly getting burst out. Does obviously have the Zip as a pocket healer to keep him going. He's just going to continue to try and be a menace in the middle. We'll have that cube immediately when that D-transform drops down. Alliance, they just play this patiently. Now that the transforms are broken out, they're going to throw down the Syra ultimate and look for the potential dazzle. Don't know if that opportunity is going to give it to them, as Mist is also now transformed. Alliance, this is just very much a waiting game. Wait for those Hardy ultimates, wait for the Ainur ultimates to go down, try and bait that Zip ult out, and then once that's done, you go for the big CC wombo combo. There's going to be the lockdown into the ult immediately out from the Viper, and this should just be a guaranteed stun onto one. But they do ping away to safety, and I think they were able to break away from the Viper ultimate from Yuma, and he's not going to get any value out of that. The cage will buy a bit of space here for Yuma, but he's not going to get the opportunity to pot. He just has to look for the parry, but he eats the parry in response there from Juan, able to secure that one. They're going to the focus attack as well. 2 kills with the flying knives, and Alliance make it look so easy there.
A little bit of a weird play there coming on through, letting the Hardy ultimate in full as opposed to trying to catch it with the Akos into the follow-up of that Viper. And then when the Akos cage does come down, there's unfortunately a pillar within the cage itself, so 2 players can break the chains in time. The third just hides behind the pillar, breaks the LOS of it, so no stuns off of the back, and no way of following up the damage. WBG actually taking a page out of FPX's book here. Shayol Zenda Yushan, as OUG's peak opens up with the Tianhai ult. Akos F2 looking to stagger 1 into a first grab. PP's in the Tianhai's hands. The Zenda ultimate doing all of the damage too, with so much of that follow through. Viper V1 is going to come out, locking down LV long enough for Peak to get another grab into the slam. And this is the thing about this Tianhai comp. There's just so much damage that you can do with so much stun setup from both your Viper and the Akos off of both the F2 and that V1 stun. It's an early transformation, but it works out so well.
That was brutal. We didn't even get to see them play that the UA Shen Shayol version there. This fight, they just got absolutely rolled for it. So Baby gonna drop himself a spear, give it over to an ally. There's it's just gonna pop the ultimate here on the Ainur. It's mirror matchups around the board for this one, so everyone playing the same thing. And a lot of lightning, a lot of people flying off into the sky using the cube here. Baby is going to be looking for the Viper. We know this is the high priority target for both of the Ainurs right now, is get that Viper down, force that ultimate out, and maybe look for and fish for that kill early. Once the Viper's down, this is pretty much a sitting duck comp. But, not Viper, sorry, the...
Zip.
Oh, I've forgotten her name. Zip. There we go. Thank you. Brain fart. As you looks to try and catch double parry actually on, immediately goes for the follow-up, and PP just cubes away from it. Another parry comes out from Baby.
Another double
parry. He does not miss on these. Absolutely brutal from him. Wasn't able to get the full follow-up, but those have been detrimental enough in their own right. Double parries coming out as Peak himself has been caught. Baby U's trying to play interrupt, but gets caught. A third parry coming out from Baby U. He is unstoppable as Jang on the zip. That high priority target is now incredibly low. They're able to take him down, and OUG have found their window in this fight. They've got themselves the man advantage. There's no healer to work with or against anymore. And that's another parry. PP falls, and WBG 2-0. Sorry, OUG 2-0 WBG there.
Can we get a count for how many parries Baby U just pulled off in the space of, what, 2 minutes? That was insane. I mean, it's also Spear as well, so you're looking for the parry so that you can get the gold frame focus, which then literally scoops everybody in. And the moment that you did get that one parry, you can see that teammates instantly following up with their own. It's synchronized Dragon Slayers coming on through as we get WFG versus GG. WFG, Syra, Viper, Justina. Miss taking a lot of damage here off of that Eno. But CJS also almost half health at the moment. Probably going to get a zip F now, but it actually goes wide. He's frozen in place, so he's not going to be able to grab it. Now has to turn the attention onto Xiao Wen, who's out of that Justina dashes in a moment. Ult's going to end. Mist waiting for the D-transform, wanting to catch him with the Viper V1! He gets pushed away from hiding behind the pillar by the teammates, and despite the Hardy trying to come through with the triple charge knockback off the ultimate, they're not able to keep CJS up. Stagger, Dragon Slayers, Nezhas, as well as the Viper F silence onto the Zip to make sure that Frufrio can't get away. They can't get the kill in time. The Zip's able to cube on out. Syra V2's invested. Now everyone's going to try and play in the pocket, stun locking everyone in place for that powerful dazzle to be able to hit as the Syra ultimate ends. And Frufrio is about to get absolutely melted. As you can see that there's very little LXM can actually do. He's just got to use his own combo breaker to try to space out of the fight. And this is just cleanup at this point. WFG looking unstoppable with all of these spear usages.
Spear is turning out to be the best tool in the martial arts tournament for trios. It's so powerful. You just have someone fishing, like you're saying, fishing for the parries. So you can just unload off the follow-up off that. I'm going to see the Matari Zenda Junhan Lee comp here coming in. Obviously the Matari's hoping that there's going to be a Viper, but not going to be the case here. Xiao Wen looks for the shots. Puts down that old firewall. Also does give him a bit of a safety net to hide behind as well with that. Gets another shot off there. Still has 2 more charges left on the ultimate here. He's going to try and fish for them, but the freeze comes out. Xiao Wen can't really find a window. It's just going to go for that last shot. Is able to get a little bit of burst out here onto CJS. CJS is getting pretty heavily juggled around here. The Matari invisibility paying off nicely for them. As they're just going to try and play away from the Syra Dazzle. But it looks like they're going to get one caught by the Dazzle. Everyone else is going to try and jump in and play defense, but that is already a man down for WFG. The odds of 2-0ing have significantly been reduced off the back of this one. It's going to have to be a huge, huge save. But Mist has been caught. And there's the parry onto Xiao Wen as well off the back of that one. And GG, they're going to absolutely obliterate the end of this fight. Lovely tie up there and taking it all the way to 3.
Yeah, the eyesight meta for the third players actually changed with the rise of the spear in the martial arts tournament. You saw that when we were following the Zenda's POV. Like, the ult goes down, the Matari ultimate gets used, you're out of the fight for a little bit, so then you go for the scale rush into Dragon Slayer setup, but it actually gets clanked before it can fully hit. So no gold frame to be able to peel the team. As we get LXM holding the Tianhai ult, waiting for WFG to make the first move. It's not the Eno, it'll be the Hardy actually coming on through early. So still potentially grabbable here for LXM. Mist hiding on the pillar, not wanting to get caught out. Oh, this is dangerous. As the 2 teammates just playing behind that pillar, not wanting to get caught. Cube comes in just in time before LXM can get hands on one. Monk ult's done, and this means that WFG holding that Eno ult now have right of way. F into the stun lock. Frufro is forced to use the Kurumi ult to try to stabilize. One more recast potential as the Eno tries to push them outside off of it. We've still got the Zip ult in play as well, and not a lot that GG can really do to try to force it, instead of using these Takeda Furin shots to try and peel the team away.
Yeah, I mean, the patience here from WFG has been the big thing, is they patiently waited till the third round to play this comp, but they also waited very patiently with their ults, let GG get the big stuff out of the way, and then they could go for the punish. No Kurumi to back up here, and Jean are going to jump into CJS's pocket. He is very low on HP, because he330 is doing a good job of playing Peel for CJS, but WFG, sharks, blood in the water and all that, CJS is going down, and now it's a 3 versus 2 as 330 is getting himself completely obliterated. He is going to go for another transform. He's been able to build up enough rage. Maybe a window will present itself to them, but WFG just going to hide behind pillars. They're just going to scatter away. It's going to be very hard for LXM to find those grabs. 330 trying to flush them out from behind the pillar, but he eats a parry and a focus attack off the back of that one as another grab goes just a little bit wide, and there goes the transform from LXM. Does miss, but unfortunately he's de-transformed, and that's going to be 330 getting caught up on the edge here as LXM's trying to get to the tome, but that's not going to happen. Not when 3 people come rushing in to finish you up, and the tome capture has almost come through for Zhao Wen. LXM, he's not going to get his foot in the door. GG go down. WFG, beautifully played. Beautifully.
Yeah, the fact that we saw the early investment of both the Tianhai and the Hardy meant that we saw 2 ult cycles for both the Tianhai but also the Hardy. So when he gets grabbed up, he is in Hardy ultimate. He'd set the cube up. He would have been able to book it away if the slam comes through before the reverb grab. As we get XKG versus OUG, the first time we actually really get to see this Viper Tianhai ACOS now going up against the Eno composition. Tianhai and Eno all invested at the same time. OUG waiting for the Viper and the ACOS, wanting to punish the Hardy ultimate, not the Eno instead. Plus, you don't want to use the Viper stun now because Tutik would just avoid it by iframing with the cancellation of his ult's ending. As it's going to end now, he does not want to be vulnerable and caught out by a silence, and this is when we're going to see OUG get a little bit more aggressive. There's the Hardy ultimate coming into play. XKG having to play very split, no one wanting to get fully locked down by that ACOS cage when it comes on through. Good Eno F forces actually Baby U, who's low enough to be utilizing the ACOS cage, not aggressively but defensively, but he's gone down. The chains got snapped. SS comes out with the Viper V1, but the ACOS cage isn't there to be able to lock their positions down. There is a stun coming through, but you've already lost peak, and everyone on the side of XKG now just joined together to take the Viper down. Very good stuff from XKG, being able to get Baby U that low that they can then just space out of the ACOS cage, which means that the Viper becomes a lot less scary.
Well, it's round 2, exactly same comps, just handshaked over to the other side. Let's see if XKG can maybe pull it off a little bit better. Baby U here on the Ino. He's going to just immediately jump forward. Sees ZXL go for the transform. Baby U answers with a transform in kind. He'll just play Disrupt. Make sure there's no room for the Tianhai to get those grabs off. As Baby U is going to take a little bit of damage here. Immediately, team have jumped in to try and play some level of interrupt along with Baby U. He's lost a bit of HP here. Tutik is... Wait, Tutik's gone? He just got evaporated. Yeah. Electrocuted out of the game there as Baby U's now going to de-transform. Same for ZXL. But down their ACOS already. They don't have the cage capability from the side of XKG. And OUG got themselves a massive advantage here. We'll just look to try and take out the zip and see if they can take away any of that. Sorry, not the zip. That's XKG trying to take out the zip. They're probably going to be looking for the Viper here. Don't want to be getting caught out by that stun. There we go. Viper goes down, and it's a tie at the end. They're going all the way to 3. Okay, so we're 2 for 2 on the on the Ionor comp versus this Monk ACOS comp.
I mean, both ACOSs, well, one had to use the ult defensively, and the second did not get the chance to use that ult before they died. So, that's a great way to be able to stop that comp. Not a mirror matchup, though, as we have the... Oh, no, it is a mirror matchup. Justina... No, not Justina. Feria, Lee, Zenda for both of these teams. Zenda F2 sets up onto ZXL, who goes very low, instantly loses all of their purple armor, has space out of the fight to try to heal it back, something that Peak is not going to allow. Good Feria shots coming on through from Tutik to connect onto him so he can't complete that chase down. And Baby U will be able to survive. We've got one firewall coming out of one Zender ult, Peak getting the parry into the full follow-through, but Chunhuan still has his own Zender mobility with the dashes to backtrack away and gets out unscathed until now, taken down. We've still got one more arrow up for Peak. He's holding on to it as long as possible, finds the connection onto the Lee. And OUG, player advantage, have the Zender F2 to try to scoop onto XKG's Tutik, who gets absolutely scooped up by the bird into the follow-through from that spear, and there's absolutely nothing you can do. Wonderful play coming on out from the Zender, and that's why she started moving into both the martial arts tournament meta and the battle royale. The damage you can do off of the V1, but also the setup potential of the F2 when you have teammates to follow through.
Alrighty, well, going into the final round, I forgot how much fun trios martial arts is. Solos is the one thing I find a bit, it's just the inferior all. But this is what I'm talking about, and that's a big freeze. That's a big cage, but that's a big grab coming in from Peak, as we're going to see the Viper ultimates across the board getting thrown down there, as WFG have been able to secure themselves one kill. OUG do get the clap out as they look for the grabs. Don't think there's going to be any real follow-up coming in off the back of that one. The dazzle could be nasty, as he's just going to look to try and get the slam down, but it's going to be an instant dazzle onto Peak, as he's going to get himself very caught out. OUG already down their ACOS, as SS is just being juggled by the spears in the aerial. Nothing he's going to be able to do about that one. Down he goes, and I don't think Peak's got enough in the tank here. Nope. That was borderline a one-shot. That was absolutely brutal from WFG.
I mean, that's wild, because that was actually a double grab from the Tianhai, but Syra V2 bailed them out of it. And then they'd use the Viper ult aggressively to be able to catch on to the rest of the team when the Tianhai was looking to just create space for everyone, and they could play behind the pillar, which is exactly what the Viper V1 then punished. As we can now see WFG versus OUG, Zender, Matari, Lee versus Hardy, Enor, Zip. Enor comp coming out early with the transform. Zhaoan also utilizing that Zender ultimate. Does have the Matari ult, which means that instead of 3 casts of the arrow, you now get 4. 2 have been used alongside that firewall as well. There goes the third, 1 more left. Pumping all of the damage that we possibly can into Baby U on the transform, forcing SS with that Hardy ult to come play interference against the Zender, who's been spotted out of position, vulnerable, and OUG capitalized target selection. One zips over from the main fight, forcing the 2 versus 1, finding the pick early on against the Zender, who doesn't have a combo break. Baby U tries to go for a Dragon Slayers. His teammate also tries to go for the focus, but they both get parried leading into the Dragon Slayers. But WFG, still one player down, have not been able to translate the damage opportunities into an actual pick. Brilliant Enor F to be able to stop Mist from getting on top of OUG's Peak. The zip is still low, but you're trying to get out of the fight. 1-2 jump LMB off of the spear, sets up the kill onto SS, taking us into a 2 versus 1 situation. This is doable for Mist. Turns the LMB so you don't get parried. Looks for the jump parry himself. He's out of his combo breaker now, though. And OUG, with the light attack stagger lockdown, managed to clutch it up.
That means our final round all comes down to this. OUG, WFG. It's going to be the ACOS Hardy for WFG. On the other side, it's going to be Justina, Zender, Jeonhan Lee locked in. Let's get it. Peak. Don't really know what happened to that scale rush. It's just going to look for something. I'm not going to find that opportunity. It's going to just pop the ultimate here. See if you can maybe find a couple of shots off. Transform comes out from the Iron Ore Ferrier. Also transforming up Peak. Going aerial. Not going to waste that ultimate yet. Wants to kind of wait it out and see when the opportunity comes through. There we go. Coming in from Jean there. Able to get a nice amount of damage down onto Peak. But the cannon shot from SS is going to offer some level of heal to keep Peak going. Peak finally throws down that ultimate. Is going to start sinking shots into the Iron Ore. Gets himself down the first shot. A lot of damage coming in on the follow-up as he's going to be able to break away. One more shot available to him, but Peak has lost all of his armor and he has been caught out of position, but he will be able to reposition back towards the team, which is going to give OUG a little bit of a breath of life here. They do need to be careful because Mist is hunting onto Peak. Peak's just trying to get to safety, trying to get towards the rest of OUG. Isn't going to be able to get the pot off as Mist is just unrelenting into Peak. But Peak finds the turnaround with the flying knives as OUG low HP here as WFG have lost a player. Peak is going to heal. Same for Baby U. They're going to get these pots off, and that's now going to be John trying to play interrupt onto them. He's going to force out the cubes to get some damage down, but Baby U is incredibly low. The zip healing is doing some work, though, for the side of WFG, but now it is only a zip. OUG have potted up, and they're going to be able to take this fight. Nice. I was about to say nice and easy. That wasn't nice and easy. That was very clean from them.
You know, that's the highest I have seen the heart rate monitors go. They hit 170.
What?
We were on 166, and at the tail end of that, 170 was
Their
the
sodium
peak.
intake is way too high. That is a crazy heart rate. That is a crazy heart rate. That's like triple my resting.
Yeah, no, it was wild. You can see like the pressure of the situation, especially with the comp that they're playing. Like the Zender there gets so low, and you see the risk of running Zender. It's the same sort of thing of like running a zip, right? The F2, not a combo break. So you're playing it for that setup for your team. Right, you play on the outsides, you try and send out the bird, you try and scoop someone out of position. It then moves along with where the Zender goes as well, so it's not on the initial cast path that it's locked onto. You can sort of go out of your way to force them more into your team and away from theirs, so that Pure can't come through in time. But you run a huge risk of when the fight is actually turned to you, you don't have that traditional combo break, nor do you have a hardy to be able to supplement the lack of one, which the Zip has access to with the Cube tech. So it becomes very, very scary. There's a very thin line that OUG's players have to tread, both of them going very, very low. And we get a 1 versus 1 off on the side lane, which is then won by OUG's third teammate, allowing them to take the player advantage fight and lock those situations down 2 versus 1 into the next 2 versus 1. So very good stuff coming on through from OUG, who'll be able to walk away with 8 points off of winning that martial arts tournament, setting them up very nicely as we start to head into the Battle Royale portion of the day. But it's time for your question for special gift. Which hero was not used by WFG in game 1? Was it A, Hardy? Was it B, Zipping? Was it C, or was it D, Tessa? Get your answers into Twitch chat. Make sure that you keep an eye on your whisper box to see if you're the one picked. And if you are, make sure that you also have your UID handy, because that is what they will need to be able to send you over those goodies. But yeah, a very interesting and exciting martial arts tournament. We got to see a lot of spears come through, Jake, as yet again, Dragon Slayers into the gold framed follow through seems to be one of the best ways of locking up the Hardy Zip comp when it's all stacked up.
Yeah, no, honestly, it feels like we're in Sparta with the amount of spears getting thrown around there. Beautiful. I really, really like Trio's martial arts. There's a lot of little micro things in there, the positioning as well. Like, we saw fights where, like, individual players were just too isolated from their teams, and people were able to find the punish off the back of that, and no backup could come in while someone played interrupt on the other side. It was genuinely a very, very exciting martial arts. I'm a little bit of a changed man. I was always trios, kind of solos was fun, but it wasn't really my cup of tea. But I will say trios definitely has the better martial arts. I think there's a lot more fun stuff happening there. The fact that they can share weapons with each other as well, so you have a bit of a bit of weapon variability. But OUG, honestly, I wouldn't say this is an over surprise to find out for OUG were able to secure themselves a victory here. And yes, it is only 8 points, so it's not like the biggest amount, but we have seen the points earned in the martial arts be the difference maker. And, all they're doing right now is playing for top 4. If you make it to top 4, and if it's 8 points that is the difference between you and top 4, OUG are going to be sitting happy. And with the pre-proposed points, I mean, this is a 14-point start to the day for them already. So that's not a bad start to kick the day off for the side of OUG. And now we've got 5 more games to go. And everyone else is going to have to do quite a little bit of catching up here. Obviously, Alliance. All of our teams who started with pre-proposed points. Oh, no, actually, no, ignore that point. I was going to say something incredibly wrong there. But Alliance do start at the bottom. They have a lot of work to do to try and get themselves to that top 4 spot.
I mean, GG also losing a little bit of that cushion that they had before, since they only pick up 2 points in the martial arts tournament. And to give you an idea of how close lower bracket round 1 was, we literally went into the last game of the day, no clue who would be able to make top 4, and we saw 2 teams actually shuffled out of being in top 4 and being in lower 4, as we can have a look at some of the highlights from the martial arts matchup. This is Peak here on the Tianhai, finding so many of these grabs. Like, look at the amount of stuns set up by his team. The Acus F2 setting up for the first one. Then we get the cage locking them into place. The scoop, the Viper V1, double grab coming out. Viper V1 now activates so you can grab up the Shayol, slam her down, look for the reverb. She's able to roll out of the way, but you've still done enough that it's now just the only Zender left. You look for the jump parry in case the focus is committed. When it's not, you cover for your team with the F1, all to make sure that every aspect of option is fully covered by your team and nothing can possibly go out of your control.
It's really, really interesting to seeing how the teams do play. Obviously, the Zender making an appearance here in trios. I'm very happy to see as well, because, you know, whenever a new hero comes out, I always get excited. I know Zender's not that new anymore, but whenever a new hero comes out, I always get excited about the concept of how they're going to get played in tournaments, and, you know, especially in trios. I like to theory craft, you know, where and how they're going to slot into certain comps. And, you know, there was a moment where it looked like at the beginning of this season, at least, where Zender just wasn't really going to find that home. But, you know, all they needed was a bit of time in the oven to cook up some ideas. And Zender has at least got herself a comp here. But you said this is one of the more flexible comps, right? So this is one that actually can get played in Battle Royale as well.
Yes.
Where, unfortunately, there was a team who were going to play the Valda, but they lost 2-0, so they didn't get it in the 3rd game. No, my heart doth break. Didn't get to see Tidal Wave Valda in Nbpl. I'll have to wait another year or so before I get to see it again. You
can always go back and watch the VODs.
Yeah, but it's not the same as when it's in the moment. When you're there in the moment, you get it. That's
true. When we saw the Valda, like, for the first time in the martial arts tournament, there was that moment where I was like, is it the V2? And then they used the Tianhai ult instantly into the Valda V1, and the realization hit, and it's like, it's the V1! Felt like seeing an old friend that we had not met for 10 years. It's been that long since we got a Valda V1 usage. That wasn't a misclick coming through on the Nbpl stage.
I'm still living on the high from, I think it was last year or the year before, where we had the Tessa Viper Valda V1 comp. And they tidal waved the entire lobby. The entire lobby got tidal waved. It happened once where they CC'd everyone in the lobby, and everyone in the lobby went, no, we're not doing that. And they ran them down and got taken out. But that moment of the big tidal wave, oh, I live in the glory of that moment constantly. I'm sure we'll buff tidal wave at some point and it'll be playable and I'll get bored of it. But while it's niche and not played, it's my favorite. I love it. But obviously now we're at the point where we are going to start to look towards actual Battle Royale and getting into the meat of the day. So starting off on Padoria, what are we seeing on Padoria and Trios? Because like I say, it's been a couple of weeks since I've been here and things have changed. So what are we expecting on Padoria? Or is it less map specific and more kind of just based on the rotation?
I mean, for Phase 1, most of the time, barring SS1 on Friday, it has been Hardy Enozip. Like, fully locked out in phases. There was 1 or 2 times that we saw teams try to take out the Hardy Zip and slot in the Viper Syra, so they could game the phase system and get a triple Viper comp through the mix, and that's been happening more and more, like, for all maps to be honest. But as of recent, teams have been getting better at locking the compositions in phases. So it tends to be phase 1, Hardy, Eno, Zip, then we go phase 2, and it becomes a toss-up between do you go for the Yushan comp with the Shen Huan Li, Justina, or do you go for the Viper, Syra, Akos? What is not picked there then trickles down into third phase, and then fourth phase becomes a lot of teams like thinking about the Tianhai, Takeda, Temi, and also now the Zenda comp as well. But we do still see the 50% identity crisis that can occur, especially on maps like Padoria, where phase 2 becomes a 50-50 split, and you get 3 Vipers being able to slide through the phasing just because of how easy it is to be able to rotate around Padoria with the catapult systems around Imperium so that you can very quickly get in and out of different fights and move to positions that have like Moonbanes going off for Forbidden Seals, which are dead giveaways that there's a fight occurring that you want to be able to third party. Plus, WBG are in the lobby, which means that, yeah, Tessa, Wuchen, Temi comp for sure will be seeing play today at some point too.
Yeah, you're very right. I always forget about the catapults and like the availability of like how much easier it makes it to turn up to a third party. Because you could be aware, Forbidden Seal's gone down. You could be aware that there's going to be a fight somewhere, but on foot you won't make it in time. For the other teams, they probably would have broken off or kind of restocked and replenished by the time you turn up. But the catapults get you around so fast on this map, so. You're very correct. It's one of those maps where I think third partying is the scariest thing here. It's the most likely map you're going to get third partied on, and there's lots of avenues and angles in which they can do that. So
yes, and everyone's running Initial Rage as well.
Yes,
that was one big change that occurred in 2026. It's not just like one person, it's everyone on the team. So even on Firefly maps, you can basically just pick up as little Fireflies as possible to guarantee that you get your ultimate and then look to be able to use it. Plus Moonbane as well, early Moonbane, very, very much still utilized in the early days of the matches, especially if we do get the WBG Tesla comp. The way that they play it is that they'll drop on a team so they can sweep those kills, get enough money, buy a Moonbane, and then drop it on a team. And if they win that fight, they'll then purchase a second one and try to do it all over again.
Yeah, it's very fun actually. You get with like the fact that everyone's getting money, and get that Moonbane, get yourself an advantage. Again, something you don't really see over in solos because people are looking more about the scaling through the gear angles. You also don't get the Vermilion Birds mosh pit, which is a trios exclusive. I'm ready for that because I've spent the last couple of weeks seeing people pick up Birdsmite and then just avoid each other, and occasionally someone gets their Birdsmite popped.
Oh no, now
trios is just like you turn up the heavy music, everyone gets into the middle and just starts fighting.
Pretty much, yeah. Like you'll see the Vermilion Birdsmite teams as well take each other on very early too, so that like the buff teams cancel out each other. It's points, but it also means that if you knock out a Vermilion Birdsmite team, you both continue in the lobby, which means that there are then more points left on the table that you can pick up later down the line, as opposed to if you knock out a team that doesn't have it, that's the 3 points that you can pick up from them, but then tabled and gone away. So it's actually like a really good way of min-maxing. Plus you curtail the aggression that one of the Vermilion Birdsmite teams can have in the buff duration, because if they lose their buff, they're going to be less inclined to want to fight because they could actually get knocked out of the lobby. Then you also have all of the Yang depletion teams turning up and trying to scrounge and scavenge soul blooms without having to overplay their hand, and it just becomes a carousel basically. A third party, fourth party, fifth party until everyone is cleansed or everyone is dead. Lots of fighting in zone as well, by the way. Like, not just early zone, I'm talking mid to late zones. There have been multiple fights where people have died to zone damage this week.
We've been having that. Like, this has just been something that's been going on so much as of late. In solos, we saw people just chasing each other into the zone and just both dying.
Yep.
I don't know what's going on. Something feral has broken out in the player base here. Like, they yearn for the zone. And waiting for the Shadow Corruption.
Well, every kill counts is the thing, right? Because now that you don't have multiplier anymore, people just want to get kills so that they can guarantee. You see it on Spirit World contests too. Like, teams will sometimes let Spirit World go in favor of searching for kills against players closer to them, because they know, okay, well, one team's going to be picking up the buff and they'll become Thanos in the next 2 moments. But before then, we can still make an impact and find kills now to increase our tally, as opposed to just all toppling over when we try to go contest the buff and get third, fourth partied, and potentially just like the mutual destruction. It's all about scoring as many points as you possibly can, because like you said, it's a lower bracket round today. It's not about winning, it's about being able to break into the top 4 and staying there, which has proved to be a challenge for a lot of teams as of late.
Yeah, it's really about just kind of getting yourself into a point where a big game is great. If you get the opportunity to get a big game and lots of points, that's wonderful. You're going to be sitting happy off that. But honestly, what all of these teams are going to be looking to do today is honestly just have a decent game all day. If they can score a consistent amount of points every game, they're quids in. They're very likely going to be comfortably into the top 4. If you get one pop-off game and then 4 absolutely dog water games, you're going to be in bottom 4. That is the honest truth of how it will go. So I think the consistency, because we don't have big kill multiplayers really jacking up your numbers into crazy numbers anymore, it's such a difference maker. But the Hero Select is absolutely flying by, actually. We're on the 3rd round already. And pretty similar comps until now, where we do see some variation on the Jeonhan Lee comp here. One with the Justina, one with the Yue Shen, and one with Matari and Zenda. Final round, final rotation. What are they going to be looking to pick up?
I mean, WBG, it's Tessa. Oh, no, Shayol, we following FPX? Shayol, Yushan, Zenda? Hey! Yeah. WBG following FPX. OUG also going for a Zenda comp, so we actually, despite having 2 compositions fully locked, we have 3 Zenda comps. It's just that they're slightly different in terms of what everyone's playing. We have a Yushan Zenda Shayol off of FPX's modeling. Then we have the Zenda Temi Tianhai to have maximum amounts of lockdown. Really want to see if they're running the V2, because that's the SS1 composition of the Zenda, where you actually use the V2 variant, not the V1, which is the bind. And the way that plays is basically you have your Temi ultimate, which traps everyone, drains them of their stamina, so that they don't have the opportunity to be able to dodge the V2, which then binds them in place long enough for the Tianhai to be able to get all of the grabs required, although it's a hefty investment. Really, really strong when you have something like Spirit Well in your possession and you have those like buffs, Striker Storm especially, but it can be very, very costly and vulnerable if the fight goes too long, you run out of ultimates, and then a team like the Viper comp rolls up to the mix to third party when you're all out of juice. As headed to the abilities, we could potentially see that V2 come into play. I think everyone else is likely going to be playing the V1, however.
Yeah, very likely. It's like you were saying as well, kind of just quickly picking back to the third party. We're on the third party map. We're on the map. We're getting around really easy. So you do have to be careful, because if a Viper team does see any fighting going on, you bet yourself they're going to be rocking up. They're going to be looking to jump in third party and secure themselves those kills. And with the map obviously being a bit smaller because there's less players and less teams kicking about, those windows, those opportunities third parties do open up. And at the beginning of the season, we did see that third party was actually happening less. But as the season's gone on, people have kind of slowly warmed up and figured out, but yep, we can still third party here. It's not too risky. It's in our numbers, our percentages, our pick rates. 37% pick rate here with an average of almost 10 points for GG on the INL comp. That has been a very, very good comp for them, actually. One they play a lot of with pretty decent results.
It's V1. All of the Zendas running V1, so even though OUG are playing the Temi Tianhai version, it's not SS1's version. It is still the V1 that everyone else has been playing. As everything else pretty much as expected. V2, F2 for the ACOS, F1, V2 for Syra, F1 as well, V1 for the Viper. So we can have a look and see the heart rates. How's OUG doing? Because, yeah, they were the ones really high up. 170, highest that we've seen yet on the NBPL stage. Resting heart rate 142. That's fairly high. You can tell that they're pretty stressed.
If your
they're
resting
going
heart
to
rate is
be
triple digits, that's not good.
well, they're also going to be taking a very quick fight because they're going for Arcadia, which is always contested. So I think that's going to get the blood pumping somewhat, as you're going to have to see out both XKG and Alliance to be able to get your hands on that Vulpine Essence. The Mortal Defiance proc, which can really save you if you start losing something like that first Ram of Yang fight. Getting ready now to head into game. This is Padoria. This has also increased Fireflies, so there's going to be plenty of ultimates flying through the night. As we get ready, we'll be following WBG and DRG, who are just currently looting up. Nothing coming to blows quite yet. WBG not really in a good position loot-wise, going to have to move away, as we do indeed get to see XKG OUG up here in Arcadia. OUG already getting weapons. XKG looking like they're trying to disengage, but Xunhuan's been caught a little bit out. There goes the Zenda F2 to hold him in place. Baby U coming on through with the charged R&B of that fan. Syra F1's already been forced through. We can see 1, 2, light attack off of Baby U, 2-tick, no armor, no ultimate to his name currently. Trying to take as much damage and do as much damage as possible to be able to build that one up to turn the tables onto OUG's team. But the F2 comes back in full, and you just see him get grabbed. There's nothing he can do. You get silenced when you're held there, and it's just the charged R&B off of the halberds and that fan damage coming on through that takes him down. Zenda F2 in trios, it's lethal.
It's so strong. I was just looking at Baby U's heart rate, to be honest, more than anything. 150 peeking at in that fight. It climbed up about 30 BPM over the course of that fight. That is absolutely crazy. But now you do jump in. Zenda hitting onto multiple people here. Revenge gonna get jump forwards as we do see OUG break out the transform. Rushi also answering with a transform of their own. Sandstorm has been thrown down off the back of that one as OUG do get caught, but Peak's able to get slammed down onto one. It's gonna look for the regrab onto Yuma, able to do so. Baby U's just getting so much damage in. The follow-up from the slams is brutal. Peak has been caught by the freeze, but he has been able to break away. Looks for the grab, isn't gonna make the connection onto Revenge as now the transform has dropped. Revenge purple armor already is going to be very tanky to work with. OUG finally losing players, and down goes Peak off the back of that one. Alliance for great third party, able to secure themselves those kills. It's Alliance jumping up into 5th place off that fight as well, slowly creeping up the board.
I mean, the problem there for OUG is that they just did not have the damage. It's so early in the game, you're playing a comp which scales off of the rarity of weapons, so when the slam comes through, it's only scaled off of blue weapon. So we've got Acre's Cage being used here, Syra ults following up, RW also dropping a Moonbane right on top of this fight too. So WBG will try to disengage as quickly as they possibly can. We're going to be seeing AB holding up this Viper V1. We'll have it in a moment. Has to use it here. Looking to lock these players down on the side of WBG. They're all going to be stacked up. This is dangerous. But the reason that they stacked up was so they could all get that Yushan ult coming into play. And LV could do so much damage chunking through in one lane. As WBG, despite RW's Moonbane, win out the fight in Imperium, and now I get the opportunity to be able to look through all of those resources, as we can see that Alliance was the team that came out on top of the free in Arcadia, making it out with the red Vulpine Essence that will be held in the hands of the Justina.
Yeah, very nice for the Justinas to be running around with that one. Bit of a safety net for them. Obviously, it gives you a big boon going into the Ramayang. Kind of just gives you gives you almost, not a 4th man, because that would be a whole other series of things, but gives you that extra health bar. That last bailout, that thing that could be the difference maker in that first Ramayang. 2nd, if you're lucky, if you can push it through into there as well. As GG. Purple armor onto LXM and 330. Have been able to gear up somewhat here. CGS not quite so geared. Would like to try and grab him some purple armor if they could. Get some more scaling over to them. Also, weapon rarity. Nothing too major at the moment. But obviously, with the Ramyang spawning up in about a minute and a bit's time, teams are going to be looking towards that. That's going to be the big place for them. As XKG inside the zone right now, obviously just doing the last little bit of looting after losing their revives. Tutik has been able to pick up himself a purple armor. ZXL just switching off the grey and onto the blue there as well, but teams are slowly getting geared up enough to be able to take this first Ramyang, and that is important, not only for the Bird's Might and the points you'll be able to secure through the Bird's Might, it's also about the kind of rarity you're going to be able to get. You can get a gold weapon, which a lot of these teams are going to be scaling off. The weapon rarity is going to be a big deal, as RW, trying to make their way into the zone, have been caught here by XKG, and now they're going to be forced back. But the cage is caught out here by the ACOS and Youth. I think this might just be you done, my friend, unfortunately. Caught by the stun. And XKG grabbed himself a freebie. Nice little kill there for XKG.
Yeah, really good stuff coming through from XKG. RW losing the hot drop fight, go out into the zone. It's early days in the game, so the zone damage is doing very little. And it also provides extra layers of cover. You don't really expect teams to be there, but obviously now that strategy has been revealed for a very long time, teams can just scout around the edges of the zone, pick apart the teams that are rezzing into it to come through with areas that have not yet been looted when they revive, and you grab yourself up some very easy kills very, very quickly, and you can still rotate to the Realm of Yang. Also, if you're wondering why they use their ultimates, one, it's because they knew they'd be able to pick up the Soul Bloom, which means that the ultimate generation is actually increased in Immortal War for a split amount of time. And two, is Padoria, which means floating pile spawn, and since it's a Firefly increased map, when those floating piles spawn, they bring with them Fireflies as well as loot. So get your hands on those. Your ultimate is instantly back before the first Realm of Yang pops on up. Speaking about popping up, Alliance GG, both wanting to go into the same Realm of Yang here. We're all playing friends, no one griefs, and we all get through. No one loses a teammate to something like a straight Temi-Wisp before they can make it into the portal. Alliance, 2 sets of purple armor up for them. We know as well that Yuma has the Volpine Essence. OUG don't know this, but it might proc, especially if we get a double grab coming on through. Zenda F2 trying to just push them and get a scoop when everyone hides behind the pillar away from that Tianhai. This peak's already up in Vajra form. Yushin ult's on the field as well, so that Alliance have the opportunity to deny one double grab. Justina Freeze connects onto the Tianhai, slowing Peak down somewhat. But very little follow-up damage. It's all coming onto SS instead, who's going so low and actually goes down. Yuma's got his own defensive in the form of the F, and now they're just turning onto Baby U, who can do a lot of damage, but unfortunately does not have a combo breaker. And Alliance lock him absolutely down. They can just try and stagger out this late kill onto Peak as well to make sure that they have the buff longer than the rest of the teams. But it looks like they might just... Nope, there we go. Now we're going to leave him to just stew for a while and make sure that we have the later lasting Vermilion Bird's Might.
Yeah, pretty standard tactic there. Very fast takedown, but that is why the Justina has basically since Season 1 been a very solid answer to the Monk. Is the freeze just wastes his ult timer. You don't have to do damage to him while he's in ult form, actually, while he's frozen. In fact, it's probably better to leave him be and get that. Is that the fish head skin? That is the fish head skin. It's so goofy. It's so goofy. But yeah, you get the freeze down onto the Monk or any transformer in general, and you can just burn their ult timer. It's been the playbook for a while. GG, they were posturing, but they decided against it.
Well, XKG were camping the Spirit Well. So basically, they got the cap to as much percent as was required without fully capping it. And then they were just like waiting to cap it for the teams to win their Realm of Yang so that Draco Storm would then be able to last the same duration as Vermilion Birdsmite. You can see it there at the top right with the timer tracking the uptime of all of these buffs, as we can have a look and see one of our other Realm of Yangs, CGS, coming on through with the Una ult. Now turning his attention onto Shuan, who's going very low. Unor getting the stun into the hardy follow through. There's very little that Shuan can attempt to try to do to get out of this one, except just turn the team onto CJS, deal enough damage that the Unor's forced to disengage, but no, he's going back in, he's got the zip, he's got the zip F. He feels more than confident to be able to turn the pressure onto this Matari, who's forced to dashing out with the F. CGS with the hardy cube, though, is able to keep up the pressure and chase them down. We did get an armor swap coming on through, so the Matari will be able to survive, but that opens up the space for GG to take a 3 versus 1 up against Mist and drop them so quickly. Scale Rush into charged RMB, Flying Knives, looks for the power onto Shuan, finds it. The turn as well from his teammate instantly when that opening has been provided. This is what GG is so known for, the coordination in their 3v3 fights.
Yeah, GG. Tail oldest time, really, isn't it, with these guys? Very, very coordinated. Typically a team who are always very good in the final circle as well. One of the things that I was impressed in some of my early casts of trios was actually how they seem to have adapted to a much faster paced tempo of a meta. Because GG always shun the best in metas where lots of people made it to the final circle and they could mop up. But that's not the case anymore. In fact, we see circles close quite regularly in the game. So it's good to see GG have adjusted their playstyle in answer. And while I'm glazing them here, they are getting taken down by Alliance very convincingly. Absolutely eviscerated as Yuma is just going to jump away to safety as WBG able to take that fight nice and easy. Alliance also in a bit of danger here. The Birdsmites are just being popped around the board. The Zender shots coming through. And Alliance getting kind of smoked up here by the side of WBG.
Well, they have later ults.
The season
is the thing. Alliance go for GG and use their ults there to pick up the kills. And then WBG come through with the fourth party and with the ult. Yuma's just going to try to stand and die to have Vermilion Birdsmite proc in time so that he reses with his team. Unfortunately for him, though, that means that BLADEPOINT essence pops as well. I'm honestly surprised that OUG did not do the min-max thing, which is when he stands still, you know he's got Vermilion Birdsmite and it'll run out soon. So if you just delay that kill for a few more seconds, you can actually fully stop him coming back. But no, they let the kill come through in time. Vermilion Birdsmite does pop. Xinchuan now comes out with this Viper V1 stun. Doesn't manage to get past the door frame to have it connect onto Mist, but the rest of his team are there to be able to find the follow through instead. As we still have OUG and one player from WFG on that Yang depletion. Unfortunately for WFG, having Yang depletion means that if you lose a player, you don't have the opportunity to revive them by tapping the Ken. They just instantly drop. The only chance that you have to bring them back is via Rebirth Charm, as Dongqing and DRG are pushed out of the lobby as well. All three of that team so far, Jake, that lost their Realm of Yang fights, pushed out of this lobby, and I think OUG might just be following suit. GG popping the no ult zone as well to make sure that Pete can't use the Tianhai ult. That's a rough one.
So they were going for the revive. They'd fallen and they had the revive tickets. Well, they were on their way to get the revive tickets at the least. And GG found the lone member. That is heartbreaking for them. And that, honestly, was just because they went where the Realm of Yang is going to be. So, of course, there's going to be teams kicking about over here. As what on earth is that? Was that just the spectator camera? That was weird.
Well, you have to be more specific. There's many things on the screen.
There was a big glowing light in the sky floating over the arena. That was like an angel descending on the Realm of Yang. I don't know if that's like the spectator camera just appearing. I don't know, but oh well. Maybe we'll see it again in the future, maybe we won't. LXM takes a slight focus attack there from the halberds. Quick switch over from Yuma from the halberds back on to the nunchucks now. CGS is going to be playing interrupt onto him. Does look for the lockdown. There's the freeze out from Yuma. Will be dashing forwards a couple of times. Looking for a lockdown onto CGS is going to be the key target. Has been able to find LXM instead, so just get a nice little bit of burst out onto him. Freeze lands onto CGS, gets a big chunk out of his health bar there with the halberd. But only one dasher available left to him. Yuma has been caught here, goes for the freeze. Dash is now off cooldown. Oh, sorry. On cooldown because he has no ultimate left available, but CGS is going to catch him with the uppercut, the grapple to keep him in the aerial as Yuma can't break away and there's no one coming to bail him out. It is just a group of isolated 1v1s, and Alliance are going to be on the back end of it as GG now can consolidate their power in the 3 versus 2. Revenge was looking to try and find that clang, find that parry onto CGS and maybe turn it around. Both of these two playing with their food. Revenge on his lonesome. Down he goes. GG. Like you're saying, they're just so coordinated in these fights.
I mean, CGS also just had full bar on the nunnies to be able to use the block and stop the focus hit from being able to find the connection. So you're playing super safe with all of your option selection there in that fight. There's something to note for Alliance is that they do have velocity. For Yuma, the problem for him is that it's blue nunnies. So when he was with the Justina roll, that's why he was playing the purple halberd, so he had the most amount of damage to be able to follow up that very small freeze timing that those players remain CC'd for. XKG now we will be following as Xunhuan, Viper. So far, no F invested. Xiaol ults early, so yeah, this is the way the FPX play it. Xiaol ult first, put the pressure, force out more ultimates, and then play for the late game with both your Zenda and your Yushan ult. Viper V1 comes on through after the Syra ults ended. LVPP, both about to get fully stunned with all of the follow-up damage. And yeah, there we go. XKG, big Syra stun into very big Viper ult. There's nothing you can do about that if you're the Yushan team too, since you can block out the impact of the Viper stun, but you can't block the powerful dazzle at the expiration of the Syra V2.
Sorry, Happy. I was holding a laugh back because the way you read the names out in order, they went LVPP, and it just, my child brain just started laughing at that one. Anyway, coming back, that was just that. I love that crowd control comp. I absolutely adore it. It's so effective at dealing with any level of transformer comp, like the Iron Ore, the Monk, any comp like that, because you can find them with the one bit of CC guarantees the next bit of CC, which basically guarantees the kill, can guarantee multiple kills. As we are going to see WBG going for revives with rebirth charms, as LV is going to be able to grab himself, picked back up, grabs all of their goodies. And they still need to get some more rebirth charms, though. They've only been able to bring back one from the side of WBGB and their Shale. Still going to have to do a bit of work on the other side. Alliance, don't know if they have any rebirth charms available to them right now, or the window to do it, so they may just have to look for the kills. But as we hit that 10-minute mark, 15 players left in the game. That's 5 teams. So still quite a lot of people kicking about, quite a lot of points kicking about as well, which is the big one here. Obviously, OUG started off strong at the beginning of the day, only getting 4 kills in this game, bumping them up to 18 points. But GG, and you're talking about the loss of that kind of cushion after losing the martial arts, they have somewhat refluffed that cushion there, as they got themselves 7 kills, up to 17 points, and we are starting to see a fairly distinct line get drawn at the top here. But towards the middle of the table is a bit more blurred, so still plenty of room for movement, and it's still very early in the day, so a lot can happen.
Well, there's about to be a very big fight happening because everyone's buffs have now run out and everyone's about to hit the minute mark on Yang depletion. So they did change Yang depletion. What you'll actually see is that timer does sometimes increase. See how it's going from 48 to 49? It's off of doing damage. So everyone's going to break out the cannons, the muskets, just trying to lengthen that timer out a little before we all commit into this fight with everyone just investing the old dumps. Wow, yeah, FPX really with that Shayol composition. We've got the train version, the F2, as opposed to the F1 from the Shayol utility. Xander V1's on the field alongside that Yushen ult. Own Yushen ultimate. Off of going very, very low. GG's also about to show up to the party to crash it. As Yuma free dashes to his name on that Justina, gets the freeze off onto LV. Akos F2 though means that he can't follow up because here comes RW. And this is not a good position for all of these teams to be in because Yang Depletion's about to pop, the ults are about to be done, and everyone who doesn't have Yang Depletion still have their ultimates and can come through with the third party opportunity. Yuma's out of that Justina, there's the Akos cage into the Viper V1. This Justina is about to get frozen in place, but not to his own ultimate, to the team instead. RW put a pause on the lobby, and GG also stealing a kill away with muskets, playing from afar, just not wanting to put themselves into the crosshairs of the rest of the lobby. This is where we see the lobby shrink quite drastically as Rushui is about to go down, gets parried out of the Dragon Slayer by RW and taken out, pushing Alliance out of the lobby, making that the fourth team fully eliminated as WBG still playing cheat death by going for the rebuff charm strategy instead.
Yeah, but I don't know if there's going to be enough rebuff charms or enough money for them to be able to get multiple rebuff charms at this point. So only one person standing for the side of WBG, that being LV, on the Shale. So, like I said, seeing 5 players get knocked out. Everyone else has now picked up depletion as XKG were able to get the very important Yang Spirit Well. So everyone else is now going to be forced to go for those fights, although there is a flag available. Other Spirit Wells up as well. We'll see if anyone goes for the contest off that one, but XKG feeling quite strong now off that and have forced everyone onto a little bit of a weaker position, and it feels bad for LV because his team did everything to get him back before going down to the depletion, and then he immediately gets hit with another round of depletion, and he is the only person for his team.
What's going on with GG? Their Zip just died to the zone.
I missed that entirely. Oh, were they fishing for something? Maybe you were just on the money about people just randomly dying to the zone.
Well, CJS has had to pop party ult and just book it. With that cube, yeah, LXM's covering for his Eno at the moment, but CJS has gone low. No, like, GG must have been caught out. We were following XKG because they were able to pick up, like you said, the Yang Spirit Well. I think everyone else who still had Yang Depletion turned on to GG and just went for them. They got the kill onto the Zip without the Zip to sustain the team. Everyone else were just in a really rough position as we get Venn diagram come through. Akos cage into Akos cage. RW fully locked up at the moment. Yuan having to just collide with the wall twice to be able to snap the chain in time before Moonbane hits onto that position. As everyone scatters on off, that gives GG's last player the opportunity to survive. We can see LXM fully healed up in the mix of everyone. Assassin's Lunge revealed on the side of XKG's Viper. That's one to watch out for, but now that you know it's on the table, it becomes a little bit easier to predict parry. But Shunohan who finds the parry instead. Charge LMB uppercut into Assassin's Lunge into charge RMB whipsword follow through, and XKG are just absolutely steamrolling. Viper stun sets up the next elimination. LXM's been able to outlive most of RW, make that RW's whole team, because XKG just left him for last.
I mean, that game just went from like chill to XKG win. Like a very, very explosive end there on the final circle, and they just tidied that up nicely. XKG, great start to the day, able to get themselves some good points on that game, and you know, they got placement points as well as taking first place. Like, that's a great game there for XKG. And I'm sure they're feeling really good with themselves off the back of that one. Winning our first of the Battle Royales, game number 2 of the day. And, you know, putting some decent points on the board. Now, they've got to stay consistently high today. They've got 4 more games to do that, so they can't really have a bad game. But I don't really know what happened to GG. They obviously, like you said, they must have just got turned on to by the lobby, forced into the zone where they lost a player, and that game just crumbled away from them. But they did do enough work to somewhat recover and recuperate the fact that they didn't do well in the martial arts tournament. So they're still very much in a top spot right now, but I'm sure they would have liked to have been a little bit higher off the back of this game.
I mean, what's wild as well is, like I said, the Spiral situation, XKG get it, and then instead of everyone trying to turn onto XKG, they turn on each other in the middle of Moonbane. We get 2 Ecosols, just locking everyone in position. And it means that no one has ults to be able to stop XKG from just rolling through everyone who's still up with buff, ult cycles, and all of the Soul Jades required. Like, they find the 3 versus 1s to just assassinate. Literally, we see Dagger come out, Whipsword come out, CC Carousel, very little chance that you can actually escape it. And everyone had just lost too many players. The teams were already just decimated down to 1 or 2 players left. XKG were the only ones with a full team up. But make sure that you're looking up these answers. Which team got the most kills in Game 2? Was it A, XKG? Was it B, WBG? Was it C, Alliance? Or was it D, GG? Get your answer into Twitch chat and make sure to keep an eye on the whisper box so that you don't miss out if you are the person selected. But yeah, Jake, that was a really weird one. The early zones, very chill in comparison to what we've experienced previously. Mid to late game, still fairly chill. And then we hit second realm of Yang depletion and everything just gets lit up.
Historically, what I have seen in NARAKA this season is if you have an explosive early game, you actually have a very slow end game. But if you have a chill early game, you have a very explosive end game. You never seem to get a game where like the momentum carries the whole way through. Very rarely, I say never, you do see it occasionally where like one team is just completely controlling the tempo of the lobby and everyone's playing to beat at their drum. But very often it's you get one or the other, and it makes perfect sense, right? Like if you have a chill early game, there's a lot more people in the end game, and once they do get forced on top of each other, that starts a snowball of fighting until there's only one team left. On the other side, if you see a lot of people getting knocked out very early, you'll only have a handful of teams at the end of the game, so they won't be forced together until like the final moments of the game. So it kind of makes sense that because we had such a chill start to this game, that everything went really, really explosive. Because I was expecting Arcadia to be a total bloodbath. We saw, I think it was 4 teams dropping in the area, like 3 directly on it and a 4th team close by.
Yes.
But it kind of like, it was like throwing like an explosive, like a little like pop, like one of those little popper things into a room of cats. Like everyone just scattered. They all just went in different directions at the moment the loud bang went down. And that was Arcadia.
A cucumber versus a cat, yeah, where everyone just sort of got spooked and jumped up into the sky. But XKG were the ones that walk away with the MVP, and yeah, they just ran the lobby after the Yang depletion situation hit.
Yes,
and
they did.
like honestly, I think a huge part of it as well was down to the fact that like we had 3 teams of Yang depletion, and we had that massive brawl when everyone hit 1 minute left on the depletion timer and went, okay, we have to get the kills now, we have to invest the ults now, or we're out of this lobby. And then the teams who weren't in that position just took advantage of the chaos, stayed on the outskirts, grabbed kills off of ranged weapons, things like the musket, the flintlocks, as XKG off of the back of that one actually overtake. They put themselves into first position. Now, granted, it's not a massive lead in comparison to GG. It's only 4 points, but 4 points is at the moment all you need, as we're starting to see some teams pull ahead. WFG, DRG not having a good showing of it so far. DRG 0 points in the martial arts, 3 points in our first battle royale. That is not what you want to see.
Yeah, no, it's a very rough one for those at the bottom of the table, but they still have 4 games to play recovery, but every game is going to be very, very important for them. XKG, though, you know, after the end of the second game, they're 10 points above 4th. Every time you get yourself that little bit higher than 4th place, you just feel that slight bit of ease, that slight bit of comfort. And, you know, it's one of those comforts that will be short-lived, because even if you do qualify, you then got to go into the actual finals themselves, and then that's a whole other beast to tackle. A very fun beast, a very exciting one, and one they want to be tackling, but, you know, it will be very much out of the frying pan into the fire. But we'll have a look at the replays from this game. And it's interesting because you even noted it. GG, they so coordinated until they weren't. I really don't know what happened with them, but they every fight we saw GG in, they were incredibly coordinated and looked really, really formidable. And in the one fight we didn't see them in, something went wrong. And I really want to know what it was, because something went really wrong for GG.
Well, I mean, it was the fact that their zip died as well, so I don't know if the Hardy ult was used and then the zip had to cube but got chased down and had to go wide out into zone, because like I said, she goes down to zone damage, not an actual team. But it is ZXL coming through with the MVP playing the Syra, and not a lot of like high impact Jades, which is something we're actually seeing more and more of. Like, it's very rare these days to actually get to see legendary Soul Jades.
Yeah, well, it's one of those ones where, because it was a lot of blue Soul Jades and then switched Just Dazzle, which is very interesting. But yeah, it was just one of those games where, you know, they weren't necessary because they were just able to chain it together. They had a really, really good comp. That comp is so strong when played effectively like that. So yeah, I'm very impressed with what we saw from XKG. But obviously that was only game number 2, so still 4 games to go and a lot of work for them to stay at the top of the table, or at least they want to stay at the top end of the table, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's the game, right? That is the aim for all of these teams today. Stay within the top 4 or be able to break into top 4 by the end of the day. That's the only way that you'll be able to qualify through this lobby and make it to the grand finals on the 17th to join the top 4 teams that have already qualified through. And I think that's something else to note as well, right? Because we're lacking the top 4 teams in this lobby, we're also lacking a team that's being really dominant and fully controlling the tempo. Usually GG would be in that discussion, but GG also not really want to be very aggressive at the early to mid part of the game. You saw like their hot drop, they kept to themselves. They always land in their own positions. If you want to go challenge GG, you have to go into their own home territory to be able to do it. If not, they're more than content to just slow roll their way through, pick up money, pick up gear, go into the first realm of Yang and scale on through. But we'll be back coming through with our second Battle Royale map after this short break. Welcome back, everybody, to Game 2 of the Battle Royale aspect of the Nbpl lower bracket last chance qualifiers round 2. V2 for our trios teams. And Jake, we're getting to see a couple of new comps come through. We got the Xander, but we saw it in 3 different variants. Unfortunately, none of them are able to pick up an MVP, but as we were discussing during the break just there, it still puts points on the board, right? It's sort of like a damage control if you don't get a composition in one of the earlier phases.
Yeah, it's one of those comps where, you know, even if it's not like an S tier comp, like one of the best things you could be picking up, what you do get out of the value of that comp is the fact that it will consistently score, it will do damage, you'll be able to win fights with it. Also, I'm not necessarily saying you're never going to get an MVP with it. We're just yet to see an MVP with this comp. It's also one, like you were saying just a second ago, there's been different variants of it, so it's very much in that early, everyone's got different ideas on which is the best version of the Xander comp and trying to figure out exactly what they're trying to do and what they're trying to build. I think once players start to kind of unify on an idea of what is the version of this comp, that is where we'll see probably its MVP start to show up. I think the first time you see a team MVP with this comp is when we'll see teams go, okay, this is the version we all need to be trying, and then we'll start seeing meta develop around that. Personally, I love it at this phase where everyone kind of doesn't know what works with a certain comp, but they know it's good, and they're just trying to find that diamond. They're just polishing. But yeah, it's a really cool comp. It's scary. I still think genuinely the strongest comp right now isn't the one the players think is the strongest comp. I actually do stand by this ACOS lockdown comp is the strongest comp. I think it's so effective because it's a hard counter to what is considered the strongest comp. It's just so good at locking down like a key target, stopping them from using any of the transforms, because there's multiple transform comps kicking about. You know, it's so powerful. So I've proven myself to be a bit of a big fan of that one, and I was at the beginning of the season, and that has not changed at the end.
Surprise, surprise, Jake does not like the zip composition in trios. Who could possibly have foreseen that one coming through? All of the OG Nbpl watchers from base zip release, yeah, they'll probably be agreeing with you on that one. But I mean, meta will shift. It always does shift. We have a new hero coming through as well, Tara. She's going to change the game of trios for sure. She is insane. I feel like all supports in NARAKA always are. Like, Syra was absolutely crazy when she first dropped. Tara is something else, like the reses. The fact that she can bring your teammates back 4 seconds from where they died, including position and health, and then if you get a kill within that time, they're actually back as opposed to dropping back into can form. It's a game changer, Jake. It truly is.
If I speak, I'm in much trouble. I hate the revive
V2
mechanics.
Well, the good thing is, it's going to be the same like thing as when you look at the Zip and the Wu Chen, right? It's you just have to kill her first. You straight up just have to kill her first to make sure that the res does not come through. Plus, she'll be pretty weak in terms of Realm of Yang as well, since like if a teammate has to actually be dead and in Ken form to be brought back, then potentially the ultimate does not actually bring them back within the Realm of Yang. I'd have to lab that, though.
Yeah, we need to test that, because I think, genuinely, if she can revive in Realm of Yang, she is going to be the most annoying, busted thing in the world. If she can't revive in Realm of Yang, she's never going to get pro play. I think her ability to revive in Realm of Yang will be the decider on whether or not she's playable or not.
Yeah, if the V1 or V2 proc in Realm of Yang for sure. Although I believe with how Yang depletion works, it would not be able to proc there because, as we said, when you have Yang depletion and you die, you die. Yeah. You don't get like a can that your teammates can tap to be able to revive. No, the only way that they'll bring you back is via Rebirth Charm bought from a shop and then used at a Soul Altar. So I imagine she won't be able to use the V1 or the V2 to swerve that fate. But that is us theorizing in the future. Now we get to talk about what we actually have at present, and yet again I feel like it's going to be phase 1 locked out with the Hardy Eno Zip. You might not MVP with it, but it's still like consistent enough that you have good kills, you've got good Realm of Yang potential, you've got some good sustainability and also disengage potential too. if these fights go long, you can just get away, especially if a third party comes on through. Plus, you have that inner ultimate, which does insane amounts of damage very early on when people just don't have gear to be able to live it. But that's sort of the benefit of the Zender at the same time, too. Like we saw early on, OUG's initial fights off rip with the Zender F2, every time that you scoop someone with that bird, they died within 2 seconds. Where it gets a little bit, like, funny, though, is that it's being played with Tianhai. Because Zender early on, great. Tianhai early on, awful. You have no good rarity of weapon, so your damage is very low. And you have no good rarity of armor, so your health is very low. And you just become a large target that's very squishy.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's... I mean, right now, what's fun about this meta is it's very rock, paper, scissors. Like there's comps that counter comps, there's comps that counter comps. It kind of goes in a big circle, and you've got to read those fights well because I don't think there's many comps that are like such hard counters, but it's just like if you see them on the other side of a realm of Yang, you're like, we're in trouble. But you do have to play very smart around it, and I think one of the things that is probably getting done wrong by some teams is I think where they would normally dump ults early. I think sometimes into certain comps, you don't do that. We saw it in the martial arts, actually. I think it was WFG, actually, who did it. Who they were really patient with their transforms and their big ults. They waited everything out and then turned what looked like a rough fight around because the other team had dumped their ults at the beginning and they just chilled. They took the beating and then dumped their ults afterwards and, used their advantage where there were no answers to be used against them. So I do think that's probably the one thing I would like to see the players and the teams work on. Probably a little late now, but for next season is judging like the differences in ult and like their fights, because I do feel like a lot of the fights they have a formula for how this comp works, and they just go A, B, C, D, and they follow that formula. But depending on who you're playing into, that's dramatically different. Dramatically different how you should be playing that.
Well, getting ready to head into Battle Royale Game 2, overall Game 3. So once we finish this one, we'll be halfway through the day. Which means that we'll be looking at that leaderboard. I mean, yeah, it flies because these games, they just do not go long. Like, I think that's one of the reasons why, as you pointed out, GG's just took a nosedive, essentially, in terms of points they were able to pick up. The whole duration of Stage 2, they picked up 14 points. They picked up 40 in Stage 1. But like you said, GG have always been a closing team. Like they hit their power peak at endgame, and that's where they start spiraling those kills into MVPs and high-scoring rounds. But those zones, they're a thing of the past. It's so rare. I can actually count on one hand the amount of times this season, not just Stage 2, but this whole season, that I have witnessed a zone close in a trios lobby. It's so rare. And even then, it was like wild situations where it was a 1 versus 1 versus 1 or a 2 versus 1 versus 1. Not full teams being able to make it all the way through. So GG being able to play for those late games and come away with 20 kills, that's gone now. They have to adapt to the new tempo.
Yeah, no, it's one of the things that I will always use as a metric to judge like how good a team and their kind of coaching staff and everything is how good they are at adapting and changing as metas change. Because NARAKA as an esport is honestly one of the ones that I see goes through the most like significant changes frequently. Like there's always something fairly dramatic getting changed every season. Whether it's a new hero, new rule set, new scoring system, this season an entirely new tournament format, like all of those things do actually matter. Because I mean, coming into this season, one of the weaknesses that I felt some teams and some players and solos had was they were kind of used to the old system where they could give up the first bi-weekly and then look to play kind of catch up for the 2 through to 5. But nowadays, that's a lot harder just because, if you have a bad couple of first days in the double elim, you are eliminated. You're out. It's done. You have to wait till the second rotation. And it's less days to play that way. It's less experience. You don't get as much time to get practiced and readied. So yeah, it's always very interesting seeing how quick teams can adapt and change. And it's such an important metric to see how good a team is on how quick they adapt. And I'll tie that into GG because I talked about it a little bit at the beginning of today, and that last game was, I think GG's biggest strength this season was they actually really changed their playstyle. And GG have always been a stubborn team who refused to change their playstyle. They would always drop at Secret Tunnel or Imperial Village, and they would just do the same drop spots. They'd do the same fights. They'd do the same game plan, play for the final circle, clean up loads of kills in the final circle, translate that with kill multiplier and placement points to win. There we go. But this season, they've been a lot more coordinated in fights. They've been very good at using what they learned from late game fighting and applying it to early game, applying it to Realm of Yang. And actually, GG, yeah, they went out fairly early in that last game, but they did still get quite a lot of kills. GG's still doing pretty well.
Well, we're getting ready to head into game 3, which will be Morris Isle. Still Fireflies as well, like that's one of the big changes here that occurred in Trios, like the map cycle that we had. We have so many Firefly maps. It's like back to back to back to back coming on through. When we go to Holoroth, it's Starry Night, a map that actually had been removed. For a majority of NBPL last year, I was very sad to see it go, as it's my favorite map out of all of them. But it's back now, and it means that there's so many ultimates and there's so many kite paths as well, where teams will go for Fireflies very early on. They'll use their ultimates, and then if they think their opponent actually has ult advantage, they'll then kite to Forbidden Seal. Something that we saw so much of on Friday was actually the usage of Forbidden Seal. Pretty much for the whole duration of every map, there was always a fight going on around a no-ult zone as we get ready to head into our phases. XKGRW, yeah, these two teams, they don't play about phase 1. That's going to be the Hardy Eno Zip lock. What's really going to draw the eye is what WFG and Alliance do. We're also yet to see WBG break out the Tessa Temi Wuchang comp. They usually pick it on phase 2, 3, or 4. So we could see it here, especially on Morris Isle Night.
Alrighty, well. Oh, quick ping back, quick freeze. I'm interested to see what these guys can be looking to lock in here. Obviously, we know it's a mirror matchup at the end of the day. And I was very avidly... I've not been a big fan of the mirror matchups historically. But when I spoke to Raven about it when we last casted, and he actually made a very good point. It's to stop targeting whoever's at the top or whoever's contesting you. And now I haven't got any beef with it. But what I do have beef with, the fact it's always a bloody Einor comp every time. Comp's so boring to me. But this comp's not. This comp's awesome. Two variations of it, the Justina and the ACOS variation, but very heavy crowd control comps regardless. And I mean, the Justina does, I think, better into Transformers because you can get that lockdown onto that big target, find them, keep them pinned, and just keep the CC on that way. Where the ACOS is better in, if you're looking for a particular target, like a Zip or something, you can look for them, find that person, blow them up with the CC, or maybe in like a Zenda case, a Zenda in that comp.
Ooh. We're locked. If you want Tianhai, it would have to be Temi Takeda for GGDRG, because, yeah, 2 Zenda comps coming through in phase 3. Which means Yushan, Justina, Shenhuan Li. Since, yeah, 1 Justina with the Viper. But that does mean that Justina was not fully locked. Crucially, though, Viper Zyra was. So, it's fine. We make sure that the truly OP aspect of that composition does not reach the rest of the teams. Can't just slot Viper Zyra and then third hero into the mix in phase 3. So, a good mix of compositions coming on through. We will have a lot of Yushans running around the field, though. We'll have 3 of those. Since we do have, yet again, this Xiao Yushan Zenda composition alongside the other Zender comps making their way through the ban draft. But crucially, we've stopped the count for the Vipers at 2, and the Eno compositions have also been limited to 2. No Tianhai as well, which I think is a big deal because, yeah, you'll have 3 Justinas on the field, like you said. The Justina variant being able to have more freeze time on Transformers, very, very strong at just icing off the pressure of the Tianhai.
Alrighty, well, you're loading into this game fairly soon. Heading over to Morris Isle. Old Faithful. This map. And obviously XKG starting off the day strong. 10 points above 4th. Honestly, above 2nd or 3rd kind of doesn't matter as much. All you want is to be in that top 4. And the higher you are away from 5th place, the better. So, starting off the day nice and strong. GG having a pretty lackluster martial arts, but did do a lot on the points front and the kills in that 2nd game. But didn't really make it too late into the game, so weren't able to make anything too substantial, but still sitting in 2nd place. So they're not too unhappy yet, but they're going to want a bigger game than that. But there is a chasm starting to form between those at the bottom. So if you're one of the bottom teams, your DRGs and the likes, it really is time to start putting some big numbers on the board, because your opportunities are thinning away from you. And we are, after this game, halfway through the day. And the opportunities to get those big points are going to dissipate. In fact, you'll only have, what, 3 games left after this.
I mean, look at WFG, though. Average points on this comp, almost 13. That's a high-scoring comp coming through from WFG. That might be what they need to be able to push that position. WFG, RW, they were 2 teams, actually, who almost did not make it into LCQ round 2. It came down to the wire. They had to push out 2 teams to be able to qualify, and it literally came down to 3 points in game 6. So you can see there'll be some nerves and stress left over from those days as we have a look and see our drop selections coming on through. No Secret Tunnel, actually, from GG. They've moved out of Secret Tunnel previously on Morris Isle, and they've moved out again today from it. Everyone else just landing very much central. We've got a few going to contest money spot, since it's always a hotly contested area, so you can get your hands on as much money as possible. But GG, they go for Fireflies by Sunwing instead. CGS already has that Justina ultimate ready to go. PP being pressured on that Yushan. Jiang, blue fan, but unfortunately for him, no Fireflies just yet. It's just initial rage that he's able to run, so no Zender ultimate in hand to be able to spook GG away from taking this fight. What might spook them off for taking the fight, though, is RW with the third-party potential. Out comes the Justina ultimate. Oh, the Shenhuan Li ult at the same time, too. GG have 2 ults active, which means that they're going to start tearing through WBG's team. Oh, they definitely got the better positions of the drop. But now comes RW's timing attack coming into the mix with their own ultimates ready to go. And they've got all 3 of them up and active. Youth on the Eno now utilizes that ultimate, trying to chase in some of these players through. 3-0 is about to lose all of that armor and be forced into having to pop the Yushin ultimate, while the rest of his team try to bail away. But the Hardy ult's going to make that very difficult for them to escape RW's clutches.
Warrior Youth got hit there by the mushrooms, but he didn't. Not going to get that poison in onto him. GG. Still holding strong here. Waiting out these transforms. Youth, his teleport is going to drop here as he gets immediately jumped onto. Cubes away to safety. But the shots from LXM with the flying knives of all things to take him down. Absolutely beautiful pick up there. And GG hot dropping nice and effectively here. Able to get himself a couple of kills off the bat. Force all of the teams away from them. Maybe they would have liked more kills, considering there were 2 teams fighting on top of them. They only walk away with the 2, but they do walk away king of Sunwing's Rest, and they're going to be sitting quite happy.
Ooh, Dongqing running out of the fight, half health. Yushan ult about to end, so no opportunity. Palm Lightning OUG already have Palm Lightning. Oh, that's scary for these teams to have to deal with, especially with, yep, Zenda F2 grabbing up ZXL into Palm Lightning when you have no chance to be able to parry. Tamiel gets dropped as well by SS, just trying to keep everyone else from XKG being able to disengage. And that is OUG very much looking in form to continue that early momentum. There's Alliance moving up into the mix. No ultimates on their side yet. Yuma will have this Viper V1 up shortly. Good Akos F2 connection onto SS. Sets up some follow-through damage, but it's really going to be looking at the Zenda ultimate. That poor Yuma is about to get absolutely melted by Zenda V1 shot into Palm Lightning follow-through. Thankfully for Alliance, it's only off of grey flying knives that OUG have the Soul Jade attached to, or you would be seeing the health bars drop. There's the Zenda V1 firewall as they kite to Celestra. We get Moonbane getting dropped as well on the side of OUG. Akos Cage comes through, but if you're OUG, what it's gonna do is chain Alliance into having to fight inside the Moonbane, but they got the kills onto 2 already before the Moonbane can actually hit that position. And now it's just clean up onto SS, but with the AoEs going off, that provides cover for SS, or at least it tries to provide cover for the rest. Someone's still playing outskirts of the fight and just peppering in a few ranged shots to stop the res from coming through the first time. SS is able to stick it, grab his 2 teammates up, and now you have to worry about the Moonbane drawing the attention of the rest of the teams in the area, but hey, it's Celestra. You can just fade away.
There it is. Back away. Obviously got Romy Yang spawning up for about a minute and a bit's time. Not too far off now. As well, actually, it's actually still about 2 minutes. They've still got plenty of time, actually, if they want to take some fights. 2 minutes until Romy Yang. Yuma. Only grey armor, though, and WFG, they smell that blood in the water, so immediately throwing the crowd control down onto Alliance. Double CC against the wall there. And WFG just throwing focus attack into after focus attack into the 2 members of Alliance getting taken down, but a lot of ultimates were burnt, and that means Mist is exposed and very, very killable for them. But Peak has lost a lot of HP. They called down the Bane's Breath for the lockdown. The freeze is there. WFG just brutalizing people here on the edge. There's going to be the knockback coming in. Mist is going to get a little bit of damage off. They do still have that Bane's Breath, and another charge of the Viper ultimate coming out here as Mist finds the lockdown. Does get caught by the Wisp, but the Bane's Breath comes through as the 4th man for WFG. That was disgusting. They just put so many kills together.
Yeah, that was 3 ults, by the way, in the first fight. That was Justina, Syra, and Viper all at once. But like you said, it got them the kills, and then they were able to have their Viper pick up the Soul Blooms to rebuild the V1 when OUG show up late to the mix and have the Moonbane, despite trying to have OUG use the Temi ultimate to hold them in place. GG being held in place currently by the Shiol ult. Poor CJS, back-to-back shackles coming through from LV, but his team are still going to be up to be able to keep him alive, and they'll be able to find the pickoff onto the Shiol instead. As we can see, what happened to the rest of WBG's team. Jiang, unfortunately, might be going down to zone damage. It's got all that blue armor, but sadly, zone damage does not care about your shield health. It goes directly to your health. PP might be able to pick his teammate up, uses the Yushan ult to get the health reset. We'll use it for just a jump and then cancel it out to be able to get the res onto his teammate and try to carry him out of the zone. Close enough, they should be able to make it out, despite the Yushan only having 1 grapple, which he has to drop to his teammate, who's unfortunately still very low. And I think this means that Yang actually, oh, no, does manage to get out just before his health goes to 0.
That was a big old save. They still don't have LV though. LV unfortunately is dead, so they're going to need to pick him back up, get himself a revive. But here we are. RW going to be taking on GG. CGS just about joins in, but it doesn't have a long time to get a pot off. It's just going to, while everyone else goes aerial, get those pots off. Hasn't got his full health, but immediately gets jumped onto by RW, losing half of their armor. Throws out the ultimate here. Well, CGS hasn't, but he's going to look to go onto Youth. Ultimate still available. Comes the freeze from CGS, so they don't get caught. Quickly breaks it away. Youth looks for the slam down onto him. CGS just goes for the freeze into Youth, able to make the connection. AB will be looking for him. Another dash to the other side of the realm of Yang. It's the two, the Hardy and the Ainur, looking for CGS, but he is able to get a whole heap of damage off onto the Ainur, at least the freeze, and just waste as much of that time as possible, as there's going to be a catch for the side of GG off the bat, taking down Yuan. And with the man advantage now, with the zip dead, GG feeling a lot more comfortable for this one. Freeze breaks out from CGS while the rest of his team are just going to play hassle onto Youth. Now CGS will fall, but 1 versus 2, AB is going to have his work cut out for him. Cube on cooldown, no way to get anyone back, and this is going to be AB falling here as GG take this round with Yang. Honestly, a very, very clean fight for them.
Yeah, it's the fact that CJS on the Justina distracts both the Eno and the Hadi. And lives the majority of it too. And then, like, you've still got your Justina dash up, so you're able to move your position from one end of Realm of Yang to the other very quickly to be there for when the team calls to all in on the zip. And yes, your Justina does go down, but you still have your Yushan ult. You still are going to be able to use that power to secure your second elimination. And from there, it's just a game of cleanup as OUG out in the zone buying a rebirth charm. This is risky business. They're using it now, as opposed to when a Realm of Yang is active. They could get caught out here by teams rezzing with Yang depletion, or by teams with a million birds might patrolling to try to catch teams that are more vulnerable and easier to pick apart with less risk attached. As XKG out of the portal, not going to be taking a fight against another team with a million birds might, because I believe the other victors went through from a different portal on the map instead. So no early fights between the Realm of Yang winners, as WFG actually get a kill here onto one very late, which is potentially them stalling out this pickup onto the last Vermilion Birds Might, since at the moment we only have 2 buffs active, which means one Realm of Yang fight is still to be claimed, and there it is. Yeah, WFG did indeed draw out the kill for as long as possible to have a much later lasting Vermilion Birds Might. That's almost an extra minute, and we can see exactly how they were able to do that. Nope, this is XKG versus DRG, as we've got ult on the field. 2-tick just taking Kakashi down instantly. And why now gets turned on to Dongqing trying to play interference, intercepting the Eno with the Yushan ult, but you're already down that Justina. 2-tick's going low, gets the F from that zipping to be able to stabilize, comes out of the ultimate with all of that blue armor, now intact once more, turning the pressure onto the Yushan. Hardy Cube still in play as well, so you get to change your position up onto the pillar, looking for the scale rush connection, trying to lock these players up. They've spotted one being low, sends out the Eno F, occupies the attention of the Yushan long enough for the team to send through the kill and then clean up the rest.
Mosh pit starting though. Everyone with the Birds Might. They haven't got long left on that, to be fair. All looking just to scrap it out. There are so many teams collapsing here. This is going to be a big accelerator on the lobby, and the amount of people is missed. Immediately gets caught by the freeze, and he is going to get a lot of damage thrown onto him. The healing has kept him going for now, though. As you can see, LX10 died to the Shadow Corruption off screen, unfortunately. But they do go down regardless. Mist will finally fall there to DRG's Mai. He's able to get that kill. DRG team with the depletion on, so they need that kill. We're currently looking at RW, also a depletion team, desperately trying to put some kills on the board, but RW getting heavily chunked out there. Did see a big heal coming onto Youth just to keep him going. As now ZXL also incredibly low. Kakaishi's forced to freeze. Here comes the cage down from the ACOS, and this could be one big stun. Birds Might's getting popped as DRG are getting absolutely flattened by the damage coming in. Alliance able to get themselves their 7th kill of the game. Yuma here just going to heal themselves back up inside the house, and we are seeing people dropping left, right, and center and all of this. Yuma just goes upstairs to break away because everyone followed him into the house. As Peak looking for that swing, not going to make the connection, and I do think the mosh pit will now start to dissipate. A couple of last stragglers will scrap it out, trying to get those last revives, and bits they need to, well, cleanses to get these bits off, but the Vermilion Bird's Mites has run off. Alliance just trying to leave here, but Revenge has been left all on their lonesome, gets caught by the parry, and XKG are able to take them down. It's going to be that 8 kill for them, put them up to 32 points.
This fight's still going. GG are here as well, as I believe they won their Realm of Yang and then went down to corruption damage so they could reset without giving kills away to the competition, and also have their bodies in a position where people can't scout and grab the soul blooms to get free cleanses off. So now they actually show up to the party with all of their ults intact. You can see them just there on the right side. All of their ults ready to go if a team decides to start scrapping it out. But no one has Yang depletion, which now means that, yeah, the fighting has eased off. We're going to be looking to posture up the second Realm of Yang instead. And GG on 7 kills. We'll run into XKG here. Do they go for this fight? No, they won't go for the full fight, but they'll go for the portal position as everyone races to be able to make it through. XKG make it to GG. Yes, they do. They match up now against XKG, but there's a huge disparity in terms of loot loadout. Like GG, full sets of purple armor. XKG, they've only got 1 set. They do have a legendary weapon, at least, to be able to scale up this, oh, and erudition. Something which CJS avoids the purple frame of by utilizing that Justina combo breaker. Out comes Thunderlord from the side of Tutic. Still no Justina V1 though. CJS, you saw this earlier on the Realm of Yang, trying to occupy the attention of the Eno and the Hardy at the same time. More than happy to just sit in the flop state and play stamina bar against the Eno's damage coming on through. There's the Hardy coming back, and there's the Justina investing the V1 to be able to dash away from the damage and turn the attention onto XKG's Zip, left behind by both the Eno and the Hardy at the same time. Erudition coming into the mix yet again. Tutic catching LXM with it. No combo breaker up to be able to bail on away from that one. And it's just up to GG to try to turn the fight with the Yushin ultimate. But that's about to end. And Tutic with the Eno F should be able to find the setup onto CGS's Justina now.
I do think GG were too patient that time. I talked about patience in the pregame, but I think they waited a little bit too long to pop that ultimate, because Justina can just press V1 a little bit after the Einor, find the freeze onto him, and he's not hitting you in that time, so you don't have to take time to pop like they did in that fight while your team is still trying to fight for their life. I think they were maybe a little bit too patient that time around, but I respect the hustle, not just dumping every ultimate as soon as they could. They tried to play it a little bit too patiently, though. 14 players, that makes 5 teams left in the lobby. 12 minutes on the clock, so we're kind of actually on a similar pace as last game. Whereas the amount of people left in the lobby, obviously XKG and OUG both running around with that Mystic Might. OUG won their fight very quick, actually. They've only got 90 seconds versus the 150 seconds that XKG had. Just moving themselves over, you can see. It's going to be about those Realm of Yang Spirit Wells that you're spawning up in. It's a minute or so before. Yeah, it's fairly soon. It's about 2 minutes away, I think, is where it spawns. I need to actually take a strict timer when it spawns. But we've got 3 teams running around with depletion. Looks like Alliance just used rebirth charms to get themselves all sorted out and back onto the game. So they're back in nice and happy. And suddenly, actually, we're jumping back up. There's a lot of people left in this lobby. Rushu goes down.
Rebirths.
Making their way over. They do have the rebirths, but they won't be able to get their gear. I think WBG are going to be able to run over and grab this.
Yeah, and the Soul Bloom. Though WBG, not a team with Yang depletion.
Yeah. Denying another team.
What are GG up to? I believe they've got a bounty onto XKG. Unfortunately for them, XKG are a team that won Yang, and not just that, they also have Mortal Defiance. We saw them come out of Yang. They ran to the Rift Dealers. They grabbed a Soul Jade, which they then dropped, and I believe gave to their Zip.
Oh, Zip.
Which means that, yeah, ZXL, if I'm correct, currently has a Mortal Defiance in pocket. OUG will be able to track down another player from Alliance, and unfortunately, Alliance not getting the opportunity to use those rebuff charms. GG going to start to add to the Yang depletion timer with the cannon pressure coming through onto the side of XKG, but off of the back of that, they'll also have seen the rarity of armor. Crucially, they'll have seen the legendary armor attached to Mist and know that this is probably not a team that you want to try to fight out in the open. Save your resources for a weaker opponent instead. As we do have RW. Well, yeah, so here's the problem. Because, like you said, one team won theirs much faster. RW, like the Yang depletion timers are actually out of sync. GG a minute. RW 2. They've got so much time in comparison. Forbidden Seal is going to be popped. WFG just trying to kite away from RW actually taking this fight with them. As we have the Forbidden Seal now drawing everybody into play. Everyone here knows that there's a fight that's about to go down. Ideally, GG turn onto RW here because they still have some blue armors. But RW, unfortunately, for GG, aren't in a position to get scouted at the moment. Instead, they're turning onto XKG instead, just with the cannon, trying to give extra time on the Yang depletion to be able to try and match our Ws.
Yeah, they definitely having a bit of a rougher one off here for the side of GG. 40 seconds left. They need to pull a trigger. They need to find someone. But that Forbidden Seal also just being a big tool to not have the Justina ultimate available to them. Very detrimental. They can see OUG on the ground. They're going to jump down here onto XKG and try and just get this fight going. Try and get that depletion timer up and see if they can find a kill already. The Mortal Defiance did just get popped very quickly down to ZXL, and that's them going down immediately. I don't know if RW were able to steal that one away. I think RW was able to secure that Soul Bloom, so a denial onto GG. And now this is just going to be more Soul Blooms. RW are going to get the freest save of their life because GG lost so fast. They're going to try and get these hits. They're going to try and keep this going, but CJS throwing the freeze out. It is a last-ditch desperation play here from the side of GG. He doesn't have time to pop. He doesn't have time to do anything other than damage, as he's going to get some off. The zip healing, the armor swap comes out. Yuan getting himself caught out nice and low here. As CGS has managed to get himself up to 17 seconds on this timer, but it is slowly ticking down. Has to freeze up just to get some safety net, but Youth is able to take him down as GG lose their Justina. OUG also joining into the fray. 3-3-0, 11 seconds left on his transform. He is not gonna last for long. Peak will look for the kill onto him here, and this will be the end of 3-3-0. Down he goes, and when it's all said and done, RW got a single cleanse, and they lost their zip.
Yeah. I mean, GG actually got a cleanse too onto their Yushan.
Yes.
But sadly, he gets taken down by all the rest of the team still in the area, taking full advantage of the Yang depletion situation. Though, there was another team that took advantage of the situation, and that was OUG. Because they went and kept Yang Spirit Well, which means everyone else now has Yang depletion, and OUG get 2 cycles of ults to be able to use to turn the lobby's tempo to the beat of their own drum. This is not a good position for you to be in, as what is RW up to? There's a Soul Altar in the zone. They're going to clash with Jiang. Oh, Youth has to try to get away from this. WBG could still decide to grief out this Eno if Youth is not careful. Fighting in the zone, 1, 2, light attacks from the spear, lockdown into jump LMB. Jiang goes down, but here's OUG looking to police RW returning back into the zone. Erudition at least buys you some space to be able to come through with that Eno ultimate. And OUG though, they're just playing cleanup. Like this is just them running the lobby.
OUG very much in control right now, and a needed game for them, to be honest. Just put them up into 3rd place overall. Just keeping those points high. But XKG, honestly, if they go out here, they can go out happy. 12 kills, that's fantastic. They're going to be sitting very happy. WFG, though, also sitting very happy with 11 kills under their belt. And considering they were very low on the standing until now, that's put them into 6th place. They're closing in on that top 4 where they want to be. So you can see a big ultimate coming out here from Mist as they're going to look to try and get some more kills. That's going to be 12 kills over to the side of WFG. They are going to take a lot of damage as the Bane's Breath hits onto Mist. He's being juggled around here. SS tries to slide forwards in. The parry makes the connection. Mist. Purple armor swaps up, gets some healing, but he's so damn low. Can he get the F off before he goes down? He cannot. Taken out nice and early. Peak quickly tap dodges away from that Bane's Breath as OUG answer out of a couple of kills for themselves. Well, Peak the only one standing actually. 4 people left in this lobby. 2 for RW,
Oh, no.
1 for WFG, and Peak, the last man for OUG standing. Is RW with the man advantage. You can feel nice and comfortable here. Jonan eats the Bane's Breath to the face. He's going to force to throw their ultimate down. Looks to try and get a dazzle off onto Youth. Gonna try and catch him here. Youth looks to break away though. Should be able to get away from this one. Dazzle doesn't make the connection. Jean-Han able to get himself some healing back up. And him and Peak may have to work together if they want to take RW down here and secure their team a potential first place. As it looks like it is just going to be a series of 1v1 fights. Peak is just going to full send it into them, knowing that RW are going to be grouped up. They're going to try and catch them off there, but that's going to be RW taking down Junhan, and now it is all on Peak on his lonesome. It's going to have to be a miracle comeback from him. He does have the ultimate available for the Zender. Is going to throw it down immediately. Looks for that first shot, but Youth has transformed as well in the middle of all of this. As Peak is now having to deal with a Hardy and an Einor on his lonesome. There's so much harass coming out from the pair of them. He throws down the F. It's not going to matter. RW will take the lobby there.
Ooh, spicy fight. OUG get Yang Spirit Well, but then get all in by the Syra with the Viper. Like, they try to come through. We get to see as well the Temi Zender attempt that, with the Temi ultimate locking everyone down, the Zender V1 trying to follow through with the damage once everyone's sapped of stamina. But that just sets into motion the Syra V2 in response. No one really dies. They burn through all of their ultimates, and then they in turn get burned by the players still alive, and also the Moonbane that kicks on through as the fight continues.
Rough
and
fight.
RW,
rough place for a fight where there's a Moonbane on. Everyone's on panic mode, and the Moonbane just
very
starts
rough
raining
place. Because like the fight sort of moved away from OUG's 2 teammates, but he was not able to complete the reds because of the Moonbane, and then he's like on the tree trying to play close to look for a heal, but also a third-party situation, and then he gets hit by Moonbane when he's on the tree, and he has to go for more of a distance between himself and the rest of the teams present. But yeah, RW take advantage of the situation, manage to keep 2 players intact as opposed to the rest of the teams, which are reduced to just the 1, and we go into a 1 versus 2 situation, which when you have your Hardy, when you have your Eno, when you have your ults both available at the same time, they're able to find the kill onto the Lone Wolf and then turn onto the Zender with both of their ults intact. So very good stuff coming through from RW, and a very high scoring game for quite a lot of teams that desperately needed it. That's going to have quite a big impact in terms of our standings, because RW were not that high up.
No, they weren't. They weren't at all. I'm very happy with that one because I was hoping for a bit of a scrappier day, knowing that the teams, this is for 4 of them, this is their last day of the tournament, and then they're done. So it's last chance to learn for a lot of these guys. So I feel like getting a bit scrappier, trying to get those points in, is going to be the way to do it. And I'm glad we got that. And we kind of got the best of both worlds, because it did feel like that was a much more faster tempo game than the previous game. It still ended around the same time, but I made the point at the end of the last game of, you know, a game that starts slow typically ends fast, and vice versa. But this was a pretty consistent tempo. I wouldn't say it was like a bloodbath at the start. It wasn't like a really explosive start to the game, but it was a consistent tempo the whole way through, hence why people were able to consistently score high in this lobby. And, you know, the higher they score, the higher their chances are to make it into those finals. Is it next week? No, yeah, it is next
17th.
week, isn't it? 13th, 14th, 15th,
No,
one of those.
17th.
17th, there we go. It's because I'm going on holiday on the 13th, so my brain is focused around then right now.
No, so
yeah,
Solos is 16th, Trios is 17th, so not next week.
Yeah,
Still a little bit of time between then. So we do have to check as well if we move patch. for finals? I don't think we do, but it would be quite fun. It would be quite fun to move Patch and introduce Tara into the mix. But no, there we go. RW coming on through with quite a high game score. 17 for them, which, as we said, that's definitely going to move them up the standings somewhat. WFG also, who were at the bottom of the standings, now not going to be there. They pick up 14 off of the back of that one. DRG, unfortunately, still only a 2-game score. That's now 2 back-to-back games that they've only scored 2 in. They'll be feeling the pressure when we head into the second half of the day, as we can have a look at our stats. For RW, 22,000 healing for Yuan, but AB and Youth doing the majority of the damage. 16,000 for Hardy, 14,000 for the Enor. So again, like, not that high in terms of damage done, but we can see how high it's allowed the teams to get. RW find themselves 3rd. WFG went from bottom to 5th.
That's crazy, actually. That's really, really good there for the side of RFG, WFG. RW obviously also big as well. 17 points. You know, you look at WFG is the one I'm really looking at, because they had 5 points coming into this game and they've jumped up to 19. 14 kills for themselves. Tremendous performance. But XKG are comfortably putting themselves in a position where they have like a nice padding in case they have a goose egg at some point today. You know, they are now 9 points ahead of 4th place. You know, a goose egg, it'd have to be a rough one where a lot of people score high for them to drop out of top 4 here immediately. But, you know, they still need to play consistently well, I think. You know, this is a good start to the day, and they've done a good job of getting themselves this safety net. But I wouldn't say it's fully secure. They're not locked out of being eliminated yet. We're only 2 games of the Battle Royale in. So there's a lot that could be changed here going into the second half of the day. But having a look at the replays once again. I mean, GG, they looked great until they didn't. I don't know if that's a really weird statement, but like, there was a moment I was like, GG, like, it's so good right now. And then they just kind of crumbled a little bit and got knocked out. This timing attack from GG, I think it was smart, but it was a little bit too little too late. They showed up after everyone had scattered and started to run away.
Well, Realm of Yang now coming out for WFG as RW. This is the moment here that they're able to turn on to the teams who were able to get those buffs. OUG, GG all getting caught in the crosshairs. Peak trying to live there. As we can see, the Xander just doing as much damage as possible with the LMBs into the second charge. Focus of the knives. AB with the finish. Hardy triple charge in the ultimate form. But speaking about like teams that are slightly underperforming, DRG, they look so strong Friday. Really falling off today, not having a fun time of it. Someone who is having a fun time though is AB. He'll be at MVP, 16,200 damage. Most of it coming off of, no surprises, Plume Blade. That's the Hardy ultimate, so 5,600 damage done off of that. Palm Lightning as well, a Soul Jade that we heard going off consistently through every fight, is able to make up for 3,400 of the Flying Knives damages. 6 kills, 4 assists. And RW, in the past, they've been a team that when we've had like a lack of TE, YZG, SR, like the really strong teams up there, they tend to also float towards the top of the lobbies, both in Last Chance, but also lower bracket round runs. So not surprising to see them pop off there.
Yeah, no, not at all, to be honest. They've been pretty solid the whole time. But we're going to throw it over to our interview after this game. We'll be back with games 4 and 5 after this. See you in a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our post-game interview. I'm your host, Jingjing, and our player is standing with us. So let's say hello to our audience first. 先请和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 XKG 的 ZXL。
欢迎来到我们的赛后采访。So welcome to our post-game interview. So first, you have won in the game 1, and you also got the MVP with the hero lineup with Weaponing, Echoes Hu, and Sarah. So how do you think about this hero lineup for this current patch? 那么也想请问一下，你觉得在第一把中你用到这个英雄阵容宁红叶以及老虎还有席拉这个阵容，它目前的强度怎么样？
虎红的强度现在来说是 T0 吧。
I think this hero lineup can be ranked at T0. And which hero lineup are you currently most proficient at? 那么你觉得你们现在目前队伍最擅长哪一个英雄的阵容呢？
冰月还有那个万哈。
I think we are really good at the hero with Nbpl. Okay, so let's move on to the next part, answer for treasures. So today's question is, which hero did ZXL use in Game 3? 那么今天这道问题呢，是张新兰在第3把中用到了哪名英雄？ Okay, so let's go back to our game. So the format of our last chance qualifier is extremely tough, and only 4 teams out of 12 can advance to the finals. So how do you deal with such pressure? 那么其实我们复活赛的赛制真的非常的激烈，只有4支队伍可以顺利会师我们的西安。那么你觉得现在压力会比较大吗？
还好了现在。
So I think the pressure is not really heavy. 那么也想请问一下，你觉得你们队内现在最擅长鼓励其他选手或者最积极的那个人是谁？是你吗？
就是我。
Okay, so I think I'm the person who is responsible to encourage and motivate other teammates. Okay, so I think our player is prepared. So let's start counting. 那么也请用英文3、2、1给我们倒计时。
3, 2, 1, C.
Screenshot. Yes, the correct answer is C. Congratulations to our lucky one. Okay, for the last question. Your team is in the first place, but our team's score is really close. So, what do you think will be your biggest opponent at the later 3 games? 那么其实你们现在的分数也是在第1名的状态，但是我们其实每个队伍他们的分数非常的接近，所以想请问一下，你觉得后3把的话，谁会是你最大的对手？
积极。
那你觉得今天的预测一下今天的积极分数线吧
？45左右吧。
45左右 ，OK。So I think our biggest opponent will be GG, and they are really powerful. And also, I think the qualifying score will be 45. 好的，那再次感谢你接受我的采访，然后也希望你们可以顺利晋级到我们决赛，来到我们的西安。
谢谢。
Okay, so thanks for joining today's interview, and we really hope to see Chucky G in Xi'an. So let's take a break, and we will be back later.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. We are halfway into our day of action, and it has been a wild one, actually. A lot of action, a lot of kills, and people moving up and down the ladder already early on. So I think we're going to be in for a tight sprint towards the finish. How are we doing, Moxie? How are we feeling?
I mean, Mirror Match is still looking like it will be the hardy zip. Surprise, surprise. But yeah, the compositions have really been fleshed out, it feels. Like we're seeing the Viper comp get fully locked in Phase 2, which means that it does not trickle down to Phase 3 or Phase 4. We're seeing the Yushan as well get locked very early in Phase 3. And then Phase 4 seems to be Zender comps coming on for, but still some variances. There is still debate about which is the best version of that Zender coming on out. But for now, the meta definitely a lot more solid than it was previously, which is very nice to see, because before it was just a case of like free Vipers or free Yushans or sometimes, somehow, free hardy zips. That was thanks to SS1 on Friday.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see, because we haven't actually seen much of WBG's comp, right? They've got this fun comp. We haven't seen that show.
They have not played it yet. No.
I hope we get it. I hope we get some of these more fun experimental comps. There's a world where they're like, it's really do or die. We will stick to the meta. But you quoted them at the start of the day and talked about how they stand by, but they don't really want to bend to the meta. And I hope they stand by that. I really do, because I think, being those who find what's next in the meta is the best way you can be a standout team, but also you can actually get yourself an advantage over the other teams, because everyone else then is behind you as they learn a comp that suddenly becomes meta and you're already developing what comes next. It's very fun. It's very fun having like inventive teams, and we've always had like one or two of them floating around. I can't remember who it was last year, but we always had like a team.
TEJLGG.
It was JL, I think, were the big ones.
And J-Team as well in the past.
Justina, if I remember right. Like when
so,
the Justina first came back.
GG and OUG were the teams behind the Tianhai Valda. JL were the teams behind Xiphon, as well as the Tessa replacing Yoto. In Attack on Titan, J-Team were the ones that came up with Sand Siphon, as well as Attack on Titan.
Yes, now I remember.
It's been the teams of TXJ, basically.
Yes, TXJ is an inventive little chap, isn't he? Well,
and J-Team.
One last look at the score.
J-Team, being able to run the meta before Jacob as well.
Yeah, they did. They really did. Having a quick look at the score, though, just before we get into the second half of the day. Right now, XKG, GG, RW, and OUG stand at the top. There is a 9-point lead between 4th and 5th right now. But to be fair to WFG, they were doing pretty poo until last game. 14 points. Slung them up the standing. They get another one of those, and they're going to start to be a real contester. There's a lot of room for stuff to move, but I will say it does feel like the top 4 are starting to define themselves above the bottom 4 already. We could see some movement over these next 3 games, or we could see a very solid lead just get completely locked in place, and then the top 4 would just be fighting amongst themselves for kind of glory and placement off that.
Yeah, WBG, DRG, not having a great time of it. And like you said, now for WBG is the question of do you go with the meta, which consistently has been able to put up good points and scores for other teams, but if you've been playing a comp that only you play, that means you've then split time in your scrims learning and adapting that one, which has then taken away the time that you have learning and leaning towards these others. The problem with the Tessa, Wuchen, Temi, it's it worked the first time because I had that surprise factor where it'd been so long since teams ran into that style of composition, where it purely was around just boxing you into one space, being able to just cram you into a moonbane. It was budget ACOS, essentially, was the way that they played it. And it had great success the first day that they played it. But then the second day they did it again. And everyone by then knew that when you see WBG in your lobby, okay, at some point you're going to have to watch out for that composition. So they just did what teams always did back in pro play when Wu Chen was around. Hard target Wu Chen so that he doesn't get to TP the team out. And he can't use his ult. And the team just gets full split. And very quickly snowballed for...
I also think the other really, really big issue with Wu Chen is, while he has that very obvious weakness outside of Realm Yang, inside of Realm Yang, guy's just cheeks, man. Like, what does he actually offer in a Realm Yang? Like a quick reposition for, like, it's kind of like an ult that's a combo break, which is, yeah, there's value there, but like it's really not the be-all end-all. You'd much rather have a higher impact ultimate, so it's another weakness of him. I feel like you could iron that comp out and figure out something instead of the Wu Chen. Find someone else who can offer something for the team in there. I don't know what that is. I'm going to be completely clear. I have no idea what that is. But anyway, we're not going to be seeing that in his first rotation. We're going to be seeing good old faithful Hardy, Zip, and Einor as our first round picks here for the players and for the teams. Moving into the second round now. I expect we'll probably see Lockdown comp. That'll be my prediction here for the second rotation.
Oh, they're doing it!
Oh!
But it's not the Temi. Yeah, so because WBG play the Temi with the Zenda, that takes away from when you want to play the Temi with Tessa. So yeah, they're basically saying that no, we don't want to use our Temi points. We don't want to use the Wu Chen for all of the points that we already listed. So we're going back in meta, actually. We're hopping in the time machine and we're going back to Tessa Viper. And then instead of the Wu Chen, the TE and TXJ basically adapted into play. You're still running the Syra for full CC stuns as DRG continue with this Zenda Lee Matari composition. GG going for the slightly older, more tried out Yushan variant of it instead.
Very interesting to see that getting picked up. Last rotation now. Zenda being hovered here by Youth. What are RW going to round their comp out with? Pretty standard stuff, yep. Monk and the Temi. Temi, Monk, and I wonder who this last pick's going to be.
Who could it possibly be? Oh, hey, look, it's Zenda. No, it's lovely to get to see her. And I mean, you can see the amount of damage that she can do. If one of these Tianhai players is able to secure a grab, that Zenda V1 just melts through them. But again, it's an all-in alt dump comp. That's the problem with it. It's like you have to use your Tianhai ult plus Zenda ult or plus Temi ult or all of them in one go. Which means that if you don't finish off the fight then and there, the other comps, they just outlive you. Like the Zip comp, they can outlive you and disengage out of your pressure and threats with the Hardy Cube tech to reposition. Yeah. The Viper has the stun lockdown as well, which you have to be worried about for your Tianhai to have to then cancel out of the ult to iframe the V1 stun. But then you also have to worry about the Syra V2 just shadowing your position and getting the stun through. And I mean, we've also seen plays with the Viper comp where they get the silence onto a player at the very start of a Realm of Yang, which means that you can't even use your ultimate and you just go down to all of the CC.
It's very brutal. It is very brutal. I think the CC comp is, I still stand by the best comp on the meta right now. I think the reason it's strong though is because of what's available. Like if we were in like a Xiphon slash like Takeda, like Sand Siphon era again, I don't feel like that CC comp would have quite as much value, but because the targets that they're looking to CC, and it's very easy to pick a high value target and lock them down, I actually do think it's a really solid comp. Now, Moxie, I would like you to I'd like you to step into the kitchen with me. I've been cooking. I've got an idea.
Oh boy.
Mirror match. My beef with mirror match comes from the fact that it's kind of the same thing every time. Gets a little stale, right? Like we know who's going to be the mirror match at the end of the day before we even start the day. It's the Hardy Arnold comp. How about It's one simple change. Instead of it being the most played comp or the most like highest priority comp, it's the comp that did the best on that day.
Oh, gets the most points.
Yeah, most points or most damage. You could pick a metric. I don't mind which metric. You pick one of those because there's a world where someone like WBG pull out a bizarre comp, and suddenly they do a massive game on it, and everyone is then forced to play it at the end of the day. I think.
But wait, do you mean as a collective or just the best performance out of all of them? Like the only best performance?
Yeah. The only, like the top performance for the day on a single game. That comp is the one that gets played.
Oh, okay.
Therefore, you're probably more likely to see, because you'd probably see Einor being top regardless then, if that was the case.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't see if it's the collective how that changes.
It would barely change anything. There's a world where it might, and you'd probably get a little bit of change. But if you did it as out of the 5 games we play, the comp that did the best at the end of the day, that comp is the one that everyone is forced to play by 4 games worth of like stats you choose from. So who gets the most points or who did the most damage, you pick one of those and then you make that the metric. I think if you're listening, guys, I'm not talking to you guys at home, although I do appreciate you listening. I'm talking to the NARAKA guys in the esports. That's what we should do next season. I think you'd make mirror matchups a lot more exciting that way.
Oh, DRG. It's not a good start to them. Yeah. It's the Fireflies drop. This is OUG's like drop. Whenever they play Holoroth, they always drop Salvation Podium just up past it to get their hands on Fireflies. GG showing up slightly late to the party might be able to take up a ballista position here for CJ. Let's see if he goes for it. Oh, we're looking for it. But no, OUG, see GG coming and just continue instead of solving Salvation Podium.
Just gonna peace out. CGS does catch Baby U though with a grapple. Got that blue armor. See SS off in the distance is summoning up the Moonbane. Gets the roar off, gets the cage down. They're in the Moonbane. That's a beautiful catch. CGS, he has to break away. One more time, there he is, able to get away. Does still have the freeze, but this is so dicey for them with that cage. Baby U! CGS is able to just about break away from that one. Baby U playing this absolutely beautifully. Fantastic bait from the OUG player there. As CGS is now having to use the last of those dashes to put some distance away from the Bane's Breath. But now they've got the Viper stun to worry about. There is still one more dash on CGS, I believe. I think it timed out because he is cooked. Baby U able to get the kill with a fan there. OUG genuinely flawlessly played there. Really, really beautiful. Baby U, what a bait, what a turnaround. And LXM is now running in an opposite direction. Does not want to get caught by this.
Yeah, OUG will also be able to return to Salvation Podium, although they've been scouted. Moonbane was dropped, gives away their position. WBG now coming freshly into the fight, might try to collapse onto SS, who's below Salvation Podium, to go around the walls and tell his team which way to send the arrows, which means, yep, vulnerable to Tessa ult. There's the charm, big parry, but you're about to be enchanted. And WBG! There's always a larger fish in the sea, Jake, when it comes to the third-party bait.
That was, I mean, it's the dinner bell. Forbidden Seals, Bane's Breaths, all of that stuff. If you know it's not a natural Bane's Breath, it's a dinner bell. You know ultimates are burnt, you know abilities, you know health's are low. Especially this point in the game. Things like grapples may even be low as well. Absolutely brutal. WBG, fantastic rock up there and third party at the end of all of that, and they'll get themselves some goodies. Golden, is that Hunsword? Yeah.
Pasira too. That scales the ult.
Wow. That
V2 is actually going to be a laser beam. Those poor players that have to stand up to the damage of the Syra V2 boosted to that extreme, because that's the only way that you can get that rarity of weapon this early in the game. Solving Salvation Podium. Everyone else, they'll get a legendary, but only off of first realm of Yang. WBG, they'll have it going in, and this is the game that WBG required. Second last in standings, already 4 kills up so far this round. Off of the back of that, they're now only 10 points within breaking into that top 4.
That's a great start for them. And the big thing as well is, like you're saying, that laser beam is going to hurt. It is really going to fry. On top of that, you're going into teams who are very likely going to have blue armor in the realm.
Yes.
They may have like 1 at most 2 purple armors. You are going to be dropping the hammer down on them. It's going to be brutal. There's a bit of goodies. Just grab some extra gear here. As you end there. GG. Fresh off a rough start there. Grey armor still onto 330, who obviously that directly correlates into his health bar while transformed. So they're going to want to try and get some better armor onto him as soon as possible. But also a lot of these areas have already been kind of tapped and heavily looted off the start of the game. So 330 unable to get anything other than the paper armor he's wearing right now.
Oh, OG, City of Tang. XKG also in the area, but Realm of Yang is spawning up, so no team wants to take an active full 3v3. In this situation, everyone, even the teams that lost the hot drop fights, like they slow rolled now to try to recover, to get into a position to take this first Realm of Yang so you can start scaling your compositions up. But we already know that Syra will have the legendary weapon. There it is, WBG. 2 sets of purple armor that they're able to find or afford. Now looking to go into their first Realm of Yang and really start to power scale into the mid to late. Who will their opponent be? It's not going to be a fun challenge, especially because unlike armor where you can sort of scout out the rarity by just hitting them with a few chips of ranged before you take the fight, you don't know what rarity of weapon they have until you eat a hit from it. So you can be thinking, oh yeah, we're going up against blue, and then all of a sudden your health just takes a nosedive, and you're like, oh wait, no, this is the team that got Salvation Podium. Like, I think if you're sort of tracking the phase that OUG were in, because again, OUG have always been the team to go Salvation Podium, you're probably thinking that it's on a composition that OUG have. So the fact that WBG are actually coming in with it instead might be a surprise for a lot of these players to have to face. Zen to F2, cheeky, but oh no, WBG, that denied the opportunity!
That's
they can't
crazy!
Go through, but they grief DRG. They come through with the Tessa, which means that DRG get 2 of their players through, but one of them already dies. So one of these Realm of Yanks is a 3 versus 2.
That's gonna be so rough. It's was it RW who lost the player?
DRG.
DRG. Okay, so GG are just getting a freebie. That is horrendous.
For DRG as well, they're bottom of the standings.
Oh, that is so bad for them. Honestly, it's great. Even though, yes, WBG don't get the potential 3 kills from here, they're denying a team who are way lower. Although, yeah, it's looking rough for them. Anyway, over to the Realm of Yang, but it's not involved with that. You can see 2Tick already losing a lot of HP here. Has obviously used his transform as well. Got caught by the parries, has dropped his flying knives, but just wants to get some more pots off. As OUG also backing off on the action to get some heal. Peak takes a couple of shots from the bow there. 2Tick sniping away, but OUG are able to get mostly a full reset off. The Raw comes in from the Tiger stance there. 2Tick is going to look for Baby U. SS is going to play some defensive onto him to get the damage off on the halberds, but that's going to be enough for the kill to go through. OUG's SS takes down 2Tick, as now with the man advantage, XKG are starting to crumble a little bit here. Dazzle comes down. There comes out the stun as well. And OUG, rough start to the game, but we're able to make a bit of a recovery inside this Realm of Yang. And there's the gold armor that golden weapon, but they were denied by WBG earlier.
GG, by the way, denying DRG's defeat. They're still keeping that last player alive, so they can get the last use of the Million Birds Might. There we go. Finally put MY is put out of their misery as LXM finishes them off. RW also going to be able to win their Realm of Yang, making off with a legendary pole sword. Oh, for DRG as well. Like, because it happened so early that you lost a player, they've timed out of res. Like, if you want to get them back, you have to use a rebirth charm. At least when you bring them back, it's only two of your teammates who have Yang depletion. But that's a rough position for DRG to be in. That they have Yang depletion on 2 of their teammates, that they now have to go and buy a rebirth charm to bring their 3rd back before the Yang depletion times out. This is not the game that they wanted. As RW's AB, Tian Hyo already gone through. Hardil actually from alliances and no Eno ult, which means that double grabs that. And then the cube in place, so the zip escapes, but the Eno's already dead. Alliance just not
so crazy.
Yep. Just not able to come through with the ults to keep RW off their backs. That is the damage of the Zenda V1.
Another little thing kind of carrying on that point you were making about how the WFG are going to have to get not WFG, sorry.
DRG.
DRG, they're going to have to get the revive. They've also lost the money from that person. Those dark tie coins that person had on them are gone, so you're now even lower income to go for the revive.
Oh, and GG just put a bounty on them.
and there's a point where you just take your hand off the keyboard and say it's cooked. That is so rough for DRG. You're being hunted now by GG. We can see a team get eliminated very early. They've just revived as well. They bought their rebirth charm.
They've just got a rebirth charm. They have not used.
Oh.
Which means that GG might let it through and then get the extra kill when he has no loot. As outside of Plumed, we've got XKG, 2-tick coming through with this Tianhai ult. Zenda V1's also on the field for RW as well, which is why this Tianhai is just so low in terms of their health bar. Has to drop the transform before he goes down. All the damage. AV just trying to dodge away from the Viper V1 drop down coming on through from WBG's Jiang into the charged RMB off of that spear. Windle actually griefs the Viper, but the Tessa Charm's in play. One person at least is going to be enchanted by that one, as we've got the Syra V2 ending in a moment, looking to have the powerful Dazzle stun these players up. Yuma gets the stun off of the Fist Blades into the charged RMB from the Spear. Bonk coming on out from his teammates, and XKG lose their Vermilion Bird's Might very early on.
That is a bit of a rough one there for them, but they still got... Wait, no, they got 2 people down on XKG, actually. That's very rough for them. As DRG, looks like they've not been found by this bounty that's placed on them, but they have made their way over to everyone else. They are hunting WFG right now, see if maybe they can secure themselves a kill. But Donkey 9 has already fallen to the depletion, and Kakaishi probably not too far behind. Mai already very low as well. And DRG, it was a very short game number 4 for them, as they are going to be getting knocked out of this one momentarily. Kakaishi eats a clang, and the fan is not going to do too much. Almost got a kill on the way out, but that is a goose egg and a very early exit from the lobby. Both first and last place were the first out of this game. I mean,
with the luck that DRG has had, it feels like they walked below a ladder or something. Like, they got cursed by something. People. There's no way that the amount of stuff that went wrong for them did. It's wild.
It is. All right, Moxie, I actually have a question for you. Because you're also British. Do you have any weird superstitions that you picked up? Because Brits have really weird superstitions. I've got a bunch. I've been heavily influenced by my parents, and it has changed me. The weird one we have in my household is pass the salt, pass the sorrow. So you can't pass, when someone's like, oh, can I have the salt, please? You can't pass the salt hand to hand. You have to put it on the table, and then someone takes the salt off the table.
Huh.
Really weird one. Really, really weird superstition. My girlfriend hates it. It drives her nuts how superstitious my family are. Do you have one?
I mean...
Or are you not a crazy person like me? It's also a fine
Well, I
answer.
am Scottish, so we have a bunch of superstitions around, like, not wanting to annoy the creatures of myth. If you follow, like, Gaelic tales, right? So there's a lot of... Be mindful of open windows at night so that you don't let the fairies and all of that through. But speaking of... be mindful of the fact that Yang does not currently actually have Viper V1 up. WBG finally get into a realm of Yang, but they do not have the Viper ult to be able to pop. They have to just do the damage first to build it up. Now we've got it. Ult's already on the field too, so this is going to be a case of eat the stun or lose the transform. Yuma decides to eat the stun and goes down for the hubris, which means that WBG pick apart the Eno, now turn their attention onto the Zip instead. Hardy ult's in full swing from Rocheway, but unfortunately that's just going to provide one combo cube to be able to break away, and now you don't have it for the Dragon Slayer's follow-through into the Gold Frame Scoop, which then holds you long enough to get caught out by the Test Charm, and that Zip has no way of escaping. WBG will be able to win out this realm of Yang.
Did Alliance get the parry and steal the golden weapon, though? I think they did from WBG.
Well, they'll get a gold weapon here.
Yeah, they'll get one back,
winning,
but I feel like having
least.
2 is better than 1. But yes, that's they got a golden weapon. It was a pole sword they got there as well, so not a terrible one to be picking up. Golden armor onto Zhang. That was nice though from WBG. Like you're saying, starting without the ultimate, able to. Luckily, it was only 92% when they went in, so it wasn't too low. Was able to build up enough ult charge quick, and yeah, the hubris of just like not dropping the transform to iframe away and saying I can tank it. Now I'd win, and then getting absolutely blasted in response. That was brutal, and the hardest CC will always remain as death.
Well, it was also the fact that the Syra was going off at the same time too. So it was like Syra Stun Dazzle into Viper V1 extension into Dead Eno. Like, in that situation, it's just very little that the Eno is going to be able to do outside of just position away from all of the stun. As we get a replay to see how WFG and GG's realm of Yang went. Xuan playing on the outside, setting up the Eno F. Not going for the follow through actually. Just hiding behind a pillar, using the Thunderlord state. No Viper stun for you to have to worry about. Forces the combo breaker out from the Justina 430 in the Yushan Terracotta Warrior form. Looking to peel the pressure that this Eno sets up onto his team. Zip ult has actually been forced. Hardy ult at the same time, so WFG are going to be out of a lot of their resources. CJS still holding the Justina. Gets the dash through onto Xuan. Uses it to reposition as well so that he can get a shield heal off. But WFG just take the isolated fight. Mist backs up the Eno. Justina dash is still in play. Like, this is something that GG's been doing all day so far. Using the Justina dashes to get the freeze, but also to play more defensive. But it means that they're not there to actually capitalize when the freeze hits. And there's just not enough damage to follow through. WFG turn it on to GG instead. 1 versus 2 situation for them to finish up.
Has to be a hero play here from LXM. On this replay, as you can see, did do a lot, got the Goomba Stomp off as well. But he is so low. It's all it's going to take is one little hit, and yeah, there it is. WFG able to secure themselves that little victory inside the realm of Yang. Though Mystic Might's not going to be overly used here. They're more just kind of scouting tools, safety nets, and interesting to see people clinging to the top of buildings. It's been a moment since I've seen that in trios. Normally it's a lot faster tempo. Everyone is waiting out the buffs, though. Once those buffs fade, those depletion teams, the debuffs, gonna have to go in and see if they can take the fight as GG. They got 1 minute 40. So they got a bit of time this time. Last time they were about a minute ahead of the other depletion teams, so they were forced to fight earlier. This time, not quite the case. I think all the timers are roughly on the same shared area. Alliance, though, definitely haven't got as much time to work with. We're about to go into that sub-minute, so they're going to start building the timer up with some cannon shots. Get themselves some kills. Does GG jump up, and it looks like we're going to have a fight to top the rocks here for our teams. Roshi already losing a fair amount of HP. Yuma just getting some shots in, but GG posturing nice and slow here. Not willing to full commit. Maybe they know that Alliance are the other depletion team and they know that they're a little ahead of them.
I mean, they have to make a move soon, or WFG comes for the third party.
Yes, very true.
And here comes WFG. Which means Alliance have to turn onto GG's 3-3-0, try and force the ultimate as quickly as possible. Rushui's gone down though. Yuma now going to be vulnerable. CJS on this Justina still all dashes up and available, uses one onto Yuma. Turns instead onto the Zip to try to take out the support. The Hardy's already gone too. No cube. Revenge cannot escape. But WFG with the third party. Later ultimates now turning to put the pressure. GG might have been able to see kills through against Alliance, but can they actually survive WFG's later ult cycle? As they are in a very rough spot. 3-3-0 goes down. Dreadful Whale revealed on the side of WFG, and GG just not ready to carry it.
They literally just cleansed and then got hit again by another rotation of it. Do get the rebirth charm off though, so they can go for the pickup. And what was rough about that was WFG had a second cycle of Vinyl ults if they needed it, but CGS gets picked up. They're going to quickly drop some gear for him just so he can grab some stuff, some goodies, but he is squishy right now. And at least that's one player cleansed for GG. Not maybe the method they wanted to use to cleanse, but they got the cleanse off regardless. 15 players left in this lobby. As Yuan heading actually over towards City of Tang. He's going to quickly get himself atop the tower. Remember, these meteors, they'll hurt you on the way down, as very nicely demonstrated there by Mist for us. Got hit by the meteor, but you can consume them for a little bit of rage. It's like painful fireflies. So we'll get you some rage back.
See, what's more painful is the fact that no one contested the flag cap, which means that WBG actually got cleansed for free. And now all of the teams with Yang depletion have to fight out here. OUG turning onto GG or SS using Viper Ult, Acres Cage locks everyone in position. Syra V2 is about to pop here too. Just fully clears up GG's position in the lower tier. But here comes WBG, all of their ultimates up. Dreadful Whale in the back pocket too to capitalize the moment that someone gets stun locks. We've got a Zenda F2 desperately sent for her but goes wide. CGS goes down. And this is just RW taking advantage of the fighting, just like WBG, showing up with everyone stacked on top of each other below, looking to get these kills in isolated pockets of the map left, not wanting to play out in the open when they can potentially get third-partied, made them vulnerable, fighting in claustrophobic spaces instead against the ACOS.
A rough place so well. I adore that comp, especially when you get him in a tight spot where you can just guarantee the lockdown. There's no escape from the cage, no escape from the Viper ult or the Syra ult. It's so nice. But we are going to see ourselves right now. RW got somewhat cleansed off. WBG on 11 kills, currently leading on the kill front actually. Depending on the performance they put in here, this could be enough for them to jump into that 4th place and dethrone either GG or RW. 11 kills. They are cleansed. They are safe right now. And they got a nasty comp with that CC. That Tessa just going to give you another extra kind of ult charge to work with. There's effectively 4 ults online for WBG. As RW, they're going to transform and get themselves on to the Soul Altar. Spirit Well, sorry. Got them muddled up again.
Well, this will also reset their Yang depletion time.
Yes.
So unless someone makes the hero play and drops down to contest this, RW, nope, there we go. They get the Spirit Well. 15 seconds left, by the way, on Yang depletion. We went below 10 because they started capping with 15. Like I said, if anyone had stepped up to the plate, we'd probably see them go out to Yang depletion. But now, 2 cycles of ults. Youth pops the Zender V1, still has a second after being able to pick that one up. SS about to go down, just trying desperately to use that Viper V1 with the damage reduction to live, but WBG Tessa ultimate sets up to take the Viper down instead. And RW, they might have been able to increase the time on the Yang depletion, but they've only delayed the problem. They haven't solved it. Which does mean that they have to do damage now to increase the time so that they can actually still survive the lobby before the actual map closes. Since Yang depletion has 2:43 and the game has just under 4 minutes before we see the zone fully collapse.
And it's a big one as well, because RW obviously right now in 4th place. Getting a 1st place here with the placement points will keep them in 4th place. Could actually see them overtake our GG actually. But WFG and WBG, they can smell that top 4. And there's a world where both of these teams could usurp GG and RW at the end of this game. And they are just waiting it out. All going to be about these kills. Obviously, WBG have a little bit more work to do than WFG.
But RW can't wait,
kills.
is the thing. So what's likely going to happen is that the rest of the teams will want to wait out the White Tigers to be done. RW want to make a move when they still have that buff available. But they still have to force a fight before the actual zone fully collapses. The two other teams, though, they want to wait this out as long as possible, because if they have to take a fight with RW, the third team just third parties.
Yeah.
And is able to stay out of that fight happening, save their ultimates, and then win the fight that occurs afterwards. So
it's always who picks the fight first will be the first to go out. But RW are the ones forced to do that unless they can continue to stack up the realm of Yang depletion and force it to closing of the circle. But AB eats a parry off the back and loses a big chunk of his armor. Does have to use the bell there briefly. It's just going to get himself a bit of a pot off, but that time is ticking. Just over a minute left for RW. They've lost their White Tigers. They've lost that big buff to work with. And like you were saying, the other two teams are happy just to wait it out. RW's only real hope is this Zender, who's the only cleansed person on the team for them. Maybe they can get it for a last place placement, but it's going to be a hard ask here as Mist steps forward with that dreadful whale, gets a nice chunk out early as RW just going to have to go for a heal. But again, time is ticking. They've managed to add a little bit to that timer, and they're closing in on circle close fully with the rage they've built up off it, but it is a waiting game right now, so they can shoot some cannon shots through, get some of that timer down. 40 seconds left on certain members, though. It's going to be
not a good zone for them. It's terrible for them, though. They're running Tianhai. They won't be able to actually get through the door frame. Temi ultimate now used. They have to use the Tianhai ult on teams above as opposed to below. So they're investing literally everything now. Go big or go out. They've got one person held in place long enough, but there's a zip on the side of WFG, so Xuan lives long enough to get the transform onto the Enor ult, and RW denied an elimination after using two of their ultimates to try to secure it. Youth just desperately trying to make a play for his team, scooping people up into position with that F2, but no, Yuan goes down, and WFG with that Enor ultimate now looking to try to turn on to WBG instead. But WBG, they're in a good position. They hid away from the Tianhai. They let the second team use the ults. And now you don't have the Enor ult to iframe the Viper V1. Hits almost everyone on the team into the Dreadful Whale, into the Syra V2. And this is WBG just getting to use the Syra V2 to hold everyone hostage into the zone corruption tick damage. Because if they try to stay inside the safety away from the corruption tick, they get hit by the powerful Dazzle. WBG will be able to pick up MVP from that one. What a play.
RW actually were able to jump to first place at the end of that game. I don't know if you saw the scoreboard, but the placement points, because they held on so long, and I think they got a kill or here or there. That was actually enough to just ping them from 4th place into 1st place. That's how close we're getting. Like I said, I thought at the beginning of this game that we were getting a tighter top end, and the bottom end we're going to really struggle to catch up. But the top end of this game kind of biffed it, man. They kind of biffed it real hard. And the turnaround was WBG and WFG just had a fantastic game and have jumped massively up the standings. And now what was looking like a potentially safe sail into finals for some of our top teams has now become turbulent waters, and they've got a lot of work to do heading in to games 5 and 6. There's only 2 games left in the day for them, and the opportunities to stay at the top are slowly thinning out for them.
Yep, storm clouds are brewing, which is very fitting that we'll be ending our day with the Thunderlord mirror match with the Eno composition game 6, but that game has drastically impacted the top 4. Like, WBG walk away with MVP, I believe 15 kills when they're able to clean up that last player. Very strong performance from them, and again, WBG's strongest performances, not when they play meta like the rest of the lobby, when they play comfort. The Tessa is their comfort character. They know how to play that composition, and they perform exceptionally well with it. Both at the start of the match, where they're able to jump onto OUG, who were able to bait GG, and then they get that Salvation Podium solve. Then they grief DRG out, that poor third player getting caught by the Tessa charm after they were denied entrance into Realm of Yang via Resenda F2, scooping people out and just pushing them out of the portal placement, so too many teams take the portal entrances before they can button mash their way through. And then, like, the last zone, being able to get the cleanse of the flag for free, no one contested it, then you're sitting there with no Yang depletion, being able to hold hostage RW, who still have it attached to them. So you just play below somewhere that the Tianhai team can't commit into, and let the 2 other teams just run that course. Burn them out of their ultimates and sit there with the Viper V1 to end it all.
All right, guys, for you at home, a question which I was bad at answering. When will the spring finals be held for NBPL 2026? Is it A, the 13th of May, B, the 14th of May, C, the 15th of May, or D, the 16th of May? Here's the clue. I'm going on holiday on the 13th, so that's not a clue at all. I'm just telling everyone I'm going on holiday. I'm so sad because I actually I do miss the finals. I won't be able to see the games because I'll actually be closer to the finals, but I'm not going to be able to watch them. I'm going to be too busy doing stuff. Anyway, here is our scoreboard at the end of this game. WBG walk away with 15 kills and a 19-point score. That is enormous. And then WFG walk away with 12 off the back of that one. RW walk away with 9, same for OUG. But GG, that's only a 5-pointer for them, and an XKG, a 0-pointer for them. That is rough.
I mean, DRG as well.
Yeah.
If DRG don't MVP this next game... Okay, no, it's if they MVP the next 2 games, they can still qual.
Yeah, okay.
But if they do poorly this next game, then yeah, it's sort of a write-off headed into game 6.
Yeah.
As we can have a look and see the damage stats coming on out for WBG. No surprises that PP on the Syra will be the highest and most likely getting the MVP. But the true question is, what are our standings looking like?
Oh my word.
WBG 1 point behind GG to be able to push them out of top 4 and claim that last spot in finals. WFG 4 points away from it. A 2-way tie, a 3-way tie between RW, OUG, and XKG. This is just a repeat performance of Friday, Jake. It was literally this close.
Okay, right, let's be real here. If anyone above DRG scores more than about 5 points, I think it becomes impossible for DRG to actually make it. Everyone has to goose egg, and DRG have to have a very, very good game.
Every kill in the lobby, essentially twice.
It's one of those mathematically possible, but like statistically very, very unlikely
improbable
scenarios.
It's improbable, possible, but improbable is the best way to define it. Alliance's chances slightly higher in comparison, 24 points. That's still close enough to WFG, WBG, GG, and the rest of the teams involved in the 37 points. As we can have a look, this is the moment here where there's just like so much. Look at it. The Eno here not dropping the ultimate against the Viper V1 and just getting full stun locked off of that moment. And then WBG just looking for the Dragon Slayers, gets the F, looks for the skirmish yet again for that Dragon Slayer setup. Will stagger into the 1-2. Hardy ult's coming into play. You're holding your position. You get the parry into the Dragon Slayers, into the gold frame, into the Tessa Charm to attach onto the zip. Like, it's so clean. The communication from WBG's side.
Yeah, they're playing very, very well. And I'm happy to see they did this well on not off-meta comp. Like, Tessa really doesn't get played anymore.
Yeah.
So to see this kind of be their go-to and secure themselves an MVP, absolutely fantastic game from them. And if we were using, just to gloat, if we were using my system, right now this would be potentially the comp that would have been playing at the end of the day. Just then, I think
Look at that Viper V1 drop!
That's absolutely disgusting. Into Dreadful Whale.
Beautiful, into Dreadful Whale, into Syra V2.
They played this so well. Very crisp game coming in from WBG.
Just laser beam everyone outside. If they want to be able to escape the corruption tick damage, they eat the Syra V2 stun dazzle at the expiration of the ult. Really clean stuff coming on through from WBG, and it's actually Jiang on the Viper who's going to be able to walk away with MVP. Dreadful Whale, we saw it just there. Skills and ults, 1.5k. All of that damage for the most part coming through from the spear and the dagger, since you're running the F1 instead of the F2. Like, if he was running the F2, that shotgun blast of damage would be doing a lot more in terms of the Viper stats for skills. But because you're on the F1, which is the silence, you get that onto a transformer. They don't get to use their ultimate to bail out of the stun. That's why in the Realm of Yang, you're always looking for that Viper F as your engagement.
Yeah, it's genuinely miserable playing into a Viper silence. You get just caught, it's like, cool, I can't really do anything here. Like, my abilities are just not available for a while. Very impressive performance from WBG. I'm excited to see. I'm going to watch their career with great interest at this point. Because obviously we've still got 2 games to go. We're going back to back. We're going to be heading back to Midoriya for our next game here. And this could be, this is like the prerequisite to what we're going to see in the final game, which is obviously the mirror matchup. But things are looking very close. There's, realistically, I would say there's 7 teams in the running right now for a spot at the top. I don't think DRG, I think it's just going to get a bit too far away from them too quick.
Yeah.
But I think realistically, 7 teams are all in the running right now. It's so tight. Like you're saying, with a 3-way tiebreaker at the top as well. I mean, anything could happen here.
If we go to a tie as well to work out the top 4 teams that go into finals, would not be surprised. It would come down to most amount of kills and then highest damage done.
Yeah.
Which is wild. It's actually gone that far as well sometimes. Like, it's actually gone down to the most kills were actually tied with multiple teams in the past, and it did go down to damage, and it was like literally to the point that you were there, all of the teams, there was 3 teams in the running, the camera was just panning back and forth and back and forth and back and forth as everyone just sort of held hands and worked out, is it us? Are we going through? Did we do enough? Like, that was how far it came down to it. This spring split, it has been explosive for Nbpl. It feels like it always is. It feels like we have an Nbpl like season stage finals, and we're like, okay, there's no way it gets closer. And then we go to the next split, and we're like, oh, it does. It just continues.
Yeah, no, it's one of the things I really love about NARAKA is, especially over the last few years, we've really seen like the bottom end of the player, like the pro player base. Actually, their skill level has gone up, and it's slowly caught up with those at the top. So instead of there being like a large skill deficit, which is what we were used to for a very long time, everyone's a lot closer to one another. There is still a skill gap between those at the top and those at the bottom, but it is still significantly closer than it was like 2 years ago, which means we get more lobbies like this. Like, if anyone has been watching NARAKA for a long time, you'll remember like the season 2 Nbpl where FPX would just put on one game where they did like 100 points. Yeah. And then that would just be them for the whole week. They just needed one good game.
1-4-4.
Yeah, every time, right? But that's not the case anymore. It's changed. We're now at a point where you don't get someone putting a massive game out like that anymore. Obviously, we don't want to kill multipliers and things, and there's less players because those were much bigger lobbies back then with kill multipliers. But you don't have someone snowballing so far ahead. Occasionally you do, and it's very hyped when it happens. But
well, we did for we did for the stage 2 finals actually. So stage 2 finals, TE hit match point by game 3.
Oh, that is nasty. We have had finals like that because Spider in stage 1 in solos won by game 4.
Well, we ended up actually going all the way to game 8 because TE hit it, then SR hit it, and then when you go to match point threshold, you get pushed down the phases. Yep. So what actually ended up happening, they made a really big play, right? Because when you play the finals, you actually have hero points. So if you want to go for a composition, which has been made more expensive by previous phases, you can. So they spent 4 hero points out of the 5 that they had in one round to both gamble on getting Viper. And then both of them failed to MVP that round. So we went all the way to round 8 because they had 1 point each for the rest of the rounds. And the teams who were in like early phases getting the hardy Eno zip, they did too good with the comp and denied the MVP multiple times.
That's crazy. That is crazy. I love it. We always get, like, in finals especially, we always get a hype story. There's always a moment. I mean, like, I'm thinking back to, like, oh, how many years ago was this? Let me go through my notes. It might have been 25. I can't remember, but there was a year where GG pulled out the most miraculous comeback. Oh, it was so glorious. In the finals, and we counted them out, and then they'd hit match point, but we were way more focused on everyone else because they were having a bad game. And then the final circle, they had it to Takeda, and he just took like 12 people down. It was brutal. Or a long time ago, the FBX 1 versus 3 triple parry into the zone. That was me and you casting that.
That was.
Yeah, you see, you just get these cool hype moments always. It's just such a perfect tournament format and like game for these cool miracle like recoveries and comebacks. That's what I love about it over here.
It's always memorable. Nbpl,
also,
Jacob.
I find teams have strong mental as well. Sorry to interrupt. I always do just feel like the teams have much stronger mental. I cover other games and I see games where like it's a best of 5, and by the end of game 1, I already know who's winning the best of 5 because one of the teams is Astro tilted.
Yes.
Like, tilted out of their mind.
WBG, we're doing it again.
Oh, let's run it back.
No. So this is something that they've done before. They take out the zip, they take out the hardy, they keep the Eno, so you still block the Eno in phasing, but you go Viper Syra. This is how you get 3 Vipers through.
What if this changes the Eno? No, it's the most picked first round, isn't it?
Yes.
In the first round, or most picked
in the first phase. So what will happen is that we'll get a pop-up basically saying 7 out of 8 teams picked the usual comp, and then you'll have one lower third of 1 out of 8 teams picked. Ooh, DRG misclick. We almost went with Shen.
Don't troll here, guys.
Justina instead.
I'm standing by it.
3 Viper Cyrus.
Esports team at NARAKA, trust me, most like highest scorer, best performing team on the day. That's the one. That's the one. We don't need any more Iron or Mirror matchups. We're getting bored of them.
Okay, so RW Yushan, they've spotted it. They're like, oh, again, WBG, again. Now we have to go for Yushan because we know that there'll be 3 Viper teams because the Hardy and the Zip are both not more expensive, which means that Phase 2 locked the Viper Syra Akos, and Phase 1 locked the Eno, but one team went Viper. So now we have to go Yushan to counter it. Thanks, WBG.
And actually, this is your last like free will game. After this, you are playing what you're told, which is that Eno comp. So very, very rough. But I'm gonna see that Kailin Monk comp coming in from the side of WFG.
Got played on Friday too.
That's a bit of a flashback to another comp. Alliance doing the more standard version with the Zender getting locked in, but that is our hero select. WBG playing upset in the lobby once again, and their upset in the last game has done them some serious work. But they got to keep it going because it is going to be a very, very tight game number 5 and 6. And this is the final straight, the final run, and for some of the teams, the final 2 games they will play this season coming up.
We'll have to see the total points as well, average, for the teams that were forced into running the Yushan. With that Justina, when they saw that there was a triple Viper comp let loose in this lobby, Tianhai teams will also be in danger from this as well, because now you have to worry about the being able to match your Tianhai ult for the duration of it, and then when you drop the Tianhai ultimate, the Viper V1 stun being there when you can't iframe and cancel the hit. Plus the Syra ult too, like that's the thing, the Syra works really well against the Yushan because the Yushan can't save the team from the V2.
Yeah.
You can save the team from the Viper V1 with the shout in your Yushan ult, but you can't save the team or yourself from the powerful Dazzle. It's a harder form of CEC.
That is very brutal. I always forget that. Very brutal.
That's like all the Syra's dive bomb. When they have their V2 active in Realm of Yang, you just see them trying to dive bomb a player with the V2 so that when it ends, they get full stunned.
Well, let's have a look at those points that you were talking about. So we're looking at it's the UA Shen comp. So 80% pick rate for RW, 6 average points coming in from them, 4 average points and a 4% for Alliance.
Yeah, I was going to say not a good position for Alliance to be in because they're on the chopping block.
Yeah.
For top 4. WBG average points 12.
That's crazy, actually. They have the highest average points of any of the comps being played right now.
Yeah, that's WBG. Like, they love doing this. They say that, like, we'll see what is meta for the rest of the teams. We'll take what works for you, and we'll take what works for us. And just combine the two. And it works really well for them. Oh, they're dropping onto DRG as well.
Oh, DRG. I think the dream might die right here, right now. Because it's like, DRG, obviously they're concerned a little bit about the Alliance score, but like more than anything, it's WFG upwards is where they're scared about. Like, the higher those points go, the higher the ladder gets between each step for them towards making it to finals. I think right now, if I'm honest with you, DRG might be a little donezo, but everyone else, that's the exciting story. I think there's a lot on the line here going into game number 5. Well, I know there's a lot on the line here going into this game 5. And I think game 6 is probably going to be much of that as well. So 2 very exciting games to round out the day. So here we go. In off the bat immediately. LV, he's just going to get punching onto Mai. Gonna look to try and grab himself some gear already. DRG also sliding down to get something, but LV has been able to grab himself a sword, a katana, I believe, off the back of that one. Meanwhile, over at Arcadia, Tutik is able to get himself a kill onto Peak and SS off the bat. Beautiful pickup here, and XKG coming out the door swinging here.
Oh, the timing attack though. RW show up, grab Fireflies, grabbed gear, grabbed themselves Justina V1. Tutik's got his own though, turns onto RW's youth, catches the dash with their freeze.
That third party did not work.
Yeah, that third party very much did not work. As Tutik with the Justina ultimate bails the team out.
5 kills in the first minute and a half of the game is a very, very strong start for XKG, to be honest.
breaks the tie as well. We still have the two-way between RW and OUG, but XKG pull ahead. 42 points on the board now.
I remember RW last game were in 4th place at the start of the game, ended tied 1st, and then opened this game by losing their revives off the bat to XKG, who have been kind of crushing it all day long, to be honest. OUG
What's
also
interesting
losing their drop. Go on.
Is that we saw WBG drop on DRG. No kills actually come through from it.
Yeah, interesting.
So potentially they're still fighting, or they're prioritizing picking up loot. That, or they're worried about if they fight, third-party opportunity. As XKG winning out between the two other teams will be able to grab the coins, grab the Vulpine Essence, and make away with that one. Yep, there we go. Really good start for them.
And
having that Vulpine Essence, purple armor as well, that you're able to pick up after you have all of the money from killing 2 teams off rip. But a much quieter start to the lobby outside of that one main fight in Arcadia. All of the rest of our teams being very cautious not to overextend. As those are the only kills on the whole lobby board at the moment, Jake. Everybody else is just playing to slow roll loot, grab floating piles, grab fireflies, and not give kills to their competition.
Everyone knows how tight it is. It's really a game of you need to explode out the door. XKG did do that. But now that they haven't had that explosion out the door, these teams are playing a little bit more smarter. Knowing if they lose their revive or if they go down and are knocked out of this lobby, the odds of making finals are dramatically reduced. So I think we're probably in for maybe a bit more of a slower tempo game. I think game 6 is where some teams are going to start to panic and they're going to have to pick a tempo up, which everyone else is then going to get forced into. But this game, I expect it to be a little bit more controlled. But GG getting jumped here by WFG off the bat. LXM is just going to throw down that Viper ultimate. Going to see the transform come out. I think he timed that pretty well. Yes. Oh! Timed that grab well as well. LXM is just going down. GG lose their Viper. WFG secure themselves a kill.
Oh no.
Continue to try and climb a little bit higher. Looking for CJS. He just about dodges away on the grab. That was close.
Oh, but he has been forced to hold his ground for the Akos F2. He'll cage at least with the Akosol. And GG tried to turn this. They're using the Syra V2. Wait, WFG might go down here, but both teams might actually get grouped by the third party. WBG are about to show up and crash this party in a moment. As we're going to see CJS overhaul the Akos F2, sets up onto Xiaowen. Viper V1 drop down from Jiang, catches everyone. Oh no! The drop down, LMB from the longsword, Jiang as well with the follow through on that staff. Just cleans up one, turns the attention onto the rest of the teams, and yeah, that third party timing attack from WBG with the Viper V1 from out of nowhere caught both teams by surprise, and WBG fully benefit from it. That's going to be a very quick 4 kills picked up for them.
That was very nice for them as well, jumping from 5th to 2nd. It's so tight here as we can see Alliance and DRG. I would predicted that we're going to slow down, and then suddenly the teams went, no, we have to go aggressive. We have to get these kills. As Alliance able to get himself a couple of kills onto DRG, but DRG are able to answer back here as now Rishi gets himself caught by the knock-up. And these guys do have the revive still. Donkey 9 gets caught. Rishi gets a lot of damage off onto Donkey 9. There's going to be the ultimate out as now he just needs to play away. Tries to get away, but the Dazzle does connect onto him. He's just playing escape. He's going to transform here. There's going to be the ultimate from Donkey 9 used. Rishi just going to get that ultimate to make sure that he's safe, and he breaks away safely.
Jake, Alliance's team rezzed. They're running it back.
Rezzed?
Yes, they rezzed. And ran it back. See, they just got the kill onto DRG. It's working out for them. I'll tell you now, though, like, there's a reason why all of the teams turned the aggression up now, and it's because this is posturing for Realm of Yang. You kill a team now, you deny them the opportunity to recover in time for first Yang. Which then reduces their scaling potential and the kills that they can get. with Realm of Yang or Vermilion Birthmark.
OUG are cooked. There's two players down. They don't have revives. They were just caught in the zone with their trousers down. I don't really know what OUG were doing. SS is just hiding, squirreling away at the top of the tree.
He might...
Is he going for revives?
He might be able to go tap his team to bring them back.
Early enough. He won't take too much damage from the zone. But Kakaishi, I think this is the hope and dreams of DRG dying here against the Rocks as WFG. Their hopes of qualifying are still very much alive. Kakaishi goes down. Alliance stole the kill away, though. Zhao Wen unable to get that. Only got the great armor here and a blue weapon, so he's very, very squishy, very, very weak. WFG are able to break away. Alliance aren't going to chase. Realm of Yang spawning up, and RW going to be our first one inside of Realm of Yang. We'll see who joins them. There's AB right now. Just
blue
playing up on
armor,
the pillar.
though. They're all blue armor.
Yeah. Everyone's playing it slow. They're not going in immediately. They want to try and wait it out and get someone who's maybe a little more hesitant to jump in. Spirit
Well,
Wolf
some
right
teams
next to
can't.
this.
Like, some teams just got shredded and had to use their revives now.
Oh, look at WBG.
Yeah,
Purple
WBG.
Armor, purple gear.
Purple armor, purple gear. Oh, DRG. I think that, like, one player in Realm of Yang and go up against XKG, the most scaled team in the lobby currently. We're following WBG, though. See how they do with this Eno Viper Syra composition. Jiang tries to look for the silence to cancel out the ult activation from the other side. Syra ults in play as well. That V2 just laser beaming down. Yushan ult comes through in time, but that means that you force the Yushan ult and you're still holding your Viper ult. You'll wait for that to time out, and then you can come through with the V1 when RW can't escape the stun off of it. Silence hits everybody! They're all sacked up! PP still going low, though. Has to get turned and peeled for, but does get taken down. Youth with a big Justina ultimate. Jiang now on the defense. Has to come through with the Viper V1 just to scatter these players away from his team. Doesn't find a stun. Looks for the scale rush off of the pillar with the spear setup, but he gets just intercepted before he can fully charge it up. No parry opportunity. Early release of the RMB. Double jump over the pole sword, but just gets pushed off. And RW looked a little rough, but they, with the Justina ultimate, turn it against WBG.
And blue weapons, blue armor as well. Just beautiful turnaround from the side of RW. Great silence. It felt like everything went right for WBG, and it still wasn't enough there. Don't know what happened, but they went down. So you see GG also coming out after losing their Realm of Yang. Oh no, sorry, they won their Realm of Yang. Oh, they're just stepping out the same portal. Okay.
Yes. Could
immediately just see the Birds Might fight break out between these teams. As Youth go in aerial. Looking for the lockdown there with the Jeonhan lead, but the double freeze breaks in, and LXM already low HP. They're just going to try and take him out before he can get the stun off. It doesn't look like it's going to happen in time. One more freeze comes through from Youth, catches a little bit, able to dash away safely from that. I don't think the dazzle hit anyone either, but LXM, no ultimate, no silence to speak of. So RW able to secure themselves the kill. And they're just racking up the points now. Really, really solid start. CGS also being juggled in the aerial. And RW able to take him down. Another Bird's Might pop. 2 kills off the back immediately for the side of RW. That was really nice out of the Realm of Yang.
Yeah, and you'll be able to take the blooms as well from GG's players so that the Yang depletion teams get one less opportunity for cleanse. We can see how GG were able to win theirs versus Alliance. It is a 3 versus 3. GG, Viper, Syra, Akos Cage already used. Catches out Alliance's team into the silence, into the Viper V1 follow through. There are pillars in play, so I think 2 players from Alliance will be able to break away from the stun. Yuma, not so lucky though. Turned on to 2 versus 1. Shredded down. No Temi ultimate. Tianhai and Zenda ult still up on the side of Alliance, but the Akos F2 sets up the stun onto the Tianhai. No, wait, Rushway does not have the ult. Oh. Alliance going in without the ults fully built up? That's unfortunate.
I've seen that quite a few times today, actually, where teams are just willing to jump in with no ult and say we'll get the rage when we need it. The XKG, 2-tick, found a freeze, not finded, found a freeze onto Zhang, but Zhang immediately answers out with the stun angle, is not going to make the connection. 2-tick follows up onto him, catches the freeze once again onto Yang. Massive amount of damage coming out from those flying knives in response. One last charge with the freeze, didn't make a connection on that one from the dash, unfortunately, but PP now in transforms on the UA Shen, looking for the lockdown. They've got the Syra ultimate as well for a big AoE dazzle when that time's out. Zhang just getting heavily juggled around here. 2-tick caught, taken down by the dazzle, by the follow-up as WBG's PP was able to secure that kill. He's just going to dash to safety as the sandstorm's been thrown down, and WBG will be losing that player as Alliance with a third party looking to put some kills on the board to keep himself in the running towards that top 4 they needed to make this work. As there's another kill, Yuma's able to get it. It has really been a bloodbath as the rebirths are finally falling off, and the last of the depletions also fading away as well.
I mean, look at the leaderboard. The fact that we're fighting in zone as well, these teams truly are desperate for every kill they possibly can get. DRG, I believe, out in the zone because of using a rebirth charm, gets spotted by OUG, who are more than happy to burn the Una ult and take this team down before they can fight in open space and have a team come through with that third party. And off of the back of that, yeah, DRG's reduced to just Kakaishi on this Viper, having to try to escape Grey Armor swap as well. Truly desperation plays. Second Realm of Yang will spawn up, but WBG down to 1 Syra, DRG down to 1 Viper. 2 teams that won't be able to put themselves through that portal. Floating Pulse will also be in the mix just now. As XKG 9 kills in the lead currently. Forbidden Seal in play for GG at the moment as RW roll up to the mix. They're just playing for Spirit well instead of Yang, which, yeah, that's the safer option at this point. Getting hit by Yang depletion this late in the game is not a position any team want to find themselves in.
No, you really don't. And we did see DRG were able to pick their Justina back up. The Syra has faded. Very important kills there for OUG. They'd slipped into 5th place, but they've now found XKG, seeing if they can grab themselves a couple of other kills, because those 2 kills they got on DRG did now translate into them getting themselves into top 4. But they are now tied with WBG, who have lost 2 players. So there is a world, as we're going to see WFG taking on XKG inside the realm of Yang. It's the Monk with the Kylin taking on the UA Shen Justina comp here. So starting off going aerial, Zhao Wen here. Not going to transform immediately, just waiting it out, seeing for a good window. Is going to get caught here, has to pop the bell. Comes back down, here's the transform coming out from Zhao Wen. A grab into the Kylin follow-up is going to be absolutely brutal to play into. Gets the slam down, hasn't been able to fish for a grab yet, but there's going to be the first grab coming in from him. Going to get some damage with those flying knives off onto 2-tick. Get a lot of damage off, but he does quickly go for a freeze. Tries to break the freeze away, doesn't get caught by the re-grab. Zhao Wen was charging up a grab, wasn't able to get it as he took himself a couple of staggering shots there. 2-tick is going to go for the pot off as they're going to play some level of disruption onto him. 2-tick is incredibly low though, as WFG do get some damage back in on to the Justina, but they've lost one of their players already. They lost their Temi. No Sandstorm, no backup, no Wisps, anything to work with. Zhao Wen very low. XKG looking for the kill onto him here. Pins him against the pillar, but the freeze comes out to break away. Zhao Wen incredibly low, being juggled around with that golden weapon he's made quick work of by ZXL. And this should just be the I's getting dotted and the T's getting crossed. XKG take the realm of Yang.
Scaling's really low for WFG. Blue weapon, blue armor for Tianhai, blue armor for Kylin, purple weapon at least, but 2-tick gets grabbed. There's no double because obviously you have the Yushan ult still on the field for Xun Huan, so that you're denying one opportunity for a double grab. You can only really find it off of the Justina and the Lee. But then when one slam comes out onto the Justina, one, it's blue damage scaled, so the Justina lives. And you have your combo breaker up with the F as well, so you can stop the Kylin displacement of the dash, setting up the re-grab coming on out. live the duration of the Tianhai ultimate and then turn the fight to a position where you're more favored. As GG took the Spirit Well. That's risky. XKG are W though. They get buffs, they get 3 new kills, and we have 2 teams on the field of Yang depletion. Oh, WBG, it was just one of their players that went into the realm of Yang. They tried to chance their luck and hope that one of the portals would remain empty. That's rough for WBG because they are not safe in terms of leaderboard. We've gone from a three-way tie for first, second, third to an even more problematic three-way tie between third, fourth, fifth.
That is, yeah, that's a rough one. And right now, GG are currently sitting at the lower end of that table. I don't actually know how the maths will properly work out if we end up in a situation like this at the end of game 6, but for now, don't have to worry about it.
Highest amount of kills picked up, then highest amount of damage.
Yeah, okay, so normal maths on that one then.
Yes.
I don't think it's going to stay like that for long, if I'm honest with you, Moxie. I think it's probably going to stay very aggressive. Somehow, DRG have made a full recovery into this game. I don't think it's enough for them to recover in the whole lobby and make it to finals, but they were able to hang on, and that's just going to give XKG yet another kill. There's not even one of the teams that really need it to break a tie. XKG just trying to put as big a lead between them and fourth right now as possible. And I actually think if XKG MVP this game, get last team standing and the placement points are associated with that, this next game is just, as long as they don't goose egg, they'll be fine.
DRG still have Kakaishi up currently, hidden away in the purple bush right next to his teammate who's about to bleed out, but there's just too many teams in the area, everyone with Yang depletion. Unfortunately for WFG, this is the sad state of things, right? Because WBG only had 1 player go into the realm of Yang. Only one of their players has Yang depletion, which means that WFG, they're searching for a team that has Yang depletion to fight. It's just the Syra. And if you take a fight against the Syra, she's got the V2. The reason why they feel comfortable taking the fight versus the Syra is Forbidden Seal is in play. So mutual destruction that you would previously have if you tried to contest the Syra who had Yang depletion with that V2 proccing on through, that gets removed with the pop of the Forbidden Seal. Alongside the Syra's disappearance, WBG pushed out of the lobby. 39 points. OUG GG given an opportunity to be able to pull ahead and increase a lead that they sorely need when we head into the last game of the day. Unfortunately for WFG though, that was the 1 player of Yang depletion now killed. They still have 2 players to cleanse, which means Zhao Wen, Tianhai all time. We're looking for grabs. We're looking to do any form of damage, get any kill that we can to try to just have this timer not detonate and lose 2 teammates, leaving you vulnerable. Or go for the Spirit Well to try to cap it, to extend it. No, this is actually the cleanse. This is the Yang Spirit Well.
Can they get it is the question as the Lions jump down into their pocket. They know that Transformer's timed out for WFG, so that is then donezo, unfortunately. Down they go. Alliance will cash in on that kill. That's their first one, as they are going to be able to get themselves the grab here. Well, not the grab, the cap here. As OUG also looking to play potential contest here, knowing that Alliance, their Transform's going to be timing out fairly soon, as WFG will lose another player. Down they go. And the chances get that much slimmer as Alliance do cap. I thought OUG would look for the contest, but they decided against it. They're going to back off. I still can't believe that DRG are in this game. It's like it's like they're the germ, and the other teams are like the spray that only gets rid of 99.9% of the germs, because there's always just one of them just left.
Flag? Are we capping flag for free? Surely not. Someone has flag currently. XKG? No, who has... It was XKG and they got it for free. So, yet again, we go into this state of 3 full teams with Yang depletion. Which means that, yet again, we're not going to want to take the fight because the other teams will just third party when they know that your back is against the wall and your hand will be forced. Like this next Spirit Well, you can't let anyone cap it, because if you let a team pull ahead with the timer where they can just extend it, they'll be able to outlive you. This next Spirit Well has to go to a despawn position.
It's going to be a very, very rough one. 2 full teams. RW with 2 players and DRG with their only player have now got the depletion on. That timer sits at about 2.5 minutes.
No, RW have their full team. It's just 2 of them have Yang depletion. The Yushan
so I said,
does
sorry,
not.
I definitely didn't describe that well. RW have 2 players with depletion, 1 player without. They have a little bit of a room to breathe as DRG's mind.
They're fighting in Moonbane.
I mean, this is a solo player looking for the Justina freezes. Did actually connect one on a Baby U. Could maybe turn the attention, but OUG find the parry and Mai goes down. OUG secure themselves their 3rd kill and a cleanse onto 1 player. But they need to a little bit more. Keeps them in 3rd place and breaks their tie with WBG and GG. But it is a hard ask here for the side of OUG. They've been playing very, very slow tempo this time around. They've got the transform on Baby U. He's not going to use it as Alliance. They're transforming Roshi here. Looking for the grab. Doesn't make a connection onto GG. And everyone is just forced on the cusp of this Bane's Breath. Is Roshi going to de-transform? I'm just going to have to go for the pots.
Spirit Well is about to spawn Jake, and it's Draco Storm.
Oh, it's going to be nasty.
Yeah, this Spirit Well has to go to a despawn. Like 3 teams with Yang depletion, they're all going to be fighting for control of that Spirit Well, so they can get the extension on the time and the buff. Yeah, here we go. GG first in position, pushed out by XKG. Which is hilarious because XKG, not Yang depletion. They're just doing this to deny teams getting an extension. LXM forced into Burning Viper V1 off of being deposited in a bad position from that Zenda F2. Syra V2 takes down Alliance's Yuma. Everyone, I think, is just letting one team cap Spirit Well for free because they all just want the kills that they can get in front of them. Which means that XKG are about to show up with Draco Storm and 2 cycles of ultimates. This is desperation. Get the kills now before XKG take them away from you.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very rough one. 12 people in a very small space, and with double ults and Draco Storm, like you were saying, in the pocket. It is going to be so scary to fight into XKG. OUG trying to get some resets off, trying to keep their hopes in this game alive. They've lost their zips. They haven't got that healing to work with, and SS is going to go down as GG are able to secure themselves yet another kill, get another cleanse in the pocket as Yuan is able to answer back the kill onto 3-3-0. XKG, though, super scary, and they're actually close to getting 2-Tick's ultimate back once again as another kill goes in their favor as Revenge falls and is knocked out of the lobby. You can see GG fighting with RW, trying to hold on, but that is then knocked out of the lobby as RW continue to keep themselves in a more comfortable position towards top 2 as 2-Tick does get knocked back here by Youth, but Youth does need to be a little bit careful fighting into the Draco Storm team. 2-Tick actually going for the reposition to get closer towards their team and break away. Only 6 players left in this lobby, and I think it's XKG, the only full team left in the game right now as well. This is just going to be a very hard ask at this point. ZXL dropping down onto the low ground. Still got a minute left of that Draco Storm to work with, and he can go for a heal, go for a cleanse. RW's Yuan gets absolutely jumped on by everyone. And meanwhile, on the low ground, you can see Baby U and Youth fighting it out. Freeze comes out from Youth. Baby U's going to look for the parry. He's going to look for the kill. He's going to be denied the opportunity. And there it is. XKG, 20 bomb in that game. And a first place in the standing. They are very comfortably going to finals off this.
The rich get richer. That's the storyline of that game. Top 4 teams all finish in the top 4. That's not good news for the rest of the lobby. The tie has been broken. There has been distance created. It's still catchable. It's still attainable. But it has become that much harder, and XKG, yeah, they've booked that ticket. As good as with that scoreline that they're able to set.
I think realistically, what we're looking at going into Game 6 is spaces 3 and 4 will probably be contestable. 2 if it's a really crazy game. But first place, there's one space is booked at this point, really.
Yeah.
Like there is a world where everything goes wrong, the stars align, but I feel like you're talking about like, you know, a 0.0001% chance kind of play. Realistically, what we're looking at is 2 spots are going to be up for grabs, maybe 3 depending on how the lobby plays, but realistically we're looking at 2 spots being up for grabs. And if you're in 3rd and 4th right now, you're probably sweating quite a lot because this next game is the difference between you making it to finals and you going to negotiations for next season. That's the world we're looking at right now.
Well, here is your question that you're looking at right now. How many players used Syra in Game 5? Was it A1, B2, C3, or D4? Now, this was actually a juicy question because of WBG in Phase 1, so think carefully on that answer.
True.
But oh boy, the leaderboard, the standings, it's going to be close. I feel like it's truly going to be close. Despite the fact that, like, apart from the very top, like, XKG definitely created a big lead between themselves and the rest of the teams. Everyone else, though, I still feel like it's going to be close. We'll have to see how far 2nd and 3rd are away, because that last zone, it was just XKG. It was straight up just like teams realizing, okay, we've still got Yang Depletion. A team who don't have Yang Depletion just got Spirit Well, or if they did have Yang Depletion, they just extended that timer. They'll have ultimates. They'll be coming to kill us. We just have to get kills now before they show up, so we're at least increasing our points, which is exactly what I was talking to you about at the start of the day, that Spirit Well sometimes just goes uncontested, even if Draco Storm is attached to it, because teams just want the points to be able to climb their position higher.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a scrappy couple of game coming up, and that was, I expected that game to chill out a little bit, but it just like started a bit melancholy and then exploded in tempo. Everyone realized how much was on the line. As soon as some teams started to get some points and they started to see the kill feed in the bottom of their screen kicking off, they were like, we have to do something or we're just going to fall behind the curve here. So yeah, I'm very, very excited to see what Game 6 looks like. But more correctly, and like you were saying, this scoreboard, obviously 25 points to SKG is huge. RW 12 points is huge. Like, everyone scored something here. Yes, DRG and WFG only got 2, so it does slim their chances heavily. But the overall scoreboard for the day, that's the exciting one, because we're going to really get a good sense of where everyone is going to be going into this last game. And, you know, I had the prediction that only 2 spots are really going to be up for grabs at the end of this game. But depending on how much of a difference there is between 2 and 3, like you were saying, that could decide whether or not there's 3 spots up for grabs going into the finals, and whether or not there's going to just be the 2.
Okay, well, Tutik, I feel, will be getting MVP 9 kills.
Yeah, that's a lot of kills.
We get the standings, though. Let's see. RW, oh, it's close, Jake.
It's close.
It's close.
Yeah,
it's free.
It's 3 spots.
It's 3 spots up for grabs. XKG, they're fine. They're safe. 62. RW, OUG, GG, they're sweating. Like, RW, still sweating. 49 points. That's reachable for WBG and WFG.
So here's the thing. Technically, yes, Alliance aren't too far behind either, so there is a world. But the way this has to go is WBG have to get plus 10 points this game.
Yes.
RW have to goose egg. I think that's the big thing. If RW get a couple of kills, every kill RW get, it gets harder and harder to overtake them. I think guaranteed 3 and 4 is going to be contestable the whole game.
Yes.
Depending on what happens to RW in this game is how we'll decide whether or not this is going to be a surpassable amount. Because obviously, right now there is a hard line, but as the moment that game starts, that line of qualification will be moving up and down constantly, depending on how the people above are performing. It's honestly, Moxie, I think we're in for a very, very fun game number 6.
Stressful, I think, for all of the players. So before we get into that stress, let's have a look at our highlights. GG, very strong realm of Yang fight win for them before we got to see everyone with Yang depletion just scrapping it out here. Kills turned on to XKG, but they were still able to recover. OUG there being able to hunt down some of DRG's remaining players. Second realm of Yang cycles where XKG make their recovery. WBG, this is the moment that they get sent packing. Blazing Cyclone attached to that Whipsaw, just doing so much damage. GG losing LXM as well. 3-3-0. And CJS forced to use Aiko's Cage in the zone just to lock players' positions down as everyone scrambled for every elimination you could find before XKG could turn up and steal it away. They'll walk away with the MVP, but Jake, that's something that I wanted to talk about. The fact that GG are fourth in the leaderboard, right? You know what GG will be dropping. Surely all of the teams in 5th and 6th and 7th just dropped GG's location to try to grief them out of a good start.
You've been doing more trios than me this season, but from the games I've covered of GG, they've actually not been dropping at their regular spots this season. They've been a little bit more unpredictable. I hope they carry that unpredictability going into this game because, yeah, if these guys drop at Secret Tunnel, there's gonna be like 3 teams waiting for them, like bouncers, being like, "You are the most valuable kill right now in the world." Like they are the last of the woolly rhinos, and they're gonna be hunted for it. It's gonna be a hard game for GG. They need to be unpredictable. I've seen them actually do quite a lot of Shadow J mine drops on Morosile this season, which is an old school GG drop. That's one from like before Secret Tunnel. So I think they might reach into their bag of tricks and maybe drop somewhere safe, somewhere else.
Well, we'll have to see. Just as we'll have to see which of the 4 teams will be sending on to the finals and which will be saying goodbye to. We'll be back with Game 6 after this break.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into game number 6. This is the final chance to qualify for the grand finals in 2 weeks' time. It is do or die for these guys, and right now there is a lot that could happen. There are a lot of teams that could qualify. I think the only people who are 100% safe right now are XKG. I do think RW have done a lot of work to make sure that they could pad out pretty quickly into a safe position. But realistically, looking at 2 spots up for grabs, potentially, and I hope, fingers crossed, for an exciting 3 spots up for grabs and a tight ending to this game. Because that last game started slow for about 5 minutes, and then someone put their foot down, and everyone got pulled along on that wild ride. That was an absolute bloodbath of a game.
Yeah, I mean, it's mirror match, which does mean that the Hardy, zip comp, everyone will be playing. Also means Realm of Yang, because there's so much sustain on that comp and disengage potential too. We could see timeouts, Jake. Like, if we get timeouts for first Realm of Yang, that Yang depletion fight becomes even more brutal because even more teams have to join it. So, yeah, I think like for the teams...
team, isn't it?
It's a very stally comp. Like it's not really like a high chance you'll be able to close out fights very quickly, which means that when you're fighting in open space as well on the actual like battle royale aspect of the map outside of the realm of Yang, third-party opportunities are going to be there if you don't close out those fights super quickly. And I think for a lot of the teams at the top, you want to be as cautious as possible. For the teams at the lower half, though, they need kills. It's not that you need the teams at the top to do badly, you also need to get kills. So I think there's going to be like a sort of like clash of ideas of half the lobby wanting to play as safe as possible and half of the lobby forced into being super aggressive and being very proactive, trying to force as many fights as they can.
And there's always two outcomes when you play this style as well. One is the teams who play aggressive just kind of play too aggressive and get themselves knocked out, and then it slows everything down because the aggressive guys are gone. Or on the other hand, the aggressive guys spook by taking out maybe one of the slower teams, and then everyone is forced into this snowball effect of aggression. So, I mean, I think everyone knows what I like. I'm hoping it's the snowball into aggression, and it's not people clinging to ceilings and waiting out the game. I hope we see like an early end and just, like a full-on explosive game where the teams are forced to play aggressive and the leaderboard will be moving up and down constantly the whole time. So I'm holding hope here, but I think regardless of what happens, whether it's a slower tempo game or a faster tempo game, we are in for a treat just because of how tight it is at the top. And I think the biggest thing to note is because it's a stally team, that has some layer on effects to like how people can go out because it makes them harder to secure like the kills if you're a depletion team. If you're trying to get a soul bloom, it's so much harder if that team's good at stalling, good at waiting it out. So yeah, I think this game is gonna be a bit of a spicy one, to be honest.
Yeah, and if you don't get the full kill right, rebirth charms. There's going to be a lot of teams that go down to 1 or 2 players and can then recover their game entirely by just grabbing rebirth charms and using them. So there's going to be constant monitoring of can we take 3v3s against strong teams to sort of strip them of their scaling potential. But then can we also keep track of the weaker teams who are looking to recover to make sure that they don't grief us later down the line? Because that was actually something that slipped by quite a few times in the Stage 2 finals. There were teams who should have MVP'd, but then they let one person from a team that they'd otherwise wiped go. That player then got rebirth charms, and then in the final zone, brought that team back and griefed out the MVP opportunity. Like, SR should have closed out on the first game of Padoria after hitting match point threshold, but they got griefed by Wolves being able to bring their full team back via rebirth charm. So you're going to see a lot of teams try to make sure that they absolutely get the full team kill, as opposed to letting one slip by, which then slips them up later in the match.
Well, here we are, one last look at the standings before going into the game. Obviously, GG and OUG both tied on fourth and third with 42 points. Only 3 points ahead of WBG, who are currently in fifth, and then WFG on 33 points, also within reaching distance. Alliance on 31. DRG, honestly, guys, what you are this game is points. Yeah, that's unfortunately all they are. They are 11 points. There is no world where they're going to be able to qualify, unfortunately. And yeah, they're going to be sitting out, unfortunately, the finals. But, they've done a good run to make it this close to finals. So, you can't really fully write them off. But have a look at our teams right now who are all within a running, all within reaching distance of that top spot. Going to be such a tense game. It's going to be such a tense game, Moxie.
Yep, if you lose the hot drop fight, like, you can't tilt. You cannot afford to tilt. You have to keep your head in the game, even if it starts going wrong. I want to see the drop locations. Will Secret Tunnel be a drop location? Will GG field to it? And how many teams try to chase GG? If they do...
I think it would be the stupidest move
for GG to go Secret Tunnel. Agreed.
I think that would be. I think clicking Secret Tunnel was probably be the difference between them making it to finals and them not making it to finals.
But here's where it gets problematic. Every time that GG have played Morrisile and have not landed Secret Tunnel, they've done badly this stage.
Yeah, very true. Alrighty,
So
well.
I think there's middle ground that you could potentially go for, where instead of landing Secret Tunnel, you land close to it, but not on it. So if teams do try to contest your position at 4th, you can let them start to fight it out, and then you're the team that gets to 3rd party and timing attack them instead.
Yeah, now what does worry me is we're not on a Firefly map, and that's where the Fireflies are, so GG may just go greed for the Fireflies. But we have seen GG actually earlier today on Morrisile. They dropped at Sunwings. They just totally gave it up. So I know Shadow Jade's within their capabilities. Sunwings is in their capabilities. We know everyone is starting Rage as well. So there's a world where they say, we'll build the Rage up quick enough. It's not worth risking it for some Fireflies and getting early Rage. Yes, it could go right for us, and it could be the snowball. And I think that's one of the things we do have to keep in mind as well is, you know, while we're saying Secret Tunnel may be terrible for them, on the other hand, they are the Secret Tunnel kings. So there's a world they jump in, they get those Fireflies, and they absolutely smash the fight. And then we say we never doubted them and pretend like we didn't just criticize it. So right now there's the way up, probably been going on internally behind the scenes just before this game of, do we drop at where we know, or do we not? And I still am inclined to say they don't drop there, because everyone knows they drop there and everyone knows they're a high value target. That's the issue. That
is the issue. The good thing for them, at least, is it's mirror match, right? One thing that I really like about mirror match is that when you're in these situations, when you have a team who's in 3rd and 4th, and those are the spots that everyone's looking at and very much wanting, they would, if we were in a non-mirror match, try to identify the phases and the comps that those 3rd and 4th teams would play, and then hard go after them, right? But because it's a mirror match, you can't just say, okay, well, according to the phasing, they'll likely be on this comp, so let's all in when we see this comp. You don't get to do that. You literally have to fight every single one of these Enor comps to try to get a read on if they play like GG. That's the way that you have to do it. You have to actually take a fight versus them, as opposed to just scouting the heroes from far and going, there's a 50% chance that this is GG that we're fighting, because there's likely only 2 compositions of these characters in the whole lobby. So we have a 1 in 2 chance of being able to take a fight and push the team out, so we can just stop them from picking up points. I think it gives you more of a chance when you're in 3rd and 4th. It keeps it a little bit fairer that you don't have everyone in the lobby after you.
Well, very tense moment as everyone's just getting themselves set up and ready to go into the game. I don't expect any weird shenanigans on the setup of what people are going to be running skill-wise. I think everyone's going to be running pretty standard stuff. And lo and behold, surprise, surprise, Hardy, Zip, and Einor are going to be the mirror matchup comp. To no one's surprised, to be honest. It was played a lot today. Because here we go. It's having a look. Yep, no one's changing anything. Standard across the board.
Yeah, there's no way you go V2 Hardy. Not when your Zip relies on the cube to live. No one will grieve. Yeah, F2 as well across the board. I know Dunk's been hoping to see an F1. Just come for us, have a look at the heart rates as well. How's OUG's looking? 147.
They're all quite high. Remember, guys.
Oh, no secret tunnel.
Well done, GG. I'm very proud of them. They could or even go over. There's actually no one there. That's so funny.
No one went for secret tunnel. No one went for GG.
I think everyone knew it was bait. I think that was it. It's the Tom
the hot
Hardy now,
drop fights. the OUG Alliance WFG one, that's going to be a spicy hot drop fight. Because OUG are third, but they're tied with GG. Alliance are on 31, WFG are on 33. If one of those two teams can get the jump on OUG early, that's going to be huge at slowing OUG's momentum down. But if OUG are the one that come through with multiple kills on those two teams, then that lead just increases. These hot drops are so important. As we start off a money spot with WBG going head-to-head against RW. Just Youth not getting the chance to get a weapon. Too many of WBG's players as well stacked on top of him, so he has no chance of escape. And now, yeah, parry with the longsword, RMB sent through. WBG very quickly picking up a lot of kills, 2 off of the rip, getting a lot closer to GG.
OUG also getting jumped here, but they are going to look to try and find a turnaround. That's going to be Baby U taking down Revenge off the back, but Yuma incredibly low, eats the parry, goes down. Purple armor onto somebody there. OUG able to get a kill. Going to get the pick up, and they're going to continue to chase. Alliance playing away. Rushi gets caught by the grapple that has come in, and OUG just distancing themselves from the bottom of the table away from GG. They secure the kill, but now GG have slid into the action, and this could be a big decider for the tempo of this game for the other side. OUG, Bobiu gets himself a heal off on the zip. Bit of sustain to recover that armor. He has only got grey, but they do have purple armor on one of their players. So he's sitting quite comfortably there. CGS is getting a bit juggled around here, has to cube away to safety to break away from this one, as OUG are not done. The Hardy ults have both been popped, and they're both just trying to find a window to get the harass on. And it's Baby U who's been picked up onto. Can he escape? Gets into the building, gets through the window to safety. CGS is coming away, but here comes WFG as the third party, trying to see if they can get some kills on the board and climb ever so closer towards the top end of the table. Baby U and OUG are just going to scatter away. Ultimate's on cooldown. They do not want to take this fight.
Yeah, WFG, like, they were there, but they weren't able to pick up loot to have the confidence to full send the third party. So GG, OUG, spot out WFG. No one's too far out of position to get jumped on and shredded down instantly. The two teams basically just call a truce and split off on their separate ways so that they don't just mutually destruct and give potentially multiple team kills over to the side of the later appearing team. As now that the hot drop fight has simmered down, we're actually seeing a little bit more of a lull. RW losing that hot drop fight, having to burn 2 of their reses.
Yeah,
spawning up in Shipwreck. Well, no, they have 1. They still have 1. Yes, only 2 of their players got caught.
Oh, you're right. I thought it was higher than that. Okay, well, DLG have started with 3 kills. That's great for them. Good job, guys.
Yes. So they'll be going out Shipwreck way to not get interrupted. Everyone else, are like WFG, still not able to find good loot. Having to just stick behind OUG, but OUG are getting all of the good loot. As a result, Xuan sends out the E not F. Skirmishes in with the Hallies, utilizes the F to pull back so he's not too far away from the rest of his team. Hardy ults on the field. Xuan's getting turned on to by this E not ult. He might be about to go down. Can he get the ult off in time? Hardy cube means that he lives long enough, comes on through with the ulti. Now tries to turn instead onto these players from OUG. We've got the Zippo on the field as well, coming through on the side of Peak. Yuno's trying to apply as much damage as possible onto her, stripping away some of that purple armor. WFG's missed as well, tracking down the Zip's position, trying to join in the damage opportunities that Shuhan's providing. But the Zip is just so hard to pin down, and OUG survive.
OUG able to live, which is huge for them. WFG, I genuinely think this fight could be a big decider of their chances of qualifying or not. And OUG, if they win this fight again, they just take another step. In fact, they may overtake RW, depending on the outcome of this. There's going to be the first kill. Peak's able to secure it. Peak does take a little bit of damage, but they do get a bit back onto Mist there. Stripped away that armor. Mist not getting the opportunity to heal up quite yet. It's Baby U looking for that focus attack. Didn't quite make the connection. Has that grapple to chase forward. Ultimate now online for Baby U as well, which is making Mist even more juicy of a target. OUG, they are not playing with risk assessment right now. They know they need points to stay in this game, and that is exactly what they're looking for. There's going to be Baby U using the F to try and get the speed to catch up. He's out of grapples is the big thing, but I think Mist is also out of grapples. So his first to grapples is probably going to get away or get the kill. But in comes SS with a lockdown. Down, no, he doesn't go down. There we go. The shot comes in. OUG are able to secure the kill. Huge pickup for them. And I want to talk a little bit about RW right now, because the fact they're down 2 revives, these guys are on 0 points. If RW get knocked out here, that's when that door opens.
Yep.
Although OUG are doing very well, so maybe that door doesn't open because OUG have 6 kills. So maybe they just move into third.
I think like OUG would push RW out. So it's still like those 3 positions are still up in the air. Can RW, like, if RW can win a Realm of Yang, I think they'll be able to make the recovery. If they lose the Realm of Yang, then you're really in a very bad position. That's like out of the frying pan into the fire. As we can see these first Realm of Yang spawning up, no team is fully pushed out of the lobby just yet. Everyone's trying to play as safe as possible, now that they won or lost those first fights. You can see that everyone's going to make a move for them. GG, purple armor on 330. Still missing some Soul Jade slots, though, on the side of both the Zip and the Hardy. Not the best position to be in before heading into this first round of Yang. But for them, they've got 1 in Eventide uncontested. Same cannot be said for the rest of the map. There's going to be a lot of teams vying for those portal openings, so we'll be seeing the Enors place their Fs down and try to use that to be able to just get into a good position and through without being pressured out. Alliance versus WBG. Going to be the first Realm of Yang matchup. WBG, 1 side of purple armor, have the lead on Alliance in terms of that loot. But we do have purple pole sword on the side of Alliance as well. PP starts shredding some of the blue off with the LMB coming on through from those flying knives, but loses a lot of his himself. Forces the pole sword to hold the stone form, then uses the Eno F to be able to keep applying that pressure when he tries to space away. Thunder Lord ult comes in on the side of Yuma. PP not matching, just requiring the use of that Hardy cube, replacing his position, coming through with a much later Eno ultimate, and already putting the pressure onto Revenge, whose blue armor gets stripped pretty much dead away, forced to come in with that Zip ultimate and use the cube.
Yeah, really nice there is T-Tick. Revenge breaking away, sorry. Also T-Tick, PP. Getting a bit of damage off onto Revenge. Catches him once again. Strips away. Chunk of that armor. Nothing too major, but they do catch him as immediately PP gets caught up by the spear. The moment he comes out, and he just goes down. Yuma is just unleashing damage here as Alliance crushing this fight. And this is keeping their hopes of making it to the finals alive. They have a long, long climb ahead of them. But that is a positive step forwards there for the side of Alliance. RW didn't take a Realm of Yang, most importantly. They actually went for a Soul Altar instead. Not Soul Altar, Spirit. No.
Spirit
you know
Well.
what I mean. Spirit Well, thank you. I did get it right. Spirit Well. Able to get himself the Draco Storm. Maybe looking for a third-party angle in the mosh pit to come. I think that is the window if RW want to stay in this game.
But OUG got kills. OUG are currently fighting DRG and Realm of Yang, and they're winning.
Yes, they are.
Which
they are.
means that I believe they've actually overtaken RW. Leaderboard-wise. And GG,
right.
GG took the third Realm of Yang against XKG. Wait, it times out? OUG get
That's
timed
huge.
out by DRG. There is no way. We said that it was possible with the Zip Hardy
4 teams on depletion.
And you know, there's an extra team with Yang depletion. This Yang depletion fight, if everyone takes it at the same time, is about to just push out so many teams. Okay, XKG versus GG. I believe XKG win this. 2-tick as well as Xuan forcing through 3-0's hand into burning that Zip ultimate very early on. 2-tick now coming on through with the Eno ult, but the Zip's already been popped. You're just trying to get the kill and damage to stick. Has to turn and help out his team though, because GG matched the Eno ult. Peels. That job now done. Back you go to putting the pressure on GG zipping. It's not a fun time before 3-0 to have to try and play this, dealing with both the Hadi and the Eno ultimate at the same time, but you held on to the cube for as long as you possibly could. 2-tick uses his own cube to complete the chase down. That's still not allowing free out of this fight. Clank coming on through early release of the RMB from the Heng Sword into the Eno F, matching the Zip, not allowing her to get back to the rest of the team. 3-3-0 mistimes the parry, and 2-tick gets the damage through. It's a 2 versus 2 situation. Both teams down their Zip. 2-tick down all of his armor, takes a moment, slows the fight down, heals up parts of it, now puts the pressure onto LXM before he can scale rush and create an opening onto the Hardy. Early scale rush, LXM gets hit by the Eno F setup. Hardy combo breaker to make sure that you don't lose Xuan when he doesn't have that armor. Now taking that 1 versus 2, but wait, the jump LMBs from CJS with the fist blades take it to a 1 versus 1, and we get a straight up mirror. Early release of the LMB coming on through from the Hong Sword. 2-tick looking for the scaler. CJS threatening the LMB, letting go of it into the uppercut from 2-tick into the Eno F extension, and he's able to clutch it out.
Well, DRG are taking down XKG inside the zone while that replay was happening. WBG, they're eliminated! That's them done! Their hopes of qualifying have been cut short, and TRG making a bit of a miracle comeback a little bit late in the day, unfortunately. 7 kills under their belt. That is huge for the side of Alliance, WFG, and honestly, more than anyone, those in RW and GG. Seeing the closest team to them, below them, getting knocked out is going to keep any hope of them alive here. But Alliance are going to find themselves in a fight with GG, and this actually could decide our top 4 right here, right now. If GG win this, they're going to knock Alliance out, and it's only WFG who are going to be playing catch-up. As they're going to start off with CGS getting onto Revenge. Revenge takes a lot of damage here, but CGS is able to play away after this is all said and done. GG, depletion actually timing out in 13 seconds. I don't think GG are going to get this in time, actually. This is just them timing out.
Well, it's one of their players.
This might not be them going to finals.
It's one.
It's only one. Okay.
It's only one. It's their Zip.
Okay.
It is problematic that it's their Zip, though.
What, they're carrying on with the fight even though they've just lost 3-3-0.
Well, yeah, so they baited 3-3-0 to try to get the split kills onto Alliance's players when they're too far focused onto the Zip. See, like here, Yuma might actually go down to this.
Yeah, he does.
And now it's a 2 versus 2. That being said, hello!
It's a 2 versus 1.
It's a 2 versus 1. Oh, the drop down with the spear, and then Rushway will just, tap the Zip to be able to bring them back. LXM gets revenge here, but the dual blades just do too much damage in the back, and Alliance push GG out, and that now is GG fully eliminated. 46 points is what GG sit at. That is the hard line. RW, OUG, they continue in this lobby. But for Alliance, if they want to get into the top 4, they have to overtake GG. The team that they just pushed out of the lobby. It's doable, especially if they win second realm of Yang.
It's also based on RW, who have so far done nothing. They've only got 0 kills, lost their drop fight. The moment RW get a kill, it's going to become harder for both FWFG and Alliance, but Alliance, with those 6 kills, could look to overtake GG. There's one hardline set. If RW get knocked out, you set a second spot, an achievable points, at least for the second spot, but I think it's going to be very hard. GG now have their hands off the keyboard and just waiting out. So seeing a replay of what happened, but we're going to cut over. This is an important fight for Alliance. Alliance versus DRG. DRG timed out OUG in the last Realm of Yang. Let's see if they can play Interrupt again. Sky's hanging on beautifully into today's games. Took down the first place team as well. The Interrupters, the team who I said were just points. Turns out, you corner them, they've still got teeth to bear. As Yuma not able to really find too much damage off yet. He's just playing kind of Interrupt and playing around the edges. Looking to find a good pick, maybe onto the Zip. Force the healer down nice and low. Yuma has lost a lot of HP here. Kakaishi's doing a fair amount of work of damage onto him. Yuma will de-transform now. Half health on his full health. His armor also chunked out a little bit as he got followed up onto their alliance. Just going to try and reposition as Mai jumps in. Cube gets used from Yuma. They can reposition. Maybe get a cheeky pot off if he can. As we see WFG knocked out of the lobby. So Alliance, the only team with a chance of qualifying into that top 4 left in the game here. And DRG are doing their best to play Interrupt onto them. That is going to be Yuma going down. DRG have the man advantage. They're like a team reborn here for Alliance. This is so incredible to see in the final game them look for this miracle comeback. Revenge, low HP, does find himself a parry off on to one of the members. 44 seconds left on this Realm of Yang to work with Alliance. 2 versus 3. Do you see Revenge eat a parry in response, though? As that, I think, was his golden weapon taken away from him. As Mai is being so solid at playing Interrupt on. As Kakaishi is going a little bit low here. So they have to get a scale rush away, but Alliance are bleeding out. They find the uppercut into a couple of members. As you can see, Revenge getting himself taken down by Mai. As that is Alliance's hopes of winning this Realm of Yang out. They're on depletion. DRG take another step up the standings. And
so it gets worse. It gets much worse for Alliance. That's the only Realm of Yang fight, Jake. There's no second.
Oh,
They're
my word.
the only team with Yang depletion.
That's very rough then.
The
Wait, are we sure?
only team with Yang depletion. Yep. That's Spirowell.
Oh, my word. Okay, that's crazy. That is crazy.
No one else went for Realm of Yang. I was watching to see if the UI would update, but no. It's just Alliance. It's mirror comp, at least.
Yes.
So,
also, no one knows who anyone is. And no one knows
exactly.
We have a live feed of the scoreboard. If you're OUG, or, well, I feel like RW probably the best example right now. RW looking going, we have 0 kills, and there were a lot of people close to contesting us here. We don't know if we're in 5th or 4th place right now.
Yeah.
They're in 3rd. They're not aware of that, but they don't know exactly where they are in the standings until the game is done. So, there's a world where RW are pressured into taking a fight, and Alliance could capitalize on that. There is that one world.
Oh, Alliance about to run past XKG.
They didn't see him. They didn't check the bushes. Do you do diligence?
Oh.
He swung, but he didn't go near enough.
Oh boy. XKG, I mean, that's still... Wait,
Revenge?
they jumped on him! Alliance are 2 split! 2 players went past. XKG wait for the 3rd and then jump him. It's the ambush. It's the literal ambush strategy. And it might be the reason why Alliance go out of this lobby right now. They don't lose the Zip. Crucially, the Zip is able to survive, but it costs them the use of the Hardy ultimate, so they can try to keep him up. Yeah, Yuma has to come through with the transform now into this Eno state. With the Thunderlord turning onto XKG. ZXL's going low, has the Zip ultimate, it gets popped now. Can Alliance turn the tables on XKG instead? Brushways going low, Yuma's about to be out of his ult, but he's still got enough health to be able to stand up to the players from XKG and make sure they can't get on top of his Zip or his Hardy in time to be able to get the kills. Later Eno ult on the side of XKG though, and 2Tick is just managing to push through Alliance's players. That was what cost them the Realm of Yang. The fact that they went for that Eno ult first, and then MY could overhold his own. And now, Alliance, they're done. They're out of this lobby. RW show up, will get the kill onto the Zip, and Alliance are denied the opportunity to overtake, with WBG and WFG also being out. This literally means that GG, by the skin of their teeth, and the grace of Yang depletion from Alliance losing, will be able to qualify into the grand finals. We have our top 4 teams.
I'm doing maths. How much is 1st place?
there's no possible way
Hold on.
that
How much
DRG
is
make
first
up.
place?
No, there's no possible way. There's no kill score multiplier.
So there's 9 points up for grabs. That'll put them up to 20. It's 25 points is what they could get maximum, which isn't enough. They're just shy. Like, just shy.
Yes.
Though. They can end in 5th place easily. Oh, wait, no, it's 46. There's a world. They have to kill everyone. And maybe let a few revives through. That is the only way DRG do this. They have to kill people, let them revive their team, and then kill them again. That is the only way I think DRG can do it. But, I mean, we're talking them having to play a very risky play style and get first place to do it. It's an incredibly tall order for DRG, and I don't think it's a realistic one for them, especially with RW playing Harass on, and I think you're correct. I think we are looking at a spot where we're going to see these 4 teams in the top 4 right now are closing it out, as RW also jumping forwards to see if they can get some damage off. Depletion hits everyone. And
Except RW. That's why they're this far forward. They took the Yang Spirit well.
Yeah.
So they use the ults now, which means they'll have second cycle of it once this version of the Thunderlord state ends. Everyone else has Yang Depletion. And now you just collapse on the teams. Like, this is the moment that RW have been waiting for. 2 casts of ult and just full send at XKG and any person close to you. This is when you get your kills coming through to secure your position within top 4.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like SKG knew they were in first place at the start of this game. They have 10 kills. They know that they are quite happily locked in. As XKG actually running off into the zone and dropping everything. They don't want to give any loot over. That's
kills.
Crazy. He didn't want to give any kills over. He didn't want to give any loot over. He knew that that was it. And honestly, with those 2 kills going off, DRG are cooked. It's over. We have our top 4. There was a world, but it was a very, very hard pull-off for them. And it's not going to be the case here, as we do see RW now. They've been very quiet all game, but they have finally put some kills on the board. 3 for themselves, locking themselves, or potentially looking to lock themselves into a 2nd place at the end of the day. As we right now are just playing for glory, we're playing for points placements. As OUG down a player with depletion on. Honestly, the smart move for a lot of these teams is just to throw themselves into the zone and not. And
well, they don't know, is the thing.
True. Yeah. OUG have 8 kills. That's probably not enough in their head.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, you don't know, and you don't know if the teams around you are the teams that were contesting you for 3rd and 4th.
Very good point. Yeah.
For all they know, WBG could still be here. Alliance could still be here. They have to play this out.
SKG knew that they were safe. They knew that those 10 points were not going to get touched, so they were quite happy. SS, you don't want to take a Bane's Breath, mate. I can't believe DRG, man. If they'd had one more game like this, they actually would right now be contesting a spot.
I told you, it was 5th. Like, it was 5th game.
Yeah.
If they did well in 5th game, there was a chance for them to bring it back in 6th. But unfortunately for them, 5th game, they're not able to perform. And they are not within distance to compete. But they can still play for this one. They can still do their absolute best.
This is the glory game.
Yeah, it's the glory game. Exactly. Oh, Hepta. It's been a while since we got to see that. First time we got to see Hepta all day. Attach that longsword. Youth uses the Hardy Cube, drops down, comes on through of the Eno, Thunderlord. Wants to put the pressure into DRG. Everyone's scrapping for the Spirit Well so they can get the extension of the Yang depletion time coming on through. RW, the only team fully cleansed at the moment off of capping the Yang Spirit Well. More than happy to just keep contesting because they know that these teams, the timer, will be about to pop. And if they get the lost situation, they also get the kill credit.
It's also one of those ones where you look at the standing. RW, if they actually lose Youth here, DRG are the only team with a full lobby, a full like team setup. As Youth is going low, he might just be going down here. RW was able to get a kill onto Mido, so equalizing it out. No one's going to have a full team at the end of this one, although Yuan gets a lot of health taken away from him. Youth goes down. And 5 teams left, 2 of 2 and 1 from OUG left in this lobby. And OUG are probably just playing for the placement points right now as Yuan goes down. DRG making a sad recovery at the end of the day. It was unfortunately not enough as they will go for the cap and the extension. Although they've all cleansed, so it's not even worth the extension. But the White Tigers is going to be worth it.
That's Dragon's Roar too. The chaining Dragon's Roar with Cav Bloom.
Oh, beautiful.
That's how they melted multiple people just there to be able to get the kills for the cleanser. Still, Kakashi first Cav Bloom a little too early. Actually gets the blades parried out. Comes on through with the Hardy ult, sets the cube up. Dragon's Roar will have the meter dump for the Nunnies full in a moment. There's Kakashi trying to push AB into the zone. Set him up for the rest of his team to be able to follow on through with the kill. Celebration Zip ultimate as you get the last one onto AB and now turn onto SS. 3 players up, 2 versus 1 situation. Hardy ult on the field for SS. Kakashi trying to set the scale rush up with that spear.
There we go.
Again and again, and flying knives moment versus the Hardy. DRG smiles on the faces, but unfortunately for them, too little, too late. An MVP on game 6, but underperforming on the previous matches. Not going to make it to the top 4.
I think the thing for me was it was actually a convincing win as well, which makes it that much sadder for DRG because it's like, just one more game like that, and then right now would be singing their praises and celebrating that victory and how DRG have made it. But unfortunately,
I was so surprised to see them at the bottom. They did so well previously. Like, they looked so good. Kakashi on the Tianhai has had some absolute lights out matches in stage 2 with double grabs. They've had some really good Justina comps too. So strange to see them at the bottom of the leaderboard for the full duration of the day.
Yeah, no, genuinely, really, really impressive stuff from everyone else, but sad from DRG because they have consistently been a good team. You're right, it's surprising to see them in 8th place. It's surprising to see them struggling. They've been a good team. They've been a team that you occasionally look out for. You know, long gone are the days where DRG were, they basically existed to play interrupt on J Team's drop. That was all they used to do when they first came about. And over time, they've become more and more of a kind of like a staple team, like a solidly good team. And yeah, unfortunately, today was not their day. They did not make the qualification, and that is the end of the road for 4 teams here, where we'll have 4 teams making it through Alliance. It's a heartbreaker for them because they were close, and all of their competition got knocked out. There was a world where they could have done it, but unfortunately for them, they fell short at the final hurdle. And,
one Realm of Yang win. If they just won that Realm of Yang. 3 extra
DRG
kills.
again, right?
Yeah, it was DRG again.
Beasts. Absolute beasts in the Realm of Yang.
It was MY getting the much later ult, right? Alliance opened up with theirs, and then DRG just live with the Hardy ult, and then get to hold on to MYs to have the ult much later to control the full tempo of the fight.
Yeah.
Very good patient play. Well, sometimes if you ult first, you can actually stop the enemy team from getting to use theirs. So it's like risk assessment, right? Do you use first and then like try to force the to have to match? Or do you not ult first and then hope that you can live their ultimates so that you don't lose the fight before you can properly take your turn?
I think with the Einor mirror matchup, I think it is an ult first, lose first situation. If we're looking at something like a like the Viper ACOS comp in a mirror matchup situation, then I feel like in that comp you're actually better to ult first because you can maybe blow up the ACOS or the Viper so they don't have the big wombo combo. But I think it's like risk assessment is the perfect word because it really is risk assessment. But there we are, DRG walking away with the first place. It's a consolation prize at the end of the season for them, but a good recovery. Unfortunately, not enough. WFG, that was unfortunately a bit of a rough game for them. And I'm sure GG are probably going to have the highest heart rates and the highest blood pressure after this game because, man, they got knocked out early. They only got 4 points, but they had done enough work throughout the day to stay where they needed to stay. And I think that's the most important thing for them. While this game wasn't great, they did well. They did well
It's the pre-post points too. They came in at the start of the day, 8 points. Yes. And it's literally down to that 8 points that they're able to beat out Alliance.
That's crazy. That is crazy. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, pre-post points bailed GG out.
Oh
Kakashi probably getting MVP here. 33,000 damage. Very high damage game coming through from DRG. As we can have a look at the standings, there you are. Bold text confirms it. XKG, RW, OUG, and GG are able to prevail.
OUG and GG carried by their pre-post points there. Both of those teams would not be in the top 4 had they not had them. That's where the consistency in the season pays off for you. Yep. Might not have been the greatest run at the end, but they will make it to finals. They'll have 2 weeks to go and kind of assess themselves and figure out what they're going to be doing in finals as we have our replays. And I'm sure all of the teams, even those not playing today, will be watching replays of their performances from the last couple of games they've played and just figuring out what needs to be ironed out before they get into finals.
DRG's highlights here coming for, I believe this is when WBG got knocked out at Jade Pond. Very unfortunate fight for them to have to take, but this is DRG as well, just like in the last moments here, that Kaplan, it's so brutal. Setting up the lawnmower, putting the pressure, waiting for the focus hit to come through, then looking for the second connection of Kaplan with the Dragon's Roar as well.
It's such
and you can just see it is a horrible combo. If you don't parry the first, you get hit by the second, guaranteed. So much damage, and since Dragon's Roar just builds the charge back, you can just see there the meter dump come through into the Kaplan off of the stagger setup.
Hardy remains a crazy character at the moment. I do want to see what happened here at the end. Because the other Hardy got very low on OUG, goes up into the sky and then dies. It was a scale rush.
No,
it wasn't, because he killed with the dual
knives.
Swords. Oh, was it knives? I thought it was dual swords on the thing. Oh well, that doesn't matter now because they did it. 33,000 damage coming in. A lot of that actually didn't come from the dual swords. It came from the Hong sword as his primary kind of like damage output there. So really impressive performance coming in from the side of DRG. Sadly, not enough at the end of the day for them to make the qualification. But I think finals is going to be very juicy. I think we've got some really good teams going through into finals. And GG, I think for them, it's very much a recovery of their glory here because they had to play all the way through. They barely scraped into a top position at the end of today. And now they've got to go up versus some of the best teams. I'd like to think there's a hope for them because they're a team who have done it before historically, but their performance right now definitely starting to struggle a little bit, unfortunately. So yeah. Did I hear interview? Was that what I heard in my ear? Yes, cool. Let's throw it over to an interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our post-game interview. I'm your host, Jingjing. Our player is standing with us, so let's say hello to our audience first. 先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是RW 方圆。
欢迎方圆来到我们的赛后采访。So welcome Yan to our post-game interview. So congratulations first for advancing to the finals of our spring split, and we are going to Xi'an. So, how's you feeling right now? And 8 team plays back and forth for today's competition. Do you think that today's competition is really intense for you? 首先恭喜我们拿到了进军春决的一个门票，然后也马上要到了我们的西安参与我们的总决赛了。也想请问一下，你现在心情怎么样？
很激动吧。毕竟是打了2轮复活赛，就是心理压力很大，现在就放松了。
So I'm really excited now because we have played 2 rounds in the competition, and I think I'm relaxed now. Okay, so let's move on to the next part, answer for treasures. Today's question is, did RW get a chance for Spring Finals? 那么今天这道问题呢也比较简单啊 ，RW 有没有拿到我们春季赛总决赛的门票？ Okay, so let's go back to our games. So, do you have any plans for these 2 weeks? And what adjustments and preparations will you make during these 2 weeks? 那因为离我们的春决也只有2周的时间了，那么你有什么你们队伍的话会做哪些调整和准备呢？在这2周的时间？
就是调整一下自己状态吧，就是保持自己的竞技精神在线，然后安心迎接决赛就好了。
So I really need to practice more and to stay our main side to become a calm player in the competition. Okay, so I think our player is ready. So let's start counting. 也请用3、2、1为我们倒计时吧，用英文。3, 2, 1. Screenshot. So today's question is A. Okay, so the last question. The final of our spring split will be held in Xi'an. And have you ever been to Xi'an before? And after the competition, is there any place you want to visit or any food you are eager to try? 那么最后一个问题呢，也想问一个比较轻松一点的问题，想问一下你有没有去过西安，然后以及到了我们的总决赛打完之后，你觉得你想去西安看哪些景点，或者说尝试哪些美食吗？
没有去过西安吧，然后这次去西安的话，想吃兵马俑和羊肉泡馍。
OK。那么西安也是我们的一个历史文化13朝古都，也是非常非常值得游览的。So for me, I haven't been to Xi'an before, and I really want to try the pita bread soaked in lamb soup, and I also want to visit the terracotta warriors. 好的，那再次恭喜你们进入到我们春季赛的总决赛，然后以及也期待在西安你们有一个非常好的一个表现。Okay, so we really hope to see RW have a good performance in the finals of our spring split. And I also hope to see you in front of the screen in Xi'an too. Thanks for joining today's interview. Let's go back to our casters.
Thank you very much. Welcome back. I forgot that finals were taking place in, I can't remember the name of the area, but it's where the Terracotta Warriors are over in China, so that's awesome. A nice little tourism spot for those guys as they head over. But they got a little bit of time to get some practice, get flown over, get themselves all set up. But what a day, Moxie! What a day! Did see the 4 who went in top 4 into this game qualify, but I think that's fine because it was tight. It was there was a point in this game where it genuinely looked like RW were going to go out 2nd, and they were going to go all the way into 5th, but luckily for them, a couple of teams griefed themselves. DRG ended up being the heroes for both GG and RW in this game. They were disruption kings at the end of this game.
Yeah, they were the enemies of Alliance, that's for sure. But it sort of went the way that we predicted too, right? The teams at the top playing a little bit more safe, a little bit weighted towards endgame. The teams at the lower end, knowing that they had to have far more kills to be able to push their points higher, much more aggressive. And as a result, DRG did like really, really good all the way through the round. But it also meant that some of the teams in the lower part of the lobby went out earlier than the rest of the top 4 too. Yang depletion, unfortunately. The fact that we had a timeout on the first realm of Yang meant that that Yang depletion fight for the first time around was brutal.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, like, that was one of the things that really changed the tempo of the game, was having 4 teams getting eliminated, or 4 teams with depletion on, really means that the game plays at a very, very different tempo. It was definitely one of those bizarre final games, but I always find, like, when it's this tight, that's when the weird and, like, the kooky stuff comes out in these final circles, and you see the weird plays, and the DRG comeback where they're sitting at the bottom of the table. It's a shame for those who didn't make it, but unfortunately it is one of those things where you have a martial arts tournament and 5 battle royale games, if you're coming into this 6th game and you're having to rely on some teams not getting kills, some teams, you know, above you or below you performing better or worse, and you know, you have to ask the question, was that 0-point game an issue? You know, you look at the likes of WFG, had game 2 not been a 0-pointer, maybe there was a chance where they could have done a little bit better here. It's consistency, and I hate to say it because I've said it so many times over the years, but consistency is key. But these are the top 4 at the end of the standings: XKG, RW, OUG, and GG, who will be qualifying through to the grand finals to be playing versus TES, RYCG, and Wolves. I'm curious for your dark horse here, or who your prediction is. Who you got your eyes on going into these finals?
TESR. I think for sure TESR.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is that a dark horse, though? Or
No,
is that just like
but you said, but who do you have your eye on?
Okay, sorry. Who's your dark horse? Who do you think?
Who's my dark horse?
Yeah.
Cool. OUG.
I think that's very fair. I think that's very, very fair. That's who I'd say. I'm always a YZG backer, but I feel like they're not really a dark horse. They're just someone I have a solid faith in. But I do feel like OUG are a pretty solid call for a dark horse. These guys always seem to be able to pull it out when it's necessary. Like they always seem to have like a little bit of magic in their pocket, especially when you get into these stages. So we'll have to see. But here's the event calendar of the year so far. I can't believe we're ending. Basically, we're in the final run now. There's only 2 more show days.
It's wild.
And then we are donezo.
Well, OUG's Spider took the first stage finals for solos before TE took the first stage trios. And then we got a back-to-back SR win. It was EWC again. SR took solos and trios. Little bit of a break now before we head into our grand finals, the 16th to 17th. That's when you'll be able to find the solos and grand finals, as you can see it here. The spring split solo grand finals will be on the 16th. This is the map pool unchanged with a versus matchup for the martial arts tournament for game 1.
I'm going to be closer than ever to finals, and I'm not going to be able to be there. See that I'm in Japan. So I'm going to be actually quite close compared to where I normally am when the finals are happening. I'll also be on a better schedule for the time, but on holiday. Got a lot going on, unfortunately. I'll definitely be catching the VODs, though, when I
was going to say, just like tune in, make sure that you have your account links, because those will be the exclusive grand final drops for the spring split. Don't miss out on those.
Yeah, make sure you do have that tuned up, actually, because that's a big one. That's one of the big goodie bags and stuff you can grab. Also, obviously, Answers for Treasures as well will be available, so there'll be more goodies. And the fact it's 8 games, I believe, is more Answers for Treasures. Potentially 8 games, yes. If it goes all the way, you guys at home have more chances to win more stuff. So not only do you get more entertainment, you also get the odds of more goodies and more stuff to grab. So make sure you have all that lined up and ready. But yeah, I mean, I can't believe the season is already over. I don't think me and you've casted together for like a whole year, and then we get it right at the end. Heartbreaking, eh? Heartbreaking.
I can't believe, like you said, the season's almost over. Like we're about to go into grand finals. I mean, I had this discussion with Dunk actually. I believe it's 2 weeks shorter than it was last year. Because we had 4 bi-weekly finals, and then we had the pre-finals as well. We had LCQs, but we also had pre-finals, and then the actual grand finals.
Yeah.
As opposed to this one, which was the 2 stages, LCQs, and night finals.
So what is it? It's 6 stages in the regular plus... Yeah, so it's 2 weeks shorter. It is 2 weeks shorter. Yes. But ultimately, I actually really like this system. So I'm like...
I think we all do.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those ones where it's like, as a caster financially, I'd like it to be longer. But, the way it is, I think we actually get a way better show and a more entertaining product. So I actually genuinely prefer what we're doing right now. I think double elim brackets, the reason they're used in so many esports tournaments is because you get so much hype out of them. You know, the fact we looked at the world in solos where Mike almost got knocked out, the fact that GG in the second rotation here in trios are forced into this lower elim bracket considering they had 40 points on the first rotation. It just shows you that, like, it rewards the teams who play well the whole time. You can't play lackadaisical. You can't sit back and just kind of sit on your laurels. You have to be adaptive. You have to be quick on off the landing. So it's a very, very exciting tournament format, and I'm super excited for those grand finals. But for us here today, that is us donezo. So thank you very much for joining for the NBPL. Make sure you enjoy your week off, but we will see you on the weekend after for those grand finals. So thank you very much. See you later.